Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a somewhat cloudy now Brands Hatch for the second day of this 750 Motor Club race meeting on the Indy circuit, the 1.2 mile Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch. My name's Ian Soman. I'll be bringing you commentary throughout the day here at the circuit and on the Alpha live stream alongside Marcus Pye, who we'll hear from in a few moments' time. And Josh Barrett will be doing his duty in the pit lane, getting the interviews after all of the races. That's where we're racing today. As I say, the 1.2 mile Indy circuit, familiar layout, lots of undulations as well. It's a great challenge for the drivers, especially, I'm sure, for the 90-minute race. I'm going to question that forecast a little bit because it says there's a clear sky now. There's clouds above us at Brands Hatch as I look out of the commentary box window, but hopefully it will improve. It should certainly stay dry, though, throughout the afternoon's racing. And it is a day where we have a great variety of racing. We had 11 races yesterday, 11 more today. We are going to have in a few moments the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, but also races today for the KTAC Racing Clio Sport Championship, their second race of the weekend. The PD Extinguishers Toyota MR2 Championship, we'll see two races today for those cars. And it's also the second race of the weekend for the Martins Group Formula V Championship. That will take us up to the lunch break, and then it's around about 2:05 we'll be back racing again with the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. There's a couple of races for those after lunch. Likewise, the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. We've also got the second and final race of the weekend for the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatches. And we've got the 90-minute race for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy as well, also after the lunch break. So lots still to come here at Brands Hatch at this 750 Motor Club race meeting. And mostly 15-minute races, the exception being the 90-minute race for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy, which will boast a full grid of 40 cars. So we will look ahead to the first race of the day then, which is going to be for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. So it's the third race of the weekend for these cars. Two races yesterday were won by Dan Gore and Tom Gadd, and the grid for this race is set by fastest lap times from yesterday's second race. So Tom Gadd, it is on pole position, besides him the winner of race 1, number 80, Dan Gore. The second row on the inside will have number 92, Craig Pollard. He had his first podium in the second race yesterday, having switched to F1000 from Formula V. And next to him will be number 26, Murphy Aldridge. On row 3, on the inside, multiple RGB champion, Matthew Higginson, besides number 3, Tom Westworth. On the fourth row, it's going to be 14, Adam Walker, besides Benjamin Huntley, enjoying his first season in single-seaters. Kaylee Cole, number 73, is on the inside of row 5, next to 33, Rob Bailey. Sebastian Malcolm, number 70, is on the inside of row 6, Chaz Heighton, next to him in number 17. The 7th row will have 95, David Tagg, and 35, William St James. On the 8th row, number 7, Gunlager Jonasson, and 88, David Williams. And the 9th row should be 1, Rob Wellham, and 19, Sam Satchwell. But we think there will be one or two cars missing from the grid. Marcus Pye.
Yeah, definitely. No Sam Satchwell. Unfortunately, that car jammed in gear yesterday, and that couldn't be sorted in time. And no Rob Bailey. Suspension chassis damage following a little bit of contact in yesterday's race. But the rest there. And the one to watch is Robert Wellham from the back. Had a bent valve yesterday. Couldn't get it sorted for the second race. But they've worked very hard overnight to get that car up together, change the engine, and they're ready to go. So watch him burn from the stern.
Yeah, he was the champion last year, of course, hence the number 1 on his car. He was also leading the championship coming into this weekend. He's dropped back to 6th now. Tom Gadd having taken over the points lead. He's on 99 points. Dan Gore, 94. Matthew Higginson, 85. And some kind of incident towards the back, but I think they're all getting away now on this green flag lap. Matthew Higginson, 85. Murphy Aldridge, 80. Craig Pollard, 75. Your top 5 in the championship coming into this third race of the weekend. We have 16 races during the course of an F1000 season, and a double header at Silverstone. 4 of the 6 meetings are triple headers. This is the first of those this year, with the 2 races yesterday. And that format probably didn't help Rob Wellham, because I think the team just ran out of time to get the car ready for the second race yesterday, which was a bit of a shame, really, as far as his championship hopes are
often
concerned.
it's been a one-race Saturday and a two-race Sunday, hasn't it,
Yes.
in the past, and that just not it worked against them this time.
That's right. So it'd be interesting to see how this race pans out. Gadd and Gore both having had a win already during the course of this weekend, but Craig Pollard having his second meeting in the F1000 Championship, having switched across from Formula V. Speaking to him earlier on today, he reckons there's still some more time in his own driving, so he adapts his style to the F1000 slicks and wings category from Formula V with the treaded tyres and no aero. A different beast indeed. And of course these cars lapping in sub 45 seconds that we had in yesterday's race. 44.97 for Tom Gadd, just 500ths outside the lap record. Quicker than, for example, the Formula 4 cars that were here a few weeks ago.
The top 5, Ian, qualified inside that long-standing record set by James McLachlan back in June 2014.
Yeah, and I don't know, conditions might be a bit cooler now than they were for yesterday's races, so that
may
could
help.
Yeah, it could do. It could. So last few cars coming into position. It's going to be a 15-minute race, as they all are today, apart from the 90-minute race for the 116 trophy. And we'll very shortly get the green flag from the back. As we say, we need to watch out for Rob Wellham in the number 1 car. He will line up at the back, but we expect to see him come through the field fairly rapidly. 5-second board is shown then. Red lights go on. The race about to get underway, and it does. It's not a great start from Tom Gadd. Dan Gore gets away in the lead of the race. It looks like Craig Pollard is going to go around the outside of Gadd as well. Maybe not quite going to make it as they head through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. In fact, he has done it. Matthew Higginson has made a good start as well. He's alongside Murphy Aldridge, and they're 3 abreast as they go into the hairpin at Druids for the first time. It's Pollard squeezing through on the inside to take second place. Gadd's going to have the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, though. Can he capitalise on it? Certainly Pollard's car moving around a little bit, and as they head down the Cooper Straight towards Surtees, it's Gadd that's got his nose back in front. But as they do this, it's allowing the race leader Dan Gore to pull out quite a bit of a gap over the rest of them. The next 5 squabbling over second position as they come towards the end of the first lap, Marcus.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? A great start from Dan Gore, who made a bit of a mistake yesterday with setup. And he reckoned that by leaving it as it was yesterday morning for quali, when he was convincingly on pole, he'd be in good shape today. It looks like he will be. 47.93 is the start lap from a standing start. So that's really looking good, isn't it? In second place is Gadd. Third place is Pollard. 4th and 5th, Higginson coming up alongside Aldridge, and Westworth going by, or trying to go past on the left into Surtees, can't make it. Higginson hangs on the outside of Surtees, but Aldridge sniffs up the inside into Clearways, and these very, very closely matched cars, powered by these 1000cc motorcycle engines, hurtle back towards us for the second time, Ian.
They do indeed. Rob Wellham was 13th at the end of the first lap. I think he's about to make up another place as well. I think has gone up to 10th now. No, it's showing 12th across the timing line. I thought he just got past Chaz Heighton there. Obviously not quite, just as before they got to the line. And there's Aldridge trying to get back ahead of Higginson there. Gadd's done the fastest lap on the first flying lap of 45.52. He took 4/10 or so out of the race leader Dan Gore. And just going through the back of shot there, you could see Ben Huntley has just made a bit of an escape now from Cayley Cole. They had a good battle in yesterday's race and looked like they were going to continue that today. But for the moment, there's a few car lengths between them.
Yeah, for this breakaway group then of effectively 3 and 3. The green car we're looking at on the screen is Higginson, who is in 4th place. But the time's coming down now, 45. 2 of them on 45.51 now, Pollard and Higginson. 45.52 to Gadd, 45.68 to Gore. But I reckon Gore is he's been reeled in by Gadd, hasn't he? It's only half a second now.
Yes, it was about a second at the end of the first lap. It has come down, and it really is pretty much 6 cars in a train. There's a gap back then to Ben Huntley in 7th place. Cayley Cole's picked up a 10-second penalty. I imagine that will be for being out of position at the start of the race. Rob Wellham now up to 9th as well, and I imagine that he will be catching the lead group, but may struggle to get right on terms with it.
Yeah, it looks like it actually is a proper 6-car train here. So 5.5-car train, because Westworth is trying to hang on. Times in the low 45s. 45.17 appears to be the best so far. So Matthew Higginson in that bright green disc lock car. And you can see him in the back of the field there, back of the shot there, chasing down Craig Pollard, the Formula V champion.
Yeah, he was champion last year, champion in 2018 as well, Craig Pollard. And switching to a new challenge for this season. Speaking to him and his dad earlier on. They did, I think, contemplate possibly getting a Delara to win a monoposto, but decided that this was the way to go. Probably a much more competitive way to go, single-seater racing, I would say. The top 6 still there, and in 7th place, Huntley, he is about 3 seconds behind the top 6 as things stand. Wellham's now got ahead of Cole on the road as well.
Yeah, Wellham up into 8th place. They were hoping they could get up into the top 6, and that may still be feasible, but it looks like it's a bit of a tall order at the moment, Ian, doesn't it? Such is the pace of this lead convoy. And a look up the inside, and Gadd had a quick look there at Dan Gore. Couldn't make it through, but now he's tucked into the slipstream of Dan Gore's Mattel Racing run car. He comes through. Up on the outside goes Gadd. Can he make it around the outside into paddock? And he does. He darts through. Absolutely superb. And Dan Gore has to capitulate there. He's lost momentum coming out. He's under attack now from Pollard, who comes up the outside. But he manages to get the car back into the apex at Druids. He's got Higginson chasing him down as well, and Aldridge behind him.
Yeah, really nice move that from Gadd to get into, excuse me, the lead of the race from Dan Gore there. We'll see if Gore has a response. He's 6 or 7 car lengths back at the moment as they head through McLaren and up towards Clearways. And still this group of 6, Gadd, Gore now, Pollard, Higginson, Aldridge and Westworth leading the way. There they go, flashing past the pit wall to complete another lap. And the top 6 separated by only 2.37 seconds. And no improvement on the best lap of the race. That's still 45. Oh no, we've had Rob Wellham now done a 45.11. So that's now the best lap of the race. 1400ths outside the lap record. There's the battle going on between Higginson and Aldridge for fourth position, I beg your pardon. It's still Higginson ahead despite Aldridge's best efforts.
Yeah, Gadd looks really strong at this phase of the race, doesn't he, Ian? He's half a second up at the end of 7 laps. And Gore seems to have no answer, although he dropped Pollard to a degree. It's Pollard, Higginson and Aldridge running 3, 4 and 5 there. With Westworth behind into the 44s.
Lap record has gone.
It's gone.
Yeah, 44.87 for Tom Gadd now. So new lap record. We thought it might go at some point this weekend. It stood for 9 years. James McLaughlin back in June 2014 set the record. Tom Gadd has now got it. Dan Gore also just a couple of hundredths outside the old mark with that 44.94.
Yes, 44.37 he did for pole yesterday, Ian.
Yep.
When conditions were absolutely au point for him.
That's right, and that's going to be about 97 miles an hour average speed around Brands Hatch as well.
Very physical, as the drivers were saying.
Yeah. And he can't repeat it on the next lap, but it's a 45.14 that time through. Looks like Tom Westworth in 6th place has been dropped by the lead group a little bit now. He's 1.2 seconds behind Murphy Aldridge. Westworth, though, is 3.6 seconds ahead of Huntley. He's now only 1 second ahead of Rob Wellham, who's continuing his progress. We did get a view of Wellham on the screen a few moments ago. We'll see if we can pick him up again, because I think that we will have a battle for 7.
I sense Gore might be a little closer this time.
Yeah, it was 0.65 seconds the previous lap. It might be a tenth or so less than that this time. Let's have a look as they cross the beam. 0.53, so yes, just about a tenth less than that. Gore's done another lap in the 44s, therefore, 44.97 for him. We've got 6 minutes of the race, 7 minutes of the race left to go. Probably going to get 20 laps out of it if they do get full 15 minutes in. There we can see Rob Wellham now on screen in the number 1 car. after that work done overnight to get the car ready after the bent valve he had yesterday. And he is now with Ben Huntley, number 96. Ben, less experienced in single-seater
Kaylee
racing.
Cole in the pits.
She is indeed. So that's from, I think, about 9th position she was. But Huntley, ex-Compact Cup racer. Wellham's only ever raced in cars in F1000. He is a few tenths quicker based on their best lap times in the race. 45.11 for Wellham, 45.53 for Huntley.
Real even Steven stuff out front. There's still that 0.5, 0.6 between the leaders. And you can see Murphy Aldridge there trying to get hooked into Higginson. Pollard still holding sway ahead of them in the ex-Ben Powney car, number 92.
Yep, and looking for his second podium of the season, second podium of the weekend as well. He was very pleased to be in this position already in this car, having switched from Formula V. Looks like Cole is heading back out into the race again.
And that's closer out front. That's for sure, that's closer. 44.89, an improvement for Gore on his previous best.
Wellham's now got ahead of Huntley and up into 7th position as well. And so he will try to make up about 4 seconds to catch Tom Westworth. But that's going to be a tall order in the remaining 5.5 minutes. Change for third because Higginson's gone through. And that must have happened probably up at Druids. Because certainly ahead by the time they got to Graham Hill Bend was Matthew Higginson, ahead of Craig Pollard now. Higginson was also on the podium yesterday as the leaders are in amongst the traffic now, lapping the number 95 car of David Tagg.
Yeah, much closer. First to second, it's down to 0.37, and it's another 44 for both leaders, in fact.
Here's Higginson, he's lapping Tagg now. Murphy Aldridge following him through. So Pollard has dropped back to 5th place now. So I wonder if he's got a little problem with the car because he has lost a couple of positions in the last lap, really. Keep an eye on that. He's dropping away from Aldridge as well. So possibly all not well with the Jedi and the Suzuki engine that powers it. So leader Tom Gadd is about to come through to complete lap 14, so probably 6 more laps to go in this race. There you can see Pollard's car on screen, and what lap times he doing that time? A high 45. He's been lapping in the low 45s, so he's lost about 6 tenths to Aldridge and Higginson that time.
And they're quite critical to set up. You do find that they do go away a little bit, or maybe come to you during the race, depending on your suspension setup and how they use those tyres.
Pollard, an accountant by qualification, company director from Suffolk. Dad and himself running the car. He had Graham Gant with him yesterday as well. There's Gore then in 2nd place. 0.55 seconds was the gap on the previous lap. I think it's roughly the same this time around. It is 0.48. It's come down a little bit actually. Another lap in the 44s for Dan Gore, 44.97. So he's lapping consistently at that kind of time, but it's still Gadd with the record. Oh no, it's not, because Higginson's just at 44.67. He has gone faster. We've now got 4 drivers in the 44s. Gadd, Gore, Higginson and Aldridge, but Higginson with a 44.67, the lap record by 2 tenths.
Oof. That's getting down towards that territory where Dan Gore was in qualifying yesterday. Bear in mind he did a 44.37, 98.01 miles an hour in quali. He's not made any ground this time, but Higginson, I think, is easing a little bit towards Dan Gore.
He was 3 tenths faster on the previous lap. This lap he is 2 tenths faster, so the gap between them is 1.1 seconds now, 2nd to 3rd.
With what, 3 or so minutes to go?
Yeah, it'll be 4 laps, including the one they're on, yeah. Higginson, there you can see on screen now, he is still pushing very hard as they head, well, he heads down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend.
Gore's made a better run of this time, and he's a little bit closer. They've got the Icelandic driver Gunnlaugur Jónasson up ahead of them in the ex-Matt Booth car, and I reckon that's down to about 4 tenths again between the leaders here. Yeah, where are they going to catch the Icelandic?
Yeah, that could be very important, couldn't it? Over the line that time, the gap is 0.39, very close to what Marcus thought it might be. And they are going to catch the Icelandic driver at Druids, I think, by the looks of it.
He stays wide. Nice job.
Yeah, he does. So Gad and Gore both get through unimpeded.
Much closer. We were talking yesterday about the previous Icelandic racer over here, Sverrir Thorodsson, who won a couple of Formula 3 races in the 60s. And I don't think Formula 3 is on the agenda for anyone these days unless they've got massively deep pockets.
No, so it is a little bit closer again between Gad and Gore. We'll see if Gore's got anything up his sleeve. He's only going to have 2 more laps to try and make a move. Gap is exactly the same as it was before. They both did 44.94s that time through. Still, Higginson with a record 44.67.
He'll be pleased with that.
He will, yeah. He'd be even more pleased if he won the race, I suspect, but he's on the podium as things stand. What of Craig Pollard? He has continued to fade away in 5th place, but he's still about 2.5 seconds clear of Tom Westworth. But he's been left standing now by Murphy Aldridge in 4th.
Rob Wellham still 3/10 away from 6th place. Tom Westworth.
Also underneath the lap record, the old lap record, Rob Wellham, 44.78. Second fastest of the laps we've had, I think, today. So good effort. Clearly the engine in good fettle.
0.53 again, first to second, and they're going up to the hairpin, the leaders.
For the last time now.
Yep, here they are. Tom Gadd, the Lincolnshire driver, out front.
Yeah, he was low-cost champion 4 years ago.
And that was a very, very good exit of Graham Hill Bend for Dan Gore in 2nd place. That's put him right in the slipstream of the leader.
Yeah, he's within, 3 car lengths as they head through clearways. There is the possibility of an attack.
Yeah, here he comes.
Not sure which way he's going to go. Up against the white line on the right-hand side of the circuit. Gore dives out of the slipstream, but not quite close enough to be able to do anything. 0.05 seconds in the end between Gadd and Gore. Gadd hanging on, although Gore did a 44.82 on the final lap. 3rd to Higginson, 4th to Aldridge, 5th to Pollard, 6th to Wellham, 7th to Westworth, 8th Ben Huntley, 9th over the line I think will be Adam Walker. He's yet to come through. And then I think 10th is going to be Chaz Hyton.
Well, another cracking race then for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship contenders. And it's going to go all the way to the wire again, isn't it?
I think so. Although Tom Gadd there, led by 5 points coming into this round, is going to extend his lead.
Here.
Yeah, David Tagg has just crept over the line there, hasn't he? Fortuitous that whatever's gone wrong has gone wrong right at the end of the race. Kaylee Cole, of course, had a pit stop, so she's going to be a lap down anyway in 16th place. But yeah, Tom Gadd will therefore extend his lead by another few points over Dan Gore. So the top 3 in the race, the same as the top 3 in the championship coming into this morning's race. Gadd, Gore and Higginson. And actually 4th and 5th, Aldridge and Pollard also 4th and 5th in the championship.
And Gunnlaugur Jónasson, the Icelandic driver, number 7, did a 46.81, which is a second quicker than he went in qualifying yesterday.
So he has learnt as the weekend has gone on, which is absolutely fantastic. So let's give you the results of that first race of the day, the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Tom Gadd, number 12, the race winner. Once again, the second time this weekend from, in 2nd place, number 80, Dan Gore, who won the first of the races yesterday. He was 0.05 seconds behind. 3rd to number 83, Matthew Higginson. 4th was 26, Murphy Aldridge. In 5th place, number 92, Craig Pollard. 6th went the way of number 1, that was Rob Wellham. And 7th, number 3, Tom Westworth. 8th, 96, Ben Huntley. 9th, 14, Adam Walker, and Chaz Hyton, number 17, rounded out the top 10. Ahead of David Williams, Sebastian Malcolm, William St James, and Gunnlaugur Jónasson. And just a couple of other competitors started the race. David Tagg crept over the line, and Kayles Cole finished a lap down and also had a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start. So that is the end of the F1000 action for this weekend. Not the end of the single-seater racing, though, because we'll have Formula V having their second race of the weekend coming up for you in a few races' time, actually, just before the lunch break. 2 races before then, we've got the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. Cars already heading out onto the circuit for that. And the Race Part 750 Formula Championship coming up as well. So we've got the cars there forming up on the grid for the next race. I say the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship race. They had a race yesterday in the second part of their double header this morning. We'll bring you details of the grid for that in just a moment. Still seeing if we can hear from our team in the pit lane, but failing that, we will bring you the details of the Clio race very shortly. So, a reminder, you can download the digital race programme on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. There's a banner there. Click on the link to the digital race programme. There's also access to the live timing there as well, should you want to avail yourself of that particular facility to see what's going on live. So let's head down to the pit lane now. Josh Barrett's going to be down there for us today.
So we're down here with a delighted race winner, Tom Gadd. Tom, yesterday it was hard to overtake. You didn't make the best start, but you managed to do that overtake, importantly.
Yeah, I knew I was going to struggle with starting on pole here. It's not an easy place to start. Everyone on the downhill gets a slight advantage, but I managed to at least get away from the line, and Dan got me on the start. I managed to get back in front of Craig relatively early, and again, it was just a case of got to make your moves early around here, because once everyone's tyres heat up, it all stays the same, and then that's why I sort of had to go around the outside of the paddock around Dan, because I knew if I didn't do it there, there's a probably strong chance we'll just end up in a train like we did in the first race yesterday.
Well done, championship leader as well. So well done to Tom Gadd, our winner. In second place was Dan Gore. Dan, you made a good start there, but couldn't quite keep Tom behind.
Yeah, we'd set the car out too quick at the end of the race, and yeah, I knew I'd have to hold him off. But it was a really good move, fair play to him. I thought I'd defend the inside, and he came sailing around the outside. Yeah, it's pretty nip and tuck on pace at the end, but couldn't quite.
Unfortunately, we've lost Dan Gore and Josh Barrett down in the pit lane there. But we will knock ahead to the next race of the day, therefore, which is going to be for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. So a 15-minute race ahead of us. Yesterday we had a win for Jason Pelosi, third different winner of the season in the Class B 197s from Ben Swift and Jack Dwayne. Here's how the grid shapes up for race 2 then. Pole position is number 53, Owain Rosser, and besides him, number 11, Jack Dwayne. Second row on the inside is 47, Ben Swift, and 77, Jason Pelosi. On the third row, it's going to be 56, Chris Lawrence. He's in the first of the older shape 182s. And next to him, 48, Charles Shelbourne. On row 4 of the grid is number 3, Jack Kingsbury, and Tim Bentley, who won both of the races at Silverstone and won Class A for the 182s yesterday, so 3 and 4 on row 4. On row 5, it's 38, Olivier Algieri, and 30, Darren Ransom. On the 6th row, 33, Nick Brady, and 21, David Walsh, although Nick Brady's car not there by the looks of things. On row 7, it's 23, Alex Burridge, and 85, Alex Kilby. The 8th row, number 9, Steve Gray, and number 10, Joshua North. The 9th row is 31, Chris Page, and 17, Sonny White. And a bit further back, we've got 65, Andy Bennett, and 19, Josh Southwell on row 10. Nick Harrison in 111, and Mark Witherington, number 18, although I think he's another driver that's missing from row 11. Lewis Richardson, number 7, and Paul Clark, number 82. Yep, he's also missing after rolling the car yesterday. And Ollie Wayne, number 86, on the 13th and final row of the grid, but he also missing after dramas in qualifying yesterday. So a few gaps on the grid for this K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. We've not yet had the cars released out onto their green flag lap because there is still the recovery going on. I can see Paddock Hill Bend of David Tagg's F1000 car from the previous race. So just a few moments before the green flag lap gets underway for these cars. That allows me to tell you the situation in the championship, updated after yesterday's race. Tim Bentley, it is that leads. He's on 76 points. He has had 3 wins out of 3 within Class A, and points are scored within the individual classes in the championship this season. 69 points for Ben Swift. He's in second place. He has had 1 win and 2 second places within Class B so far, but yet to have an overall win. Third on 68 points is Chris Lawrence. He's another of the Class A drivers. He has had he's had 3 second places within that class. 4th on 62 points, Jack Dwayne. 5th on 57 points is Owen Rosser, and 6th on 50 points is Alex Kilby. Same number of points as yesterday's overall race winner, Jason Pelosi, who became the 3rd different winner in Class B for the 197 200s during the course of this season so far. So the K-Tech Racing Clay Sport Championship, it's evolved from the 182 Championship with the addition of the 197 200 chassis for the first time last season, and it's a pretty even split between the 2 classes, and they're relatively evenly matched around any given circuit as well. They use standard engines with K-Tech control ECUs. There's control K-Tech Racing coilover suspension. They use Toyo 888 tyres for both classes, and there's a limit on the number of tyres that you can use during the season to help to reduce costs. Standard gearbox, disc brakes, and racing brake pads with a bolt-in roll cage for both classes as well. And they are now off on the green flag lap. Marcus, yesterday we saw a very interesting race. Jason Pelosi it was that came out on top, but it really was very tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right, from the restart, but he had Swift pretty close, and Dwayne was also right up there, wasn't he? So they are really well matched. It's good to see there's a good balance between the later model 197 cars and the earlier 182s. The 182s we saw, they're lighter, they're nimbler, they're very quick out of the blocks, that's for sure. So watch for the 2 guys who are really flying in those. Chris Lawrence in number 56, the yellow and blue kind of works Renault coloured car, and the guy who's done all the winning really, Tim Bentley, in his kind of bronzy red one. So it looks like more of the same. Very good field of cars. Loyal sponsor in K-Tech Racing, the Dorchester-based Renault tuning specialists who've been with this series since the beginning.
And an announcement for those at the circuit: if you're playing frisbee on South Bank, please don't do that. It was football yesterday, frisbee today. Not advisable to do that in proximity to a racetrack, so please stop.
There's never a race car called a football, but there is one called a frisbee in the States, a Can-Am car.
Well, there you go. Learn something every day. So, intriguing racing prospect for the K-Tech Racing Clay Sport Championship. Cars coming up to the grid now. 53 on pole position is Owen Rosser, and that's because he got the fastest lap yesterday, and he did a 56.95 lap record for these cars. 55.99 for Ryan Polly in the 182s, 56.15 for Andrew Harding in the 197s. That's the time to aspire to. We've got the green flag waved at the back of the grid. 5-second board has been shown already. Red lights are on, and a reasonably long hold before they go out, and a pretty even start between the 2 from the front row. Jack Dwayne getting his nose in front of Owen Rosser as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, but Rosser has the inside line, trying to go around the outside of him. It's a very good start from Tim Bentley there. He started on row 4 and is already up to 3rd position overall, and has taken the lead of the 182 class from his mate Chris Lawrence, who was ahead of him on the grid. He's still side by side with Ben Swift for 3rd position overall, and Swift just muscled him out.
Exactly, that's exactly how it worked, and he's been overtaken now by 77, isn't it, on the exit. Jason Pelosi getting himself back up ahead of Bentley. In fact, Bentley's been shuffled back to 6th in all this, but critically for him, he's still ahead of Chris Lawrence. There's a challenge for 2nd as they come back towards us, but out front it is Jack Dwayne who leads. 2nd and 3rd, Swift and Rosser side by side. Then it's Pelosi, then it's the number 3 car that's come up really well. That's Jack Kingsbury, and behind Kingsbury it's Bentley in the first of the smaller cars.
And Swift did make it through at Paddock Hill Bend up into 2nd position. Rosser trying to fight back, the driver from Essex. But he can't make it through. You've got then Jason Pelosi in 4th position, the winner from yesterday's race, looking to reprise that. Back in Clio's this season after racing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge last year. You can see the 182 of Tim Bentley, there's bronzy coloured cars in 6th position still, and he's got about 3 cars between himself and Chris Lawrence in the 2nd of the Class A machines. It's Jack Dwayne that has the lead then as they come towards the end of the 2nd lap. Jack has been a champion in the past in the 182s. In 2021, the overall champion, also won the 182 class last year, and switching to the 197s for the first time this season.
And Kingsbury looks a little bit feistier today, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yesterday he finished in 7th place, but he's up in that dark grey car. He's running 5th, and he's in a tight huddle with the red car of Rosser and the white car of yesterday's winner Pelosi. There's Bentley in the first of his class, the Class A cars. Number 4, Tim Bentley. In the background you see the yellow car, that's Bentley's rival, Chris Lawrence, who had Alex Burridge not far behind him.
Yep, and 3 Class B cars between the 2 of them. There is Lawrence in the 56 car then, making his way through. The 33-year-old from Grimsby, a mechanic. Bentley out in front in that number 4 car, having had a double win overall, not just in the class at Silverstone. He's losing touch really with the cars above, including Jack Kingsbury just ahead of him on the road. Kingsbury still behind Pelosi, but trying to change that. Kingsbury, the 28-year-old technician from Hartford, started racing 6 years ago. He's only raced in Clio's in the K-Tech Championship. His car prepared by his dad, Ricky. And Jack also involved in the building of the car during the off-season. So he's behind yesterday's winner, Jason Pelosi.
Olivier Algieri moving up a rung last time through, the 38 car into 11th place. But there's nothing much between the times in the chase pack. High 56s first and second, the rest of them in the 57s. Now, challenge here mounted by Ben Swift, who dives down the inside, then looks to the outside, decides to follow Jack Dwayne through Paddock Hill Bend. Dwayne gets a bit of a better exit, I sense from there, but up the hill, just making sure that his attention is also focused on his mirrors. Swift looked one side then the other. There's, and one off, that's 38. Algieri.
Yep, just as you were saying, he was on the move. He's come to a halt, I'm afraid, I think over there, at McLaren. So yellow flags at the part of the circuit they're approaching now. Some dust go up at Paddock Hill Bend, but I think that's having driven all the way through the gravel trap. You could see Algieri's car on the grass there. Best lap of the race, Ben Swift, by the way, 56.61 on the previous lap, and that's about 3/10 quicker than yesterday's best lap of the race, which was set by Owen Ross. So the cooler conditions possibly playing into the heads of these cars as well. Safety car is going to be
out
there
it
on
goes,
circuit, though.
And it's a Renault as well. It's a McGann going out at the back.
Yeah, that leaves the back exit from the inner paddock here, so it picks the cars up halfway around the lap unusually, but that's always been thought of as the best way of doing things here at Brands Hatch, and that will be to allow the recovery of Algieri's car, which is 10 yards off the circuit at McLaren. So 9.5 minutes of the race still to go. It will probably have a couple of laps behind the safety car. Already the recovery truck is on the way to the scene, and hopefully it won't take too long to collect that, and we'll still get another 4 laps or something of racing before the end.
It's going to compress the field.
Certainly will. Good to see Lewis Richardson out there today. He was a retirement from yesterday's race, the 18-year-old from Milton Keynes. He's running in 19th position at the moment.
It's good to see a new generation of drivers coming through. Quite a few teenagers and youngsters in their 20s having a go.
That's right, which is good to see. Always important for clubs like the 750 Motors Club to inject new blood to their membership as well, and focus on young drivers and other drivers from other backgrounds as well. Always keen to see more female participation in particular, as we have seen in some of the races this weekend. But always good to get more people from different backgrounds involved as well. So safety car out then, with 6.5 minutes to go in this K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship race. Jack Dwayne leading by now 3/4 of a second, but obviously we're behind the safety car. So see there the 17 car of Sonny White on screen briefly.
I can't tell whether the Algeri car is being winched off the grass or making its own way back.
Yes, it is being winched
Yes,
off. As you
on a strap.
can see. Now what are they going to do with it is the question.
24 productions.
Just talking about teenagers, we saw Sonny White on screen there in the number 17 car. He is actually 17 years of age as well. And started racing last year. So a newcomer to racing.
How many other Sonnies can you think of in racing? Sonny Raja, the Malaysian who raced the ex-Ronnie Peterson March in Formula Atlantic in 1973-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Springs to mind.
Yes. So it's going to be at least one more lap behind the safety car. Try and work out what's happening with Algeria's car now. See if we can figure out what's happening with that. The recovery truck is now moving ahead of it.
They're going to put the strap on the front now.
Yeah, to bring it
back.
Put it round to the pit lane, I would think. So a little bit involved, this recovery operation. And not straightforward with the car on grass, which I presume is still relatively soft after a wet couple of months. Which doesn't help the recovery, of course.
Well, the truck is about to get underway. Yes, there it goes.
So with a bit of luck, we might be able to go racing again at the end of this lap.
Yeah, with a fair wind, that'll be the end of lap 8, and we'll probably be on about 10 minutes by then, won't we?
Yep, so that'll be 5 minutes and therefore probably 6 laps of racing that we'll get out of this, which is better than it might have been. We had 5 laps before the safety car, and we'll get probably 5 or 6 afterwards as well.
Yeah, yesterday's race was restarted.
That's right.
But this one, there's just a rolling roadblock, so to speak.
Safety car has made its escape, so it's now with Jack Dwayne to control the pace. He's still weaving around a little bit, keeping some heat in the Toyo tyres. And at some point he will decide to make the break. The first 3 have got a bit of a gap back to the rest of the group. There we go. I think Dwayne is now gone. And the others follow. They were reasonably alert to Dwayne getting his clog down. And so the gap probably will be similar to what it was as the safety car was brought out. So over the line they go. Half a second the gap between Dwayne and Swift. Rosser third, Pelosi fourth, Jack Kingsbury fifth, and then Tim Bentley leading Class A in 6th position.
Different dynamic for a lap or so while the tyres come back up to temperature. And so Dwayne, that is out front by about 3 car lengths over Swift and Rosser. Pelosi fourth, Kingsbury fifth, then class leader Bentley, who's gunning for 4 from 4, isn't he, in that class.
There was one locked up on the way to Druids that time. It was the 23 car of Alex Burridge, so he's lost a bit of ground to Chris Lawrence now, and the fight for second within Class A. Still being led by Tim Bentley, of course. There's Lawrence, you could just see going through on the screen, behind the 21 car of David Walsh. There are the 2 leaders. Half a second was the gap. 3/10 of a second is now the gap, with Ben Swift doing a 56.54, new fastest in the lap of the race very briefly, because then Jason Pelosi has gone quicker with a 56.51. So interesting that very quickly after the restart they've all gone quicker, nearly all of them doing personal best laps on that last lap.
Yeah, Darren Ransom's come up into 8th place in car number 30 ahead of David Walsh in 21.
There's the leaders over the line, over the curb, I should say. And now heading into Surtees. The top two getting away here from Owen Rosser again in third place, Jason Pelosi fourth, and Jack Kingsbury fifth. Black and white driving standards, like you can see, for car 53. That is Rosser. Leaders pretty close, Marcus, as they head onto the start and finish straight this time.
Yes, they are. And coming up the outside is the yellow car of Ben Swift. They cross the line, and Swift dives down from the outside to the in, then jiggles around under braking. Rosser's there still with Pelosi and Kingsbury, who hops the curbs on the inside of paddock, filling his mirrors. But up at the hairpin, and will Ben Swift be able to get a bit of a cutback? No. Nice looking cars, aren't they? They do look really smart.
Yeah.
Well turned out.
They do, and if things stay this way for the next 2.5 minutes or so, we're on course for a fourth different winner in 4 races in the 197 class. So that's really healthy to see that degree of competition.
That really helps Tim Bentley overall, though, doesn't it?
It does, because it looks like he's going to make it 4 from 4 in Class A. Perhaps doesn't have quite the depth of competition that there is in Class B this season, so it will help Bentley. Coming up and over the line again, 2.25 minutes to go, so they get 3 more laps out of this. And the gap, again, just about a third of a second between Dwayne and Swift.
Yeah, Pelosi's been quite defensive. Yesterday's winner.
Yeah, he's in 4th position as we're watching a bit further back. The 56 car come through. That's Chris Lawrence, the second car within Class A, in 10th place overall. He's got a reasonably healthy advantage to the next Class A car, which is now Steve Gray.
He's just driven off the circuit on the exit of the hairpin. Used a loss of curb there, which didn't quite work out.
And there's Bentley, who leads Class A. He's in a bit of no man's land really now, Tim Bentley, because he's getting away from the next group of Charles Shelbourne, but he's about 3 seconds behind Kingsbury as well. Leaders are back towards the end of the lap. They'll have 2 more laps to go. There they go. The gap's gone out a bit between Dwayne and Swift to just about half a second now. No change in the order amongst the first 5 though. Up towards Druids, the hairpin they go, and it's Dwayne, number 11 from Lincolnshire, ahead of Ben Swift, number 47, in second place. Another Lincolnshire driver, actually, based in Skegness. And then in third, it's Rosser, the Essex driver, trying to keep Pelosi and Jack Kingsbury at bay. Not sure that Ben Swift's got anything up his sleeve here, Marcus, to try and make a move on the last lap.
I think it's only his arm, that's it. But nothing much that's going to alter the destiny of this race, I don't think, because Jack Dwayne looks to have a good margin. It's 44 hundredths and not far behind Swift. In second place is Owen Rosser in the red car. It's almost equidistant there, and Swift using a lot of road coming out of that corner. He's not quite close enough to challenge, but there's Pelosi, who's on Rosser's back bumper in the drive deranged car.
Dwayne then looking set for his first victory in the 197s, having had many of them in the 182s. Heads on to the Cooper Straight for the 14th time in this race. And a few laps behind the safety car, of course, but I think we've had 11 racing laps. And he's going to turn his way out of Clearways towards Clark Curve, on to the Brabham Straight for the final time. Checkered flag is going to be waiting for him, and Jack Dwayne is going to win round 4 of the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship from Ben Swift in second place, Owen Rosser third, although I now see that he has a 5-second penalty, and I suspect that's for exceeding track limits. He did get warned about that earlier on. Jason Pelosi fourth, Jack Kingsbury fifth, but that penalty for Ross is going to drop him back to, I think, 6th position, because Tim Bentley will also be promoted as well. Tim Bentley winning Class A in 6th position overall.
Perfect score for him then so far.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 wins from 4. Chris Lawrence second, Steve Gray third within that class. But yeah, Owen Rosser's 5-second penalty will cost him a good few points there. Let's take a look at the results of that race then. It was a win for number 11, Jack Dwayne, at the end of 14 laps. 47 hundredths clear he was over Ben Swift. the gap went up and down a little bit during the race, but it was always less than a second. Third on the screen there is Owen Rosser, but he will drop back to 6th once that 5-second penalty has been added to his time. 4th to number 77, Jason Pelosi. 5th to number 3, Jack Kingsbury. 6th to number 4, Tim Bentley. He wins Class A for the 4th time this season. Then Charles Shelbourne, 7th number 48. 8th to number 30, Darren Ransom. 9th to 21, David Walsh. And then we get to 2nd in Class A. 10th overall, 56, Chris Lawrence. From 9, Steve Gray. Alex Kilby, Alex Burridge and Chris Page were next up. And working our way through, we also had Andy Bennett, Josh North, Sonny White, Lewis Richardson and Josh Southwell making it to the end with Olivier Algieri, the only driver that did not. So an entertaining couple of races for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. Let's head down to the pit lane now and hear from Josh Barrett and the drivers.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, we're down here after that K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship with our race winner, Jack Dwayne, the 4th different winner in the 197s that we've had this season, as Ian was describing. As you can see there, he and Ben Swift are going to congratulate each other after another close fought battle. It was opposite way round in the earlier race, so we'll let Jack take his helmet off and then we'll grab a word with our race winner from the 2nd of the Clio races this weekend. Well done, Jack. That was sort of the opposite way around to yesterday, wasn't it? You were chasing Ben this time. It was his turn to chase you.
We've pretty much got the same pace. So round here, there's not really anywhere to overtake, as everybody knows. But I started getting an ABS fault into the hairpin, so I was locking the front wheels. And he's not an idiot. He could work that out. You can tell when someone's got a problem in front of you. So I thought I need to sort of do this as slow as I can into the hairpin and then try and drag him out of the straights, because I've got a slightly newer tyre on than Ben had. So yeah, I'm really pleased with that. I haven't had an outright win for a long time now, so I've still got it.
And we now had 4 different winners in the 197s this year, so it's mighty competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. The times, I mean, you look at the Silverstone times, the Brands Hatch times, and the drivers that are in it, there's a lot of talent in this category, me not being the thick end of it all the time. So yeah, some good guys in it. It'll be a good series when it keeps taking off.
Well done. Let's have a quick word with Ben, who's going this way. Ben, can I have a quick word with you? 2nd place, a great battle again with Jack.
Yeah, another good one with Jack. Yeah, I think there was a bit better yesterday, starting on pole, obviously. So it's not the right side of the grid, we don't think. But we got a much better launch off number 3, but just couldn't have any answer for him. I think he had new rubber on for that one as well, so there wasn't too much we could do. But yeah, really good race. Really enjoyed it as usual.
Yeah, thanks very much. So we're on to our next race already with the PD Extinguishers MR2 Championship.
Yes, and straight into racing for the MR2s, no green flag lap, so we'll very quickly run you through the grid for this one. It's going to be Sean Traynor, number 27, that lines up on pole position once again. A very experienced driver, multiple champion in this category. And besides him on the front of the grid today is number 71, Graham Mailings. On the 2nd row on the inside, you've got number 99, Billy Boggis, in the first of the Mark II cars. Next to him is number 84, Neil Stratton. Row 3 on the inside is number 21, Daniel Sylvester, another Mark II, similar shape of car for number 9, Tim Heron, next to him. On the 4th row on the inside it's 69, Carl Johnston, from number 11, Adam Lockwood. Carl Johnston leading the championship coming into this weekend. Row 5 is 4 and 78, Peter Higton and Jim New. On the 6th row it's 2 and 12, which is Darren Aldworth and Andrew Ruthven. Row 7, 65 and 17, Vera Aldridge and Maxime Nichols. Row 8 is 37 and 88, Christopher Allison and Sergei Bilev. I need to fall over that. Bilayev. Row 9 is 51, Andrew Strange, and 55, Vladislav Sinani. Further back, row 10, Andrew Williams and Patrick Stoner, Simon Quill and Nick Lear, and Martin Collins, the only Mark I car on the back of the grid. So we are about to go racing then. The 5-second board is ready to be shown. And 15 minutes of action ahead of us for the Toyota MR2 Championship. Red lights are on and they go out. Away they go. Not a good start from Billy Boggis on the 2nd row of the grid, but the 2 roadsters from the front row get away quite nicely. Sean Traynor ahead of Graham Mailings. It's Neil Stratton into 3rd place. Tim Heron is the best of the Mark II cars at the moment in the blue machine. He's got ahead of Daniel Sylvester there. Billy Boggis having dropped from 3rd back to 6th, and Heron has gone straight on, brakes locked up, and he's into the gravel trap at Druids. Didn't really see how all of that started, but possibly he just locked up all on his own, and Tim Heron, who was leading in the Mark IIs, has gone off into the gravel trap. Leaders, though, filtering their way along the Cooper Straight. It is Sean Traynor leading from Graham Mailings in second place, and Neil Stratton in third position, with Daniel Sylvester now up to fourth place, I can see, as they make their way through Clearways and Clark Curve, and they are going to be confronted by the safety car, Marcus.
Oh dear. Well, it was perhaps likely that there will be a schmozzle at Druids in the first lap with these very, very tightly bunched cars, but that was a real shame that the leader of the Mark II section went careering off into the gravel, but we will see how long it takes to recover him. Very quickly into action was the safety car. Sean Traynor, who I've lost count of the number of MR2 races I've seen Sean Traynor win, always in the number 27 car, whichever flavour it's been over the years, leading Graham Mailings. Neil Stratton, Daniel Sylvester, who was in good form yesterday, wasn't he? Daniel doubling up this weekend.
Yeah, out in hot hatch yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, and then Adam Lockwood and Carl Johnson, in the top six. Billy Boggis, who say made that bad start in '99, dropped back into seventh place. But it's Tim Heron who's in trouble.
Yeah, Sean Traynor, well, I'm not sure how many wins he's had, but he's had 4 championship titles in 2015, and then 3 back-to-back in 17, 18 and 19. Aaron Cook winning the championship for the last 3 years, but he's gone off to race other things. He was here at Brands Hatch last weekend, actually, on the Grand Prix circuit, racing in Korea in the Keep races there, supporting the Fanatec World GTs. But 3 times the champion he has been. But Sean Traynor coming into this weekend, only third in the points behind Carl Johnston and Adam Lockwood. Sean Traynor won both of the races at Donington Park, but Carl Johnston, in his first season of racing, the number 69 car, the driver from Armagh in Northern Ireland, he as I say, won both of the races at Silverstone, which wasn't a particularly successful meeting for Sean Traynor. Did get 1/3 place out of it, but that was about it.
Really unusual for Sean to be kind of off the podium on a regular basis.
Yeah, had an off, I think, down at Beckett's in one of the races at Silverstone, which set him back somewhat. But still a long way to go, because it's a 16-round season. We've only had 4 races so far. They'll go to Mallory Park next month, then Snetterton, Silverstone International, Anglesey and Alton Park to complete the season in October. So a quarter of the way through, and plenty of time for drivers to get back on terms. And as we say, Carl Johnston didn't qualify so well today. Tim Heron's got himself out of the gravel track, you see, and he's now catching the rest of the pack up, I think. So presumably that means that the safety car is going to go in this time.
But he is a lap behind the field, because he's just finished his first lap, and so Heron just playing catch up. He's going to be going for fastest lap, isn't he, in his class? That's all he can hope for, really.
I think hopefully his brakes are working effectively, because I didn't seem that hot on the way into Druids that time. Anyway, safety car pulls in. Sean Traynor's going to lead them over the line with nearly 11 minutes of the race left to go. So it's Traynor, Lockwood, Stratton and Sylvester, the top 4, as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the 4th time in this race, the 2nd time under racing conditions. And Stratton in the yellow car sort of pulls out, tries to go around the outside of Graham Mailings at Druids there. It's not going to work, going all the way around the outside at the hairpin, so Mailings holds on to 2nd place at the moment.
Yeah, with the Mark II car of Daniel Sylvester, number 21, in 4th place. Green flags still fluttering to say all is clear. Traynor just stretching a few lengths over Graham Mailings. Mailings started in the Mark II, didn't he? And then moved over to the Roadsters, as so many have over the years.
6th in the championship, Mailings. Had a podium at Donington in the opening round of the season. Stratton there in 3rd place. Sylvester 4th, Lockwood 5th, Billy Boggis 6th. He's got a place back. He's got ahead of Carl Johnston on that lap, the championship leader. Jim New 8th, Andrew Ruffin 9th and Peter Higton 10th. There is 21 car of Daniel Sylvester. Rogue Motorsport prepared car. Rogue, who always been a large team preparing cars in this championship. But Trainer now is stretching his legs away from Graham Mailings. It was 0.52 at the beginning of the lap. It looks like it might be getting on for double that now as they come through to complete lap 5. So Trainer making his escape.
Yeah, he must have most of a second now over Graham Mailings in 71. 84 Stratton is third in the Yoo-Hoo car, the Yoo-Hoo glue-coloured machine. Then the Rogue Mark II, Sylvester.
And we're on board on screen now for the live stream with Maxine Nichols, number 17. She's running in 13th place, so right in the middle of the field there. Heading away through Paddock Hill Bend, chasing after Christopher Allison in the ex-Paul Cutt car. But we're back with the leading bunch, or the second, third and fourth place bunch anyway. Daniel Sylvester at the back of that group. I was looking to see if Adam Lockwood was getting any closer, but not based on the evidence of the last lap time. He was 3/10 slower than Sylvester on the last lap. Sean Trainer's done the best lap of the race, 57.01, a couple of tenths outside the lap record for the class. Back on board with Maxine. You can see her heading through McLaren now to Clearways. Yep, that Mark II of Christopher Allison ahead of her. And a relatively clear track before you get to Darren Aldworth. About 4 more seconds up the road.
It's interesting, isn't it? The Class C record, 56.83, and the Class Bs, the old 2-litre cars, are 2 tenths quicker.
They are indeed. We are on board now with another of the Rogue Motorsport cars. Heading down through Paddock Hill Bend. It is the Carl Johnston car, I think, that we were on board with there, number 69, the championship leader. He's heading up towards Surtees. There you can see the battle for 9th, 10th and 11th. Andrew Ruffin, Peter Higton down on with Higton in the Mark III Roadster, sandwiched in between the two bigger and heavier Mark IIs. Second and third over the line once again to complete their 7th lap. That's Mailings and Stratton. They're now 1.63 seconds adrift of Sean Trainer. Mailings going a little bit too wide there over the concrete at Paddock Hill Bend. That brings Stratton into things, and Dan Sylvester as well a little bit. And on the last lap, Lockwood did take a couple of tenths out of Sylvester as well in his closing.
We're on board with Sylvester, aren't we?
We are indeed, yeah.
Got Stratton ahead of him in the yellow car.
Yep, indeed, as they head up to Surtees.
Kind of pogos through Surtees.
And they've got some lappery to do. That's Martin Collins in the only Mark I on the grid this weekend.
That might actually help Sylvester there, because the others were bottled up a little bit. Sylvester had a bit of time to just alter his line.
Yep, he certainly did. But Lockwood now with them as well, you can see. So it's really one in the lead, now 4 cars for second place, because Lockwood has caught them. He's got Billy Boggis behind him in the Mark II, who made that dreadful start and lost ground within the Mark II Class 2, Sylvester, and briefly Tim Heron as well. But second, third, fourth, pretty close here through Graham Hill Bend. Respecting the track limits there. Back on board we go with Sylvester. He's losing a bit of ground, isn't he, along the Cooper Straight there?
Yeah, but he's pretty good through here, and he's always having to fight it, but you see how smooth he is most of the time. Then he has to make that corrective lock. The sun's come out, that's nice. Over
the line they will come in a moment. Then 2.4 seconds now of the lead for Sean Trainer, so he is getting away. He's making amends for his Silverstone disappointment 3 weeks ago, clearly.
And there's 2 pairs behind them now, very much with Mailings and Stratton and Sylvester and Lockwood, and they're being caught now by Billy Boggis in the bright blue car.
Yeah, he took 3 tenths out of Lockwood on the previous lap, so he's getting involved as well. He's about 2 seconds clear of Carl Johnston in the 69 car. Championship leader not having the happiest of weekends. He'll be losing ground to Sean Traynor today. There's Boggis in the 99 car. BB Developments.
There's something hanging underneath it, a strap of some description.
There is, isn't there?
But it's just a bit of loose stuff. It's not, I don't think it's anything critical.
No, hopefully no need for the scrutineers to take an interest. 4 minutes of the race to go. Traynor continuing to lead. He's done the best lap of the race as well, 57.01. Not had anyone break the 57-second barrier yet. But here's Lockwood now with Billy Boggis right with him. They're in different classes, but points are scored in sort of two separate tables. There's an overall position based on overall finishing positions, but there's also separate points for Class A and Class B.
It's a bit like
and Class
NASCAR.
C. Yeah.
If you've led 400 of the 500 laps, you get extra points.
So we've got on board with Sylvester again as he's heading onto the Bradham Straight in a moment, past the pit lane entrance there. And he is a few car lengths behind Stratton here. He's probably more preoccupied with Lockwood in his mirrors now.
Yep, Boggis has caught the other two. He's not quite close enough to have a go into paddock.
Carl Johnston's just in his best lap of the race, 57.18. He's trying to get himself on terms with the cars ahead, but I think it might be a vain pursuit because there's less than 3 minutes to go now. And he is still 2 seconds behind Boggis, for example. Mailings and Stratton still disputing second place. As they make their way through clearways. G&T Motorsport, the T for Graham's son Tom, who we sometimes see competing as well. Good run through clearways that time. 4-0 Stratton. He's a bit closer to Mailings than he has been, I think. He's pulling across to the left-hand side of the circuit. Mailings wise to that. And cuts off that particular line of attack. But it is now 5 cars together. Second place. Mailings a little bit too wide, I think, there at paddock. And starting to bring Sylvester back into it as well.
Yeah, that's right, but he's have to be quite defensive there because Lockwood in that slightly nimbler, not quite as powerful, but slightly nimbler roadster was all over him coming out of paddock.
Back onto the Cooper Straight for the 13th time in this race. Obviously, we did have that early safety car period, so we're not going to get as many laps as we might have otherwise done in this 15-minute race. It's the 84 car of Stratton, a different line to Mailings through Clearways and Clark Curve that time.
It's the pursuing quintet. No change in the order. Mailings, Stratton, Sylvester, Lockwood and Boggis.
Trainer's now 4 seconds clear, by the way, of the rest of them. And it's side by side here, Stratton around the outside of Mailings. He goes very wide indeed, and that's going to allow Sylvester through, I think. Yep, it does. Sylvester's gone up to third place there. Possibly an ill-advised attempt there from Stratton, who might come back on Sylvester, who's very wide at Graham Hill Bend. Yep, he's back through on the inside, as you can see on the onboard. Stratton goes back through.
And Lockwood's gone with him.
He has, yes. So Sylvester briefly up to third position, now back down to fifth place.
Yeah, having to work hard to hold on to his class lead now because the resurgent Billy Boggis is there too.
Last lap board has just gone out to Sean Traynor with about 15 seconds left on the clock at the time. And because of what happened on the previous lap, it's a bit more spread out for second, third, fourth and fifth. There's a back marker that they're lapping as they go through Paddock Hill Bend. But I don't think it's quite as intense as it was. You have got this possibility now of Boggis attacking Sylvester for the Class B victory, though. They are together as we watch Sean Traynor, who doesn't have a matching set of wheels on his car, I've just noticed. He's making his way through.
This is interesting.
Yeah, they're lapping Martin Collins in the Mark 1, second, third, fourth and fifth. Mailings has got through, Stratton has followed, so too has Lockwood, and just squeezing through as well is Dan Sylvester, but Boggis is now going to go up on the inside of Sylvester into Clearways, the two of them overlapping for the Class B lead there. Meanwhile, Sean Traynor is going to come up and across the line to take his third victory of the season in the PD Exhausts Toyota MR2 Championship, but for the Class B victory, it's changed on the line, and Boggis has got it by half a car length from Daniel Sylvester. A good run through the last couple of corners there for Billy Boggis to take 5th place overall in car 99. He finished 300ths of a second clear of Daniel Sylvester in the end, who'd been, after the second corner, leading in Class B all the way through that race. So it's Traynor the winner from Mailing, Stratton, Lockwood, Boggis, Sylvester, Johnson 7th, and Mew, Higton, Ruthven rounding out the top 10, Marcus.
Sylvester was fine while he had Lockwood as a buffer to Boggis, but once that had all changed, a lap or so from home, it all changed the complexion of the race, didn't it?
It certainly did. So Sean Traynor winning by 6 seconds, pretty dominant in the end, and helped by everybody else fighting with each other, really. Just think what happened to Tim Howard. Of course, he was a lap down, but he did a 57.47. Did he lap faster than Boggis and Sylvester? No, he didn't, actually. Boggis did a 57.10. So Heron will be a bit further up the grid than that, because the grid for the second race based on the fastest lap of that one, but it will be Sean Traynor on pole. Let's have a look at the results from the race we've just seen then. Sean Traynor, the winner after 15 laps of racing in the PD Extinguishers Toyota MR2 Championship. Second to number 71, Graham Mailings. Then third was 84, Neil Stratton. Fourth, number 11, Adam Lockwood. Fifth, number 99, Billy Boggis, snatching the Class B victory right at the end from number 21, Daniel Sylvester, who was sixth. Seventh was number 69, Carl Johnston. Eighth, number 78, Jim Mew. Then ninth, Pete Higton, number 4, and rounding out the top 10 was 82, Andrew Ruthven. Head of Darren Aldworth, Christopher Allison, Maxie Nichols, and Veer Aldridge. Then it was Andy Williams in 15th place, Sergei Wyleyev in 16th, Vladislav Sinani in 17th in 55, then Andrew Strange, Simon Quinn, Patrick Stoner, Nick Lear and Tim Heron, with Martin Collins a couple of laps down in the only Mark 1 in the race. So we can head down to the pit lane now. Josh Barrett is there.
So we're down here after the first of 2 MR2 Championship races for the day, and Sean Traynor a win. That was better than Silverstone, wasn't it?
Oh yeah. I had some breaks here. With Silverstone, we lost the brakes, so
Not ideal.
No, it wasn't the best. It wasn't the best race. We qualified well, but it just went. But I had my fingers crossed that pole qualifying wasn't going to mess me up for this. But I got away and they were battling behind, and I was just watching in the rear view mirror really to see what they were up to. But I think Graham was keeping them all in check, so it left me just to sort of be able to drive me laps. So yeah, good race.
Bit of a different complex to Championship this year, with quite a lot more of these Mark III roadsters,
yeah.
And I guess that changes things a little bit.
Yeah, it's making it good for the Mark II drivers, because there's some new drivers that are getting into the trophies there. So I think that's good for them. But the Mark III, I think they're sort of seeing it as the car to go to them. And I still believe the Mark II's probably quick around here. Yeah. But you just got to have it set right, I think.
A good day for you.
Yeah, good. Well, so far, we're not talking too soon, Josh.
Well done, Sean. So let's head up to the second place car of Graham Mailings. Graham, second place there for you, but you had plenty of a battle going on there.
Yeah, Neil was pressurising me, so after halfway I knew that I wasn't going to make any head ground on Sean, so it was a case of defending from Neil. Tyres are gone again, but pretty usual way we drive it in the first half, so yeah, really good.
Around here, is it easy to defend in these cars, or not particularly easy?
I don't know who's the cars, I think it's the circuit.
Yeah.
Ask Neil, because I always spent the latter half of the race blocking, so yeah, just good.
Well done on second place. Let's have a third place there for you. Neil, pleased with that one?
Really happy, yeah. Got third at the last race and third again here. Absolutely over the moon, yeah.
And what's your sort of opinion around here? How easy is it to overtake in these cars for this circuit?
It's not easy. If you get a run on someone, you can get it down the inside, but it's quite easy to defend, which is what Graham was doing. Yeah. You get a bit of the run on there, and he just defends the inside, and it makes it tricky. And you're not going to pull a fast one on Graham at the best of times. So.
I think there was one moment where you had a go, and then everybody else tried to pass you.
Yeah, so that was into George. I thought, I'll give it a go. People always say you just need to descend it. Yeah. So I did, and I lost the back end around the outside, but then Dan got past me, but then he ran a little bit wide into Graham Hill, so I managed to get down the inside and then get the place back. So.
But for you, this is good this year, isn't it? Up onto the podium.
Really happy, yes. Absolutely over the moon, yes.
Well done and good luck later on.
Cheers, thank you very much.
So there's our top 3 from the MR2 Championship. One more race to go before lunch, which is for the Martins Group Formula V Championship.
Yep, so we're ready for the final single-seater action of the weekend, the Martins Group Formula V Championship. Let's have a look at the grid for this one, set by the second fastest times in qualifying yesterday. So a bit of a different look to it. On pole position, it's number 99, Craig Bell in the AHS Dominator, and beside him is the stalwart of number 4, Tim Probert. Second row on the inside is 33, Matt Harbert, also in a Dominator, and 44, Martin Farmer, yesterday's winner on his comeback to racing after 2.5 years in the GAC. Row 3 has 18, Elliot Mason, a winner at Donington Park. Next to him is number 88, Francis Twyman. On row 4 of the grid, it's 61, Peter Belsey, whose car broke yesterday, but is back out today, and 51, Matthew Hyde. On the 5th row, it's 11, Ben Cressy, and 41, Andrew Cooper. 6th row should be 16, James Madden, and 3, Vaughan Jones, but we may not see James Madden, who had an off in yesterday's qualifying session. 4 Tuller, number 13 on the inside of row 7, besides 26, Andrew Hayden. Philip Waterhouse in 66 on the inside of row 8, next to 47, Matthew Topham. James Huckle, 42, and Sam Engineer, number 28, are on the 9th row of the grid. On the 10th row, number 19, Emil Kostadinov, and number 31, Martin Snary. Simon Foley in 32, and Archie Mason 34 on the 11th row. 22, John Cressy, and 43, John Botner on row 12 of the grid, with Adam Braggs on final row number 70. So that's the way the grid is going to line up for a 15-minute race for the Martins Group Formula V Championship. And yesterday it was a win for Martin Farmer, but only by 1/10 of a second in the end from Craig Bell, and Elliot Mason took 3rd. And as I say, Martin Farmer, first time he'd raced for 2.5 years and hadn't raced regularly for a while before that, so it was good for him, Marcus Pye, to get a win after a bit of a layoff.
Yeah, you don't forget how to ride a bicycle, do you? I mean, you just come back to it, and he always was a top driver, and he's proved it yet again. Just straight back into, got in there running, and he's got a little bit of work today, but I think that he's equal to that opportunity, shall we say.
Absolutely. Had a bit of a drama in testing with a gearbox issue, clutch issue in qualifying, which has kept his dad, Jazzy Jeff, busy getting the car ready. They actually used the gearbox from James Madden's car to get him out in qualifying in the race yesterday. And Martin supported by his young son Elijah this weekend. He will be cheered on, no doubt, to progress from 4th on the grid. But it's Craig Bell who's had a strong start to the season so far. He's second in the championship, 4 points behind Vaughan Jones coming into this race. He lines up on pole. Vaughan Jones, the championship leader. Elliot Mason, 3rd in the championship, coming into this race as the red lights go on. And out they go. And it's a pretty good start by Tim Probert from the outside of the front row of the grid. Martin Farmer too has got away well. He's slotted it through into 2nd place there. So Craig Bell has gone down to 3rd position. Looks like Matt Harbert is there in 4th in the Dominator as they climb now up towards Druids for the first time in this race. It is still the red car of Probert that's ahead. It looks like Elliot Mason now has slotted into 3rd place in the Shane. He's got himself ahead of Craig Bell as well. Bell down to 4th place. He might lose that as well to Matt Harbert. And I think it's possibly Matthew Hyde, who's also well up there in about 6th position.
Yeah, Probert's going away. He threw it away, didn't he, with a spin yesterday. Had a big spin at Paddock Hill Bend, did Tim Probert. But he's got a lead of 7 or 8 lengths at the moment towards the end of this first lap. Farmer in 2nd place. 3rd is Elliot Mason. 4th is Bell. Then it's Harbert and Hyde, as you say, side by side. Hyde going around the outside of Harbert at Paddock.
Yeah, indeed, the teenager from Essex up to 5th place then. Harbert then almost losing a position to Vaughan Jones. They're the Abergavenny driver who leads the championship, 3rd in the championship last year. But Vaughan Jones still in 7th place for the moment. So it's Probert leading, Farmer second, and Mason third. Mason in the Shane. Well, he's in one of the Class B cars, which run to a slightly more basic specification effectively, but they're still very competitive, as we've seen in previous seasons as well, with the likes of James Harridge. But Mason here getting a really good run on Martin Farmer. He's very wide there through clearway towards Clark Curve. He's going to switch to the inside line, but Farmer's going to cut that one off, and now he's going to attack Tim Probert for the lead of the race. They're going to go wheel to wheel into Paddock Hill Bend, and can Farmer get it done? Yes, he can. Martin Farmer goes through to take the lead of the race at the start of lap 3. Probert down to second, Mason third, and Matthew Hyde is going to go up to fourth place as well at the expense of Craig Bell.
May even get third out of this, but he's squeezing through, on the inside. Hyde there. That's very, very close between these three.
Certainly is. It's allowing Farmer to make his escape, though, isn't it? Mason to second, Hyde to third. Probert was leading at the start of the lap, now back down to fourth position. Craig Bell fifth, and Tim Probert, Matt Harbert, should say, sixth position. This is a proper Formula V race.
It's a very good one, isn't it? And that was well done by Tim Probert for just giving Martin Farmer just enough room into paddock to make it happen last time through.
That's right. So up and over the line they come, and now Matthew Hyde, who's having a really good run here, is up into second place. He started this race in 8th position. He's gone around the outside of Elliot Mason, or has he? No, he's
Mason's
back
got
in
back
behind.
inside him.
Mason goes fairly deep, though, into Paddock Hill Bend, and Hyde will get the run on him up into Drids, but he can't do anything with it. Meanwhile, Vaughan Jones is jousting with Matt Harbert as well. He's got Francis Twyman in the 88 car around the outside of him. It's really about 8 cars in this leading group. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And indeed, Twyman has got the better of Vaughan Jones into Graham Hill Bend we saw there.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And a great mix of chassis involved in this class still. Category that started back here in 1967, but they've not letting Martin Farmer get away, are they? You thought he might have had a decent lead, had half a second at the end of the last lap. He hasn't now because Elliot Mason has come back at him, and Tim Probert down the outside of Matthew Hyde there tried to get third place back, but he can't do it. First three, a little bit clear as they come out of the of paddock, but up to the hairpin. It's going to compress everyone again. Green front of Matt Harbert's car, I see in there as well.
Yeah, he's in 6th place at the moment, isn't he? Bit of a gap back to Francis Twyman and Vaughan Jones. Peter Belzy, 9th. He's someone you might have thought might have made a bit more of an impression on this race. And Ben Cressy rounding out the top 10 as things stand. There is Hyde up the inside of Mason at Surtees. And through then onto the outside of McLaren. He can't make that work. Andrew Cooper in 14th place has just done the best lap of 54.24. Not really sure what's happened to him. We've got a car off in the gravel trap I can now see at Paddock Hill Bend as well. I think the driver out of the car. Can't quite see who it is.
Yellow and black. Yellow and black Gack, I think.
So yellow flags waving as the drivers head through this part of the circuit. The car right up against the barriers though, so may well be far enough out of the way to allow racing to continue. We've got the Mason car on screen there.
I think it is 26.
Yeah, Mason's gone down to 4th place, so Probert's got ahead of him during the course of this lap. So Farmer leading in number 44. Second is number 51, Matthew Hyde now. In 3rd place is 18, Elliot Mason. 4th, number 4, Tim Probert. 5th, number 99, Craig Bell. And 6th, number 33, Matthew Harbert. There you can see the car, and you can see the driver out of the car as well. Most importantly, it's certainly gathered a bit of dust on its way into the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap. Now Matthew Hyde is attacking for the lead here, but he won't be able to do it at Paddock Hill Bend because there's yellow flags there. So Martin Farmer will have been aware of that and driving accordingly. And up towards Druids they go, and Hyde comes out of the tow, looks up the inside of Martin Farmer's Gack as they head into towards Druids, I should say. Can't make it work there. Is he going to have another attack down towards Graham Hill Bend? No, he's not. But these two are battling and bringing Tim Probert very much back into the equation as well. Gap back now to Mason in 4th, and then it's Bell in 5th. So Farmer it is that continues to lead.
think they'll be looking at an overtaking manoeuvre into paddock last time round under yellows, but we'll leave it at that. But very, very close, and Probert coming back at them. And it is still the black gang, but round the outside, getting his nose ahead, is Matthew Hyde. Up to the hairpin they come. Has dropped it in the middle of the corner.
Twyman, wasn't it, that spun as one got off
sent
the
Jones
gravel.
into the gravel, but Jones got out of the gravel the other end, and Farmer's got it back from Matthew Hyde. Probert's right there as well, but it was the yellow car that spun down. Twyman who did the overtaking at paddock the previous lap. So he's undone his work there.
Yeah, comprehensively, and still Hyde attack now. He's someone I thought might be challenging for wins this season after a strong debut season last year when he had a few podiums out in this AHS Dominator this year, run by Alan Harding's long-standing concern. Probert's now done the best lap of the race, 53.71 in third place. A few tenths slower than, or a few tenths faster than Matthew Hyde, but they are still jousting, and this time they've got the back mark for John Cressy to negotiate, which they all do on the way into Druids. And it is still Farmer leading from Hyde in second place, but is that going to be the case for much longer? Hyde down the inside into Graham Hill Bend, takes the lead of the race. So it's Hyde now leading from Martin Farmer in second place. There's a slippery surface flag out there as well. That's actually for some bodywork that appears to be deposited in the middle of the road at Surtees.
Yep, that's just I think a nose cone or something that's lurking there. But here they come, and Hyde's broken clear, hasn't he? That's probably half a second or so. And he had a 10th deficit at the end of the last lap. So Hyde has got ahead this time. And it wasn't immediately undone by Farmer.
Vaughan Jones, by the way, is getting the black and orange flag, a mechanical warning flag, telling him he needs to head into the pits. That could be a big problem for the championship leader.
He may have caused some damage when he had to go off through the gravel.
I wonder if that was his nose cone at Surtees.
Maybe.
Possibly it was. We'll see if we can pick up on the Vaughan Jones number 3 car that's in 7th position, perhaps on screen in a moment. We've still got, but believe it or not, 6 minutes in this race.
It's dark blue and white, which I assume it is, yes.
Yeah, yeah. And that car into the pit lane
it's one of the twin cars, isn't it?
James Huckle, I think, 42.
Right.
I reckon, and out of the race. There's Farmer then in second place, so got the lead early on in this race. Lost out to Matthew Hyde in the AHS Dominator. Farmer will be plotting his route back to front. There is the Vaughan Jones car. Yes, you can see the nose cone on screen now is missing, so that clearly was dislodged. Probably the reason for the black and orange flag, which therefore is not now really required, you wouldn't have thought, if that is the case. He's ahead of Peter Belsey anyway on screen.
Belsey, who had that suspension steering arm failure yesterday, coming out of paddock up towards the hairpin, has made his way through to 8th place, but he's not going to make a lot more progress. But here come the leaders then. Out of Graham Hill Bend towards Surtees. He's round the nose cone. Clark Curve, all named for successive, well, for 60s Formula One champions.
Yeah, there they go then. Just a quick mention for Martin Snary, marking 10 years in Formula V this weekend. Had a misfire yesterday. Paddock rallied around him though to get him back out for this one.
Oh, Farmer around the outside of Hyde. That was audacious into paddock. He's made it happen and kept the car on the island, which was a phenomenal effort.
Great effort from Martin Farmer there to get into the lead of the race once again from Matthew Hyde. Not certain that this race is over yet. We've got another 4.5 minutes to go for Hyde to try and mount another comeback. They're getting away now from Probert and Craig Bell, who's got back up into 4th position here, and is starting to mount an attack on Probert there as they head towards Surtees. So really got 3 pairs now: Hyde and Farmer, Probert and Bell, and Mason and Harbert. Harbert, I think, now has done the best lap of the race, 53.31. Here comes Hyde, trying to get alongside Martin Farmer through Clark Curve. Is Farmer going to leave him room? Well, he does. Hyde, in the end, doesn't have the momentum to get fully alongside Farmer, so the man from Sutton Coldfield continues to lead the race from the youngster from Essex, who's less than half his age, up towards the Druids. They come. They're about to lap Martin Snary, who was mentioning a moment ago.
Harbert up into 5th, incidentally, in the 33 car. Here they are, side by side again.
This time Farmer
Wheels
on the
interlocking,
inside.
not quite.
Ooh, it was close,
Precious
though.
close, wasn't it?
It was. Of course, Farmer lots of experience. Hyde not so much, but demonstrating pretty good racecraft, and a bit of a schmozzle in the background there we could see as there was traffic involved as the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th cars were getting past Martin Snelly. Has that changed the order there? Looks like it is still Probert ahead within that class.
Nose of Matthew Hyde's car was on the exhaust pipe of Farmer's there, and they've got to go either side of the 34 car. And that was all very dramatic. That was Archie Mason, 34. Wasn't really sure that he knew that there were two descending on him.
Yeah, and they're going to be catching Emil Kostadinov now as well to lap his car very shortly. There's the Mace car just going through, and then it's still Probert ahead of Bell, and Mason trying to get around the outside of Matt Harbert there as Druids, and they're overlapping once again at Graham Hill Bend, the two leaders. Farmer continues to prevail, though. They're coming up to lap the Kostadinov, number 19, Gak. Up towards Surtees they go. They go to the right of it. Does Hyde follow? Yes, Kostadinov well wide in the end, so Hyde able to follow through. We've got probably 3 laps to go here, Marcus.
And that was Kostadinov in the Gold Leaf Team GAC, wasn't it? Very much a sort of period Lotus type colour scheme on it. But Hyde, just a car length behind, closes. He's quick through paddock. And Matthew Hyde, the young Essex lad, who impressed here when we first saw him a couple of seasons ago, didn't we? And doing really, really well.
And there's Probert up the inside of Kostadinov. Vaughan Jones, the championship leader, has been black flagged. I think he has come into the pits now. So Vaughan Jones, the championship leader, had the black and orange mechanical warning flag. That was upgraded to a black flag in the end, and he has had to pit.
Or downgraded,
whichever way you look at it.
Viewpoint.
If you're a clerk of the course, it's an upgrade. If you're driving, it's a definite downgrade. So still the battle for the lead goes on. 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Martin Farmer, the Torque proprietor, in the lead of the race, number 44, but Hyde in 51, and the Dominator is really pushing on as they come up and over the line. I know Alan Harding was keen to get a win this weekend, but didn't happen yesterday. It might yet happen today. We're watching Harbert on screen at the moment. Now watching the leaders again as they sweep through Paddock Hill Bend up towards Druids once more. Farmer with the yellow helmet.
Meanwhile,
hangs
Bell,
on.
I think, has grabbed 3rd from Probert.
Let's have a look. No, he's not. Indeed, he's
close.
lost out. He's lost out because Harbert's got ahead of him at Druids there. So Harbert now up to 4th. So perhaps Bell launched an attack. And
Bell tried up the inside coming out of paddock. It looked like he'd made it, but obviously it cost him dear when he got to the hairpin.
Top 2 now, nearly 3 seconds clear of the rest of the pack, who are fighting with one another. They're going to have one more lap to go at the end of this one. So has Hyde got anything up his sleeve? I think we could be in for a very close finish. They're about to lap once again the number 22 car of John Cressy, father of Ben, who's a bit further up the order. They both go up the inside of John's Storm
And
there.
Harbert's gone round the outside of Probert, and Probert's going to claw his way back up the inside territorially. He's got the advantage coming up to the hairpin. The green car is Harbert, the red car is Probert. These are the leaders. 44 is Martin Farmer. And then 51 is Matthew Hyde, who's dropped back a couple of lengths.
Yeah, he has, and that might limit his opportunities now to snatch a late victory away from Martin Farmer here. I thought if he was close enough, he could possibly get him on the run to the line. He's had a decent run through Surtees and McLaren, though.
It's good here. Yeah.
He is good. He's right on the tail again, right on the exhaust pipe, as you were saying. He looks to the right, he looks to the left, but Farmer's a wily old character. He knows how to defend in Formula V, and I think he's just about going to do it for a second win of the weekend in the Martins Group Formula V Championship, but only by a 1/10 of a second, exactly the same victory margin as he had in yesterday's race, as it happens. So Martin Farmer, number 44, takes the win from number 51, Matthew Hyde, who gave him a very thorough working over there. Number 4, Tim Probert in 3rd position. Number 99, Craig Bell, 4th. Matt Harbert, 33, was 5th. Elliot Mason, number 18, 6th. Then over the line now, we've got Peter Belzy in 7th, number 61. 8th, number 41, Andrew Cooper. 9th and 66, Phil Wardhouse. And rounding out the top 10, number 11, Ben Cressy. That changed towards the end as well, that battle for 9th and 10th position. But yeah, that was a really good Formula V race.
Exceptional race, yeah, very, very good. And Martin Farmer just showed he was so determined to hold on there, and he had all the answers, didn't he, to everything that Matt Hyde threw at him.
Certainly did. And as we see Vaughan Jones' car down in the pit lane there, let's take a look at the results of that second Martin's Group Formula V race of the weekend. Martin Farmer it was that took the win in car 44 from the teenager Matthew Hyde, 51 in second place. Tim Probert, very experienced campaigner, was third in car number 4 ahead of Craig Bell, number 99. Matt Harbert, just 100th behind Bell in 5th place, number 33. Then Elliot Mason was 6th in number 18, the winner of Class B. Peter Belzy was 7th, Andrew Cooper 8th, Phil Waterhouse 2nd in Class B, 9th, and Ben Cressy rounded out the top 10. Ahead of Francis Twyman after his big spin at Paddock, Thor Tuller, Matt Topham and Emil Kostadinov, the first driver to be a lap down. And then obviously the rest of the field were all at least 1 lap down. So behind him it was Martin Snary, Archie Mace 16th, and John Cressy, Vaughan Jones, Sam Engineer, James Huckle and Andrew Hyden in various ways didn't make it, I'm afraid, to the checkered flag. So the Martins Group Formula V Championship is going to be next in action at Croft next month on June the 24th and 25th. So just about a month gap before their next meeting. And we will look forward to another, what have we got, 7 races to go after the lunch break here at Brands Hatch. We've got the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series coming up straight after lunch. It might be a bit earlier than the scheduled 2:05 start time. Let's head down to the pit lane though before lunch, and Josh Barrett is there.
So we're down here after a very exciting Formula V race. That was a proper Formula V race, Martin, and you just about held on.
Yeah, I think it was harder than yesterday's race all the way through. Probably wasn't the quickest, but yeah, been racing long enough to know where to place the car, I guess. So
it was good to see sort of Formula V back to how it used to be with a big packed car, just like you used to back in the day.
Yeah, I can't see a whole lot in the mirrors, but with that race in particular, like it was just a good, clean battle. Yeah, no contact, and I think there's been a bit of that in the past, so it was nice to have a good, fair race. Yeah.
There was a couple of times I think where you dropped back behind Matt and managed to get back through.
Yeah, I feel like I thought he was quicker than me, if I'm honest, but then when I was behind, I caught him up quite easily. So I think the toe's just that powerful round here that yeah, whoever's second, if you're close on pace anyway, you'll be quicker if you're behind. So.
Are we going to see you some more this year?
Yes, I stuttered a bit then. Will do. Not sure which ones, but definitely be out again.
So. Forward to seeing you later in the year. Well done, Martin. 2 wins this weekend. Matt's over here, who's hiding away. Matt, do you want to make your way over here? Second place there for your great drive, but couldn't quite beat Martin.
No, I mean, I know he's a veteran in the series and he put up a good fight. We did develop some engine issues by the end as well, so that's why weren't quite able to attack. But from 8th, second place is pretty good for the championship, and I know that I've beaten my rivals in it. So.
Yeah, Martin just said that he's not doing the full season. The season so far has been quite mixed with everyone scoring points and having problems.
Yeah, it has been. At Donington, basically everyone in the top 5 had at least one DNF apart from Vaughan, who's now had his DNF. Yeah. So that should put it pretty balanced at the top of the field.
Obviously, yesterday didn't quite go to plan. Were there any problems then?
Well, it's still a new car, so it's, you know, the development has been rapid, yeah. As we've learnt how to drive it compared to the GAG. So, you know, just learning every session really.
Well, tell us about the difference of driving the 2 cars.
Well, GACs are typically very understeery, so you'll find yourself struggling in the mid corner, but they do have that good top end, whereas the Dominators, very good through the corners, that you can put it in and it will go where you want it. So.
Obviously, this is your second season in V's. Tell us a bit about what you've done before that.
Karting. It was 2021 was my first year doing the British Kart Championship, and before that was just club level racing. So, yeah, that was it really.
And what was the decision behind coming to Formula V?
Well, it's like a big go-kart, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the best formula to learn in my opinion. Alongside stuff like MX5, and at your club level racing, you get such close competition. So, give me all the tools I need for later racing.
And obviously you've been learning a lot last year, now put it into good effect for this season.
Yes, exactly. Hoping to challenge for the top of the championship, and hoping for the win, of course, as are everyone into the top 10 really. So looking forward to the season ahead.
Well done on second position. And then Tim Probert, who's behind me as well. Tim, third position up there for you, and I was saying to the other guys, a really good Formula V race, that one. Did you enjoy it?
It was cracking, yeah. It was good fun, and it's my first outing this year, so nice to be towards the front and behind somebody who's 50-odd years younger than me, so I'll do it for the 60-odd-year-old. So, yeah, good fun. Enjoyed it, and some good hard racing out there, and but all good, clean stuff, so good advert for V, I hope, yeah.
And what you mentioned there about the driver ages, it shows you Formula V is for everybody.
Absolutely. I mean, I keep thinking I'm getting too old for this, but while I'm competitive and enjoying it, I'm just going to keep going. And you know, clearly we've had the likes of Matt come in, and years ago Ash Sutton. So it's you know, they're good cars. They teach you all the skills, driving skills, circuit skills. So yeah, long may it rain on. Yeah, it's I think it's our 60th anniversary for the Formula in 4 years time. So yeah, hope it keeps going strong.
And I think that race we had 8 cars in the lead battle. Yeah. And you were sort of in the middle of it, so is it hard to know whether to look forward or go back, look back?
Well, so I am known as having a very wide car, and I had to drive it at the end. The air scoop's hanging off. I lost loads of power, and therefore at the end I was having to be very defensive. But for a while I was trying to get on the back of those two, but then when I started losing power and the oil pressure light kept coming on because of the heat, I just concentrated on being as wide as possible.
You said you missed on until you doing the rest of the season, or is that yet to be decided?
No, I can't. I've done sort of 21 full seasons, so I've sort of promised the wife we'll do a bit of travelling. So we were down under for the first one. I'm doing a 900-mile bike ride in July, so I'll miss net. And one of my nephews is getting married at Alton Park. Well, at the Alton Park meeting that weekend, so I'll probably get 4 in. But I'll come out and annoy people on the other meetings and try and keep going. Yeah.
Sounds like you've got a busy, and we look forward to seeing you later in the season here.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Josh. Cheers.
So there's our top 3 from the Martins Group Formula V Championship. A great race that with Tim Probert, we just spoke to, was third. Matthew Hyde took second, and Martin Farn was the winner. That's the final race before lunch. I suspect racing will start just after 2 o'clock this afternoon, where we'll see 2 races for the historic 750 Formula Series at the beginning of the afternoon and at the end. The more modern cars in the 750 Formula Championship will also be racing this afternoon twice. We'll see the Classic Stock Cats Championship, which we saw yesterday, haven't yet seen today, and the 116 Trophy will have their 90-minute race, and we'll also see the Toyota MR2 Championship, which we saw a little bit earlier on. So lots of racing coming up here on 750 Motor Club TV, produced by Alpha Live. So stay with us here at Brands Hatch, and we'll speak to you after lunch.
Welcome back to Brands Hatch and this 750 Motor Club race meeting here on the Indy circuit. We've just had the lunch break, and very shortly we'll have the cars released out onto the circuit for the first race of this afternoon. What have we still got to come this afternoon? 7 races in total, 2 races apiece for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, which will be out first very shortly, and the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship, and single races for the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship. They had their first race yesterday afternoon. Paul Thorpe will be joining me on commentary for that one. We've got the second race for the PD Extinguishers Toyota MR2 Championship. We had the first race for those cars this morning. Sean Traynor, a dominant winner. And then we've got the Gashocks 116 Trophy race, the 90-minute race, which will be underway at probably around about 20 to 4 or something like that. We are looking to start a little bit earlier than originally planned. We were supposed to start at 2:05 after lunch, but we're expecting the cars to be released onto the grid very shortly for the first race of the afternoon, the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. So we'll have a look at the grid for that then. Pole position is going to be number 42, that's Tim Sage. He's at the wheel of the 1 litre Ford-engined Mallock U2, the driver from Bridport. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is going to be John Village, number 29, who's won a lot of these races in the last 2 years in the Village V2 with the 750cc engine, the recreation of the car that he first raced in the 1970s. Second row on the inside is the number 12 car, which is Ben Mile, not number 14 as per the programme, but number 12. He's in the Gerald Mark 1, the Reliant engine car for the driver from Surrey. And next to him is going to be number 18, Timothy Roebuck, in the Austin 7 Special. He's in the first of the supercharged Austin 7 cars, the ex-John Miles car. Row 3 on the inside is going to be number 20, the Race Kits Merlin of Ian Grant, with the 850cc Reliant engine, a fairly newly built car, but to historic 750 Formula regulations from the 1970s, and alongside him will be number 61. Simon Gallant, another of the supercharged Austin 7s, a Pigsty Special. Row 4 on the inside, we'll have number 99, that's David Lewis in the Jeffrey Mark 1B Reliant engined car for the driver from Eastleigh. And besides him in the first race is going to be number 81, Samuel Bayliss, in the Centaur Mark 14. It's a car that will be shared with Luigi Bayliss, who'll be out for the second race. On the inside of row 5, we've got number 72, Trevor Slatter, who's been racing in historic 750 Formula for a number of seasons now. He's from Banbury and drives a Centaur Mark 11. Besides him is the first of the normally aspirated Austin 7s from Class A. That's number 26, Mike Whitby. The 6th row of the grid on the inside is going to be number 22, Charlie Plain Jones in the Austin 7 Cowley Special. He was pipped to the class pole position by Mike Whitby right at the end of the session this morning. And besides the Solihull driver Charlie Plain Jones, it's going to be number 6, Richard Verheyden, in the Austin Ulster Bad Frog. So another Austin 7 Class A car on the outside of row 6. On the 7th row of the grid, that's number 85, which is John Moss in the Austin 7 Sports for the driver from Aylesbury. And besides him will be number 66, which is Nick Hayward-Cook, driver from Great Missenden in another Austin 7. On the 8th row of the grid, on the inside, will be number 30, Tim Mile, in the Austin Pigsty Mark 13 for the man from Crowborough. And besides him, on the 8th row will be number 8, and that is Peter Marsh in the Austin 7 Paxton Special for the man from Tatinsa. And then the 9th and final row, a couple of cars that had dramas this morning. Number 67, Paul Mason, he didn't even complete one lap in the session in his Whippet historic 750 Formula Reliant engine car for the man from Milton Keynes. And Ben Bolt, who was excluded from the qualifying session for overtaking under the safety car, so he had all of his lap times disallowed. That's Ben Bolt in the Centaur Mark 14. The driver from Southern in Warwickshire will therefore have to start from the back of the grid. You can see the marshals now heading out onto the grid, so shortly they will be ready to receive cars onto it. And historic 750 Formula, it is the club's historic racing series. It's built for cars built to the early eras of 750 Formula regulations, so lots of Austin 7 specials, later aligned engine Formula cars, and any new cars have to be built within careful guidelines to ensure compatibility. And there are 4 different classes actually represented on the grid today. You've got Class C, which is where you find the majority of the historic 750 Formula cars and other comparable machines, such as the Malik U2 that lines up on pole position. Class C is usually the quickest class. Then we have Class A, which is for Austin 7s. Class AS, a relatively recent innovation, is for Austin 7s that are supercharged. And of course, the Austin 7 was the bedrock and the basis of the club when it was formed in 1939. And Class D also caters for 500cc Formula 3 cars as well. And we do have, I think we had one on the entry list, but I don't know if it made it out there in the end, in the form of James Wilson.
Problem in qualifying this morning. It didn't pass the noise test. However, they've made some changes to the silencers, etc., and they are going from the back.
Okay.
So Cooper Mark 10.
Yeah, Cooper Mark 10, James Wilson from Ramsgate, so relatively local man. So we have the cars coming out then for the first race of the day, the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. So there we can see on pole position the number 42 car. That is the Malik U2 Mark IV of Tim Sage, the aluminium-bodied car with the green nose cone, and besides him is number 29, John Village. He is now 69 years of age from Dronfield, and he has been racing since 1973. The Cooper we were just talking about is going to start from the pit lane, by the way. Number 24, James Wilson. It's not going to start from the grid. But yes, John Village started racing back in 1973. He was the 1979 European Formula Ford 1600 champion. Also raced in Formula 3 in 1980. And he was actually the Class C front runner, shall we say, not a champion, in historic 750 Formula in 2022. He of course ran teams in Formula 4 1600, Formula Vauxhall, Formula Renault, Formula 3000 Italia and A1GP over the years. And this Village V2 is a copy of his 1974 car that he ran in 750 Formula. Second row on the inside, you've got the Gerald, the number 12 Reliant engined car of Ben Mile. First time I've seen him out this season. And besides him, number 18, Tim Roebuck in the Austin 7. Revs are rising and the race gets underway then for 15 minutes. And it's a pretty good start then from the outside of the front row by John Village. The Malik has to slot into second position. It looks like Ben Mile is up into third place. Tim Roebuck in fourth place in the Austin 7 as they go to the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend and now climb back up. Lock up there from Ben Mile there, the third position driver, but he manages to get the car turned through Druids okay for the first time. It's just in behind the pole position car of Tim Sage, which is now in second position, and it's Tim Roebuck third. I think it might be Simon Gallen, Roebuck in fourth. I think it's Simon Gallen up to fifth place in the second of the Austin 7s, but we do have the safety car out on circuit. It's because we have a car that stopped. Oh, it's Paul Mason's car that caused the safety car in qualifying that has stopped on the start line and has not got going, I'm afraid. They're just going to push it around the corner into the space behind the barriers, as you can see there on screen now. So I think it'll be a fairly short-lived safety car period, but nevertheless, a bit of a disruption at the beginning of this race, Marcus.
Yeah, what a shame. I mean, they are a little bit temperamental, I think we could say, and but just one of those things that happens. Best it happens now, rather than spoil the flow of the race, because at the end of this lap they should be able to get going again. It's John Village who made the best start in the Village V2, made the V1 back in 1973, went on to win the European Formula Ford Championship, not in a car of his own manufacture, but this one has a little Coventry Climax engine in it, and beautifully engineered, really nicely made, and John thoroughly enjoying himself all the way down from Chesterfield.
That's right, so they head around behind the safety car, which has its lights out, so that's going to pull in at the end of this lap. The car's actually fairly well spread out, even though they are behind the safety car, so it's not going to be a particularly dramatic restart, I don't think, and perhaps drivers could have done more to clump themselves together.
Back of the pack, isn't it, as a result of that?
It is, yes, it should be right there at the back, as the race restarts. Green flags waving around the circuit now to let drivers know that the incident has cleared. There is John Village then in the V2 from number 42, Tim Sage. He locks up into Druids this time. It was Ben Mile that did that on the first lap of the race. Tim Sage this time around, and he remains in second place, about 6 car lengths behind Village as they turn through Graham Hill Bend for the second lap. The Cooper has stopped, hasn't it? So as we can just see on the start of the Cooper straight there, appropriately enough, and that car is stricken.
Those are the Formula 3 cars of the 1950s. I mean, that's
right.
From 1950 when the FIA espoused it. So 500cc motorcycle engines. That's got a double knocker Norton in it. It's a Cooper Mark 10, not a Mark 2 as on the program, but. Shame. We've got the safety car again, I think.
Yeah, looks like it. So one lap on, one lap off situation we have at the moment with the safety car, but it will need to be called to allow for the recovery of that James Wilson car that only managed one lap before grinding to a halt. There's the safety car you can see joining from the gap part way down the Cooper Straight. Well, the exit of Graham Hill Bend, more or less, really. And it's they're waiting for John Village, who's about to come around the corner now. And yep, he sees the safety car. So John Village, Tim Sage, Ben Ryle, following one another around now behind the safety car for the second time in a matter of minutes.
Yep. And there was almost a second between first and second at the line that time. Ben Miles still third. In fact, there's been no fundamental changes in the order. The number 8 car, Peter Marsh, a big change from Caterham Racing,
yes,
to the number 8, which is the Austin 7 Paxton Special. Driver in his early 70s, thought he ought to join the historic 750 Brigade. So slightly different eye line from Caterham's, I would have thought.
Yes, certainly would be.
Some good-looking cars out there. The 20 car I've just seen there, that's Ian Grant with his Merlin. That's a kind of a modern equivalent, isn't it, of
that's right,
a 750. But it's a shame because the Paul Mason car, a really, really good-looking machine that's been pushed back off the track.
That's right. Second meeting of the season for the historic 750 Formula Series. The first 2 races were at Croft. It was the first time historic 750 Formula had visited the North Yorkshire circuit, and John Village won both of the races there. But we had Greg Clatten on the podium in the first race in second place. Trevor Slatter was second, race 1, and Timothy Robrook had 2 podiums, winning Class AS as well. Richard Verheyden won Class A on both occasions at Croft. At the moment he's second within the class behind Mike Whitby. There you can see in the background there the Cooper has just been pulled off back into the paddock.
Yeah, they're very light. They're not difficult to move.
No.
Which is something.
So will we get the safety car lights out? There's something
off, isn't it?
I think we do. Yep. So without further ado, we're going to go back racing again. So this is effectively the third start of this race now. So the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Race 1 of 2 this afternoon gets back underway. And Tim Sage immediately pulls alongside John Village as they head over the start and finish line, just behind as they cross the timing line.
John's having nothing of it, mind you.
He is.
Just got ducked back down the inside into paddock. He's giving away a lot of power to the 1 litre Ford-powered Mallock.
He is.
Well, U2 as they were called back in the day. They weren't really called Malaks, were they?
No.
U2 can have a body like mine, as Major Arthur Malak's adverts went.
So down to Graham Hill Bend for the 6th time in this race. Although it's only the 3rd racing lap. We've got Ben Mile behind in 3rd place. Still Tim Roebuck 4th, leading the supercharged Austin 7 division from Simon Gallen. And still we have cars coming over the line nearly 3/4 of a lap behind, even though we've just resumed after a safety car period, which is quite something. But there is John Village leading the way, then coming through to complete lap 6, and he's pulled out quite a few car lengths now over Tim Sage in 2nd place.
Yeah, Sage then floors the floors his right foot and makes some of that ground back, but it's 3/4 of a second over the line at this point. Mile is still 3rd, Roebuck 4th, Gallen 5th, Grant 6th. That really hasn't fundamentally changed. There's a change though on the inside of paddock as the race kit's Falcon goes up a place. That's Ian Grant at the expense of Simon Gallen. 81 behind is Samuel Bayliss, and he is in his Whippet. He had a big spin in practice coming out to Graham Hill Bend.
So Sam Bayliss there, into 7th place, right behind Simon Gallen now. Gallen having lost the place to Ian Grant's Merlin. And they head along the Cooper Straight for the 7th time in this 15-minute race. There's 6 3/4 minutes to go still. There's the next group of cars coming through. And that looks like it's David Lewis, I think, there in the number 99 car.
So Sage led over the line. Village came back at him into paddock but couldn't quite get through.
Yeah, and they've got traffic to deal with now up at Druids, I can see over my right shoulder. We're watching the 26 car, Mike Whitby, who's leading Class A at the moment on screen. And now we're watching the Simon Gallen versus Samuel Bayliss battle for 6th and 7th positions. Meanwhile, the leaders...
It's changed again.
Yep.
On the straight into Surtees. John Village sailed past the Malak, or the U2.
Yep, so the 2 leaders coming through clearways now towards Clark Curve and to the end of the lap. Here they come, and we'll probably see again that Tim Sage can power past on the start and finish straight. He goes through.
It's very frustrating, isn't it, for John Village?
Well, it'll be interesting to see, because Village will go, or try and go back up the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. Can't quite make it work there when there's a slower car ahead. But when they get to the end of the race, if they're that close, then you'd put money on Tim Sage crossing the line ahead, wouldn't you? They've touched.
That was good, wasn't it? Squeezed across, banged wheels, and not even a buy or leave.
It's a bit more like the Formula Ford 1600 racing of
John Village is very
used
to.
Yes, yes.
He's not very happy about that.
No, I don't think he will be.
That was a little bit unnecessary.
Yes, looks like they've both escaped though. I'm sure Village will be ever more keen to get back ahead of Tim Sage in the Malak as a result. They've got the 85 John Moss, Austin 7 to try and negotiate. I think they'll go one either side, won't they, through Clark Curve.
Whoa, that's quite something.
It was, and it's going to be, I think, yep, it is the Malak U2 back ahead of Tim Sage as they cross the line with 4.5 minutes to go. So they'll probably get 5 more laps out of this race. Assuming there's no more safety car interventions. Village is going to try and get the run on Sage up towards Druids again. This is where they brushed wheels a lap ago. This time a bit more room is left, not a huge amount more, but nevertheless John Village able to go back through on the inside at the hairpin.
Yeah, he's now carrying as much speed as he dares now through Graham Hill Bend. He wants to be away, and he wants to be clear now, because he knows that he's going to... Oh, a big spin for number 13 there.
That's Ben Bowles, isn't it? The driver that had to start from towards the back of the grid after that infringement in qualifying.
Yeah, I think John's decided to get on with it, as they say. And he'll lose out again in the straight line. It's a single SU carburettor on the side of that Ford engine in the U2.
Yes, Village will know that he needs to put a decent gap between himself and Tim Sage to be sure of leading over the finish line.
0.34 was the difference and he knows that if he can do that again in a couple of laps' time, there's a chance that it'll all work out in his favour.
There's our Class AS leader, Tim Roebuck, in the Austin 7, supercharged Austin 7. That's the car John Miles used to compete in, the late vice president of the 750 Motor Club, among many other notable achievements in motorsports. As we watch the race kits Merlin, I should say, lap one of the slower cars there. That's Ian Grant, who's now in 4th position, isn't he?
Yep, he is at 10 laps.
There's Peter Marsh being lapped by Tim Roebuck now. We can see Peter Marsh in the normally aspirated Austin 7 compared to Roebuck's more rapid supercharged version.
They go the leaders through again, 11 laps down, 0.9 between the two. Still John Village in the number 29, the Village V2 leads the way from Tim Sage. Ben Mile is still 3rd. He's about 5 seconds behind. And then the rest are a long way back, led by number 20, Ian Grant.
Here are the leaders then coming towards us now, I think. Yep, here they are. More traffic for them to deal with.
30th lappery.
Yes, there's quite a disparity of lap times from front to back in historic.
And a big buffer now built by John Village, because he's got a couple of other cars between himself and his pursuer on the 12th lap.
That's right, minute and a half to go, so 2 laps to go here for John Village. And yes, that's a very useful buffer, because only now has Sage cleared that trio of back markers, so the gap now has gone out to 2.82 seconds. He lost about 2 seconds on that lap, did Tim Sage, so that should be enough, you would think, for John Village to try and protect his advantage for the last 2 miles or so of Brands Hatch. There you can see Ben Mile trying to come through as well. That's Charlie Plain-Jones in the number 22 car.
3 abreast at the hairpin there momentarily.
Absolutely, and that is for the lead within Class A as well. And Mike Whitby has just got back ahead of Charlie Plain-Jones. Mike Whitby, who is from Raunds, and he is, 76 years of age. He's raced various different cars within 750 Motor Club categories in the past, but he's got the
Mason Special at one point.
He did.
Didn't he?
I think he raced in stock hatch for a while as well, I seem to recall. He's got the faster car between himself and his rival Charlie Plain-Jones in the Austin 7 class, as John Village is going to go on to his final lap. So he is now 3 seconds clear of Tim Sage, so should be able to make it 3 wins out of 3 this season. There he is, the Village V2. You can see driver a long way back in the car. And Sage, too far distant now to do anything about the... well, it looks like Roebuck's going to be successful in Class AS for the Supercharged 1970s, 4 seconds clear of Simon Gallen. And Mike Whitby and Charlie Plain-Jones still doing battle within Class A for the Austin 7s.
And Richard Verheyden not far behind them.
That's right. Anyway, here comes John Village around the final corner, and he's going to come up to the line. There he is in the Village V2 to take the checkered flag, and he wins the 3rd race of the season in the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series. Tim Sage goes across the line 3.39 seconds adrift in the end. Ben Mile is in 3rd place in the Gavel, 11.31 seconds behind the winner, John Village, and just now there over the line go the 2 Class A protagonists, Mike Whitby defeating Charlie Plain-Jones by about 0.3 of a second in the end. Charlie Plain-Jones did his best lap of the race on the final lap, but it was to no avail. He couldn't get past Mike Whitby, so a nice little scrap there. And we're waiting for Ian Grant to come through in 4th place. There he is in car number 20, the race kits Merlin, ahead of our Class AS winner. That's Timothy Roebuck, who finishes around about 4.5 seconds clear of Simon Gallen in the Supercharged Austin 7 class. So an entertaining race that at times, Marcus, although we had those couple of early safety car interventions.
Exactly. Once they got going, it was all good fun. Apart from the slight wheel banging at the hairpin.
Yeah, I'm sure if anything that fired John Village up
I think
and
it did.
spurred him on to that victory. Let's have a look at the results of that race then. John Village confirmed as the winner at the end of 14 laps. With those couple of 2 or 3 safety car laps in the early stages. So 29 the winner from 42 Tim Sage in second place, about 3 seconds behind. Third to number 12 Ben Mile. In fourth place number 20 Ian Grant. The winner of Class AS Tim Roebuck was fifth in car number 18. He's Austin 7 from Simon Gallen, number 61 in sixth place. Then seventh was number 99 David Lewis. Eighth was number 81 Samuel Bayliss. Then came 4 Austin 7 class cars, Class A cars altogether. Mike Whitby, Charlie Plain-Jones, separated by just over a quarter of a second, 26 from 22. Then Richard Verheyden and John Moss. Ben Bolt survived and off to finish 13th place in car number 13, ahead of Peter Marsh, who was 2 laps down in his Austin 7. And then in 15th place was Nick Hayward-Cook, ahead of Tim Mile, and obviously James Wilson, a very early retirement, as was Paul Mason as well. So that brings the first of our day's historic 750 Formula Series races to an end. We'll see them out again towards the end of the afternoon, somewhere around about 5:30 this afternoon. The next race we're going to have today is for the sort of modern counterpart, the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. Those cars will be released out onto the circuit shortly for their 15-minute race. And that should prove to be a great spectacle as well. Hoping to hear though from our top 3, or at least class winners possibly in the pit lane. We'll see if we can head down there. But we are just waiting for the drivers to get into position for their interview with Josh Barrett before we have the cars brought out onto the circuit for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship race. In fact, I can see that they are arriving now. So we're joined in the commentary box by veteran Brands Hatch press officer Colin Mann. Good to see him join us up in the box. As there you can see the cars heading out onto the circuit for the next race of the day. The Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. I don't think we are going to be able to hear, unfortunately, from our top 3 from the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. So we will move on now to the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. So let's take a look at the grid for this 15-minute race. It's going to be on pole position, number 77, Bill Cowley, in the Cowley Mark IV, and besides him is going to be number 1, the reigning champion, Peter Bove. Second row on the inside will be number 4, that's Mark Glover, in the Race Kits Falcon. Besides him is the Steve Boother Darby. On the third row on the inside, it's the double Silverstone race winner, number 17, Ed Pither. Besides Mick Harris, 10-time 750 Formula champion, racing his wife Sue's car this weekend. Row 4 on the inside is 69, Mark Windley, in an interesting car, which we'll talk about as the race goes on. Next to him, 11 Ray Barley, another of the Race Kits Falcons. Chris Goff in the CGR2 Evo of his own design and construction is on the inside of row 5, next to number 6, which is Simon Bolter. Row 6, you've got Jake Doherty in the SSF. He's got supporters all the way from Australia for this race, I understand, so good day to you. Next to him on row 6 of the grid is number 39, Matthew Unwin. On to row 7, that's where we've got number 9, Richard Jenkins, and number 82, Martin Kemp. Row 8 has 31, David Reed, and 42, Andrew Kemp. The 9th row, 28, Alan Bunter, and 30, Ulrich Heliem. So 18 cars qualified for this Race Part 750 Formula Championship race, and they're off on their green flag lap now. And the situation in the championship coming into this race is that Ed Pither leads the championship on 50 points. He won both of the races at Silverstone 3 weeks ago. Dave Hodkin, who is second in the championship, is not here this weekend. He was second in both of the races on the national circuit at Silverstone. But Peter Bove, who's third, very much is there on the front row of the grid. The man that's on pole position here, Bill Cowley, he is further back in the championship. He had 2 non-finishes ultimately at Silverstone, but did show reasonable pace. Hopefully, from his point of view, he'll be showing a good deal more reliability in this, the second race of the weekend, or the first race of the weekend, second meeting of the season for the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Championship, I should say. So 15 minutes ahead of us. These cars powered these days by the Fiat 1108cc engine. It's the kind of engine that you'd have found in a Fiat Panda back in the day. But 750 Formula really appeals to the amateur designer and constructor. Quite free regulations, and it's one of the most affordable ways to go quote unquote slicks and wings racing, although it's a closed wheel formula in the UK. It's free suspension design. They can use 4 or 5 speed transmission. They use Yokohama control, slick tyres, and there are 14 rounds in the championship, mixture of double and triple headers. Snetton and Anglesey later in the year will be the venues where 3 races are held. So we're watching for the lights. The revs are starting to rise. 15 minutes of racing gets underway now, and it's a good start by Bill Cowley from pole position, but as they drag towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, it is the orange Derby of Peter Bove that sweeps into the lead of the race. Cowley trying to go with him. They've dropped the third place car from Mark Glover, and the 2 leaders go this way and that. Bove locks up as they head around Druids for the first time. Mark Glover's made a mistake there as well, so he's losing ground, and now Bill Cowley heads down the inside of Peter Bove as they head into Graham Hill Bend for the first time, and he's got through in the Cowley Mark IV, but Peter Bove immediately starts to fight back now, and he can't do anything about it. But the top 2 here pulling away part way around this first lap of the race. In third place at the moment, it looks like Mick Harris, yes it is, the 10-time champion, is up into third place after that mistake for Mark Glover up at Druids.
Yeah, Mick Harris, the local driver, going really well in the 27, but at the moment out front it is Bill Cowley in the car that his grandfather built back in the end of the 1960s, car that's been running in this series numerous drivers over the years, and won the championship with young Bill. But it's great to see them jostling for position. 7 coming up the outside there. That's Steve Boother in his Derby. Derby cars made by the late great Dick Harvey and Mick Harris, of course, over the years. But that's in the classic Works Derby livery. But out front, it is Bill Cowley in the 77. A car that looks like a Ferrari P4 from the next county. And it's absolutely stunning. So they come. There's 17, which is the PRS, no relation to the Formula Ford PRS. It's Ed Pither, the Pither Rothery Special. And here comes Ed Pither, moving up past 7. But it's Cowley from Bove at 2 laps. Harris, Glover, Pither and Boother. Mark Windley in that interesting car made back in 1973, the white car in the background. That's the sort of baby Can-Am car from the period.
And look at this, Steve Booth in number 7 is back up the inside of Ed Pither there at Druids, and he just about holds on, does Pither, I can see from our commentary box window. So it's the number 11 car we saw briefly as well, Roman Barley in the race kits Falcon. Big lead for the 2 leaders, Bill Cowley and Peter Bove. They're about 3 seconds clear of the rest. They're headed by Mick Harvey, racing Sue's 1996 Derby 597. A problem for number 31 there. David Reed, I'm afraid he is pulling to a halt just on the edge of the circuit at Graham Hill Bend, the 44-year-old from Brinklow.
That's going to trigger a safety car, surely, isn't it?
I would think this is his first ever event as well, an inauspicious end to it. There is the safety car coming out on
Bill Cowley raised his hand. Did you see that? He was very quick to see the signals go out.
Yeah, so he will head around to be greeted by the safety car at the exit of the left-hander, Graham Hill Bend. So Bill Cowley picking up then. Yes, David Reed, the car that's triggered this safety car, did lots of autograss racing, Class 5 autograss racing and drag racing as well in a 10.7 litre Pro Street Austin A40.
Like you would.
Absolutely, it's the James Jeffrey prepared
Of course,
car.
there's another link to drag racing with 750 in that Chris Isaac was a drag race car builder who built one of the cars that ran in this series, and also built that Morris Minor Chevrolet that we see Craig Percy racing in special saloon events.
So here come the cars. This is to complete 4 laps then. Bill Cowley it is that leads them over the line. Number 77 from Peter Bove, number 1 in second place. Number 27, Mick Harris is third. Number 4, Mark Glover is fourth. Fifth is number 17, Ed Pither. Sixth is 69, Mark Windley. Then it's Raymond Barley, Steve Boother, Richard Jenkins and Simon Bolter to complete the top 10.
Chris Goff is a long way back, isn't he?
He is,
in
yes.
In the CGR car that's been there or thereabouts over many seasons.
Yeah, he was, what did he get, about an 8th place result, something like that, 8th and 9th at, or 7th and 8th, I think it was, at Silverstone last time out.
That's the clover-coloured car in the background, number 2.
Yes, he was second in last year's championship, but finding going a little bit tougher this season, it seems. Some cars, I was going to say, almost have come to a halt. Some cars did come to a halt as they approached Druids that time. The number 30 car of Ulrich Hilliam is at the back there. Just to fill you in on Class B, which is a differentiation in the driver's sort of experience and past success rather than anything to do with the cars. Mark Windley leads that in number 69. The driver that won both of the races at Silverstone, Jake Doherty, is second. He's 11th overall. And Alan Bunter is third within Class B at the moment. Safety car lights are still on.
In the Bunter-built Shark.
That's right. Yeah. Mick Harris just going through shot number 27. So as I say, he's a 10-time champion. This car was built by Sue back in 1996, 1997, and it's been raced in 750 Formula for more than 2 decades. Mick's borrowing it still, as he has done for a couple of seasons now to do occasional races, while he's building his new transverse-engined 750 Formula car. So we await the arrival of that.
It's been a few years in the garage, hasn't it?
It has been, but we look forward to seeing that out at some point. So there you can see the sort of tail enders going through. There's Alan Bunter. There's the Shark that we were talking about going through. Number 29. He's number 28, I should say. He's in 15th position, just ahead of Ulrich Hilliam, number 30, who is out there in the ADR. There's the race leader, Bill Cowley. Safety car getting a bit of a wriggle on now because the stricken car of David Reed has been recovered from Graham Hill Bend. So I think we will get racing back underway at the end of this lap with, probably by the time they get there, around about 8 minutes to go or something like that.
Yeah. And Mick Harris in third place in the purple number 27. Very, very relaxed, doesn't he? The other two are a little bit more interested in weaving, and Bill Cowley wants to know that he can go at the appropriate time. He had a 3/4 of a second, 8/10 of a second on Bove at the end of the last lap. Doesn't really count, though. This is the one that counts because they're going to be back under racing conditions very quickly. Still the yellow flags until they get to the start line.
And they now cross the line and are greeted by green flags to get racing back underway then. And it was 3/10 between Cowley and Bove as they crossed the line that time. And Bove carries a good deal of speed up the hill. He jinks to the right. Cowley sees him coming in the mirrors and covers it off. These two have raced against each other for quite a few years now.
Many a long year.
So they will. Cowley will know how Bove races and vice versa. And Bove, equally very experienced, 7 championships under his belt, won't be going for any rash moves, I don't think.
No, it's funny that Bove can't maintain Cowley's pace through Surtees, and Cowley back on the throttle really early. Very, very different concept of car. And this and the Cowley race with an Austin engine originally.
Yeah. Bove racked up his 50th race win during the course of last season. So he's been one of the most successful drivers. We know that Mick Harris has won the championship 10 times. Josh Barrett observed me yesterday, but not to know how many race wins he'd had over the years as well, but that'll be quite a few. I suspect he might be leading the way on race wins over the years in 750 Formula. Two leaders then heading down Cooper Straight for the 8th time. Half a second between them at the start of the lap, and there's about another 3 seconds gap back to 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th who are together, Marcus.
Yep, indeed, and there it is. Mick Harris in the 27 leads that group, the Derby from Mark Glover. In the number 4, the PRS is 17, which is Ed Pither, and then Mark Windley, son of Roger Windley, and they're a long family with a long tradition in the 750 Motor Club.
Yeah, and back this season after about 12 years out of racing is Mark, and it is interesting to see that the Windley there, because it's something a bit different to the other cars around
they
it.
put a Fiat engine in it since it last raced, presumably.
It might have had one back in 11, I guess.
But it ran, built in 73, that car, originally.
Yes, originally. Pither in the PRS, quite close to the back of Mark Glover that time. Mark Glover's had a couple of championships to his name.
And the PRS is curious because the driver sits a really long way back in it, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's got an enormous floor, which gives very good ground effect, apparently. And there goes on the inside. Mick Harris is squeezed wide by Mark Glover. Glover dives through the hole that's been created, and now we'll see whether Ed Pither can pick up some tow. And he goes through the middle of them. That's interesting. And that's all. And Mick Harris puts a wheel in the dirt on the outside, manages to get on, but Windley's passed him in that moment. He was kind of hung out to dry going into paddock, as they were 3 abreast momentarily.
But fortunately, he did keep it out of the gravel. He did lose the place. He's gone back to 6th position as a result, having been 3rd about 2/3 of a lap ago. So Mick Harris driving Sue's car down to 6th place. And he'll have to watch that he's not caught by Raymond Barley in the race kit's Falcon as well, number 11, that's in 7th place at the moment. Meanwhile, Mark Windley is knocking on the door of 4th position now, trying to get past Ed Pither. Mark, it's all got a little more spread out in 3rd, 4th and 5th and 6th with that issue a lap or so ago. Not as close as it was. Barley and Boother are not too far behind either. Good scrap going over the line beneath us as well. Drake Doherty now up into the top 10 with Chris Goff behind him, having just done his best lap of the race. So that's a decent scrap, both ahead of Simon Bolter, but watching still Mark Windley on screen now in the number 69 car. Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
And which car is that has gone off? We'll wait for the dust to clear.
82.
82. Martin Kemp in the race kit's Falcon has beached it at the foot of Paddock Hill Bend. Won't be going anywhere now. So we've got the leaders over the line again. 1 second between Bill Cowley and Peter Bove. Now 8 seconds back to 3rd place. The leaders at Druids.
You've got yellows all the way from in front of the pits to Paddock.
Yeah, there'll be a green on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, I would think, with the Martin Kemp car having been beached there. So the leaders turning their way through Surtees and McLaren and Clearways now with 12 minutes of the race gone. I can see that I thought the checker flag might be being prepared for a moment, but I don't think it quite is just yet.
I think Bove is coming back at Bill Cowley. It was 1.23 seconds. It's now 0.52. He's more than halved that deficit to Bill Cowley in the 77. So Peter Bove has fastest lap, 52.920.
Yeah, so it's a really good lap time, about 6/10 or so outside the lap record for these cars. As Cowley now feeling the pressure from Peter Bove. Cowley's best lap so far, 53.17. 2 minutes of the race to go. So if we go the distance, we'll get 2 more laps at the end of this one. We do have that Kemp car stranded at Paddock Hill Bend, but I think they're probably going to leave that there. It's, yeah, could just by a single waved yellow flag now, so I think that's been downgraded. So over the line they go. 0.52 was the gap. It's less than that now. It's 0.14. And Bove to the outside of Bill Cowley, who just eases Bove wide, has to try and make him drive very wide around the outside there. And now Cowley takes the inside line for Druids decisively.
Yeah, it carried more speed in, didn't he? Which was quite a surprise on that compromised line. Bove coming back though on the outside, down into Graham Hill Bend. Lots of downforce on the front of the Bove car, a little splitter on the front of Cowley's, the lead car. And there's only, a minute and a few seconds to go. And can Bill Cowley hold on to this one? He's made some ground again through the fast sweeper at Surtees, and out he goes. And here comes Peter Bove. He hasn't won 7 championships for nothing, and this looks like it could be the salient point of this race as he gets into the slipstream. He pulls out alongside Bill Cowley. Cowley again makes sure that he's got the car absolutely bang central through the apex, and he's going to make Bove drive round him if anything.
Yeah, last lap of the race as well for the leaders. 600ths between them at the start of the lap. Bove still trying to find a way through here, through Graham Hill Bend. Half a lap to go then. Is pulling to the left, trying to essay a move into Surtees. It's covered off by Cowley on the inside line.
Cowley's quick through there, isn't he?
He is. Nothing Bove can do in Bassman at that point of the circuit.
And he's not as close as he was last time through. So I think that if Cowley can get the car up onto the plateau of the top straight and keep it just maybe a car's width out, he'll get there to the checkered flag. And he has done.
Yeah, done it.
Tremendous drive from Bill Cowley. 0.37 of a second between the pair of them. A long way clear of the rest, and they're led over the line by number 4, Mark Glover, who's been third for a long time. Ed Pither in the 17, the PRS is next. Then it's Mark Windley in 69, and then completing the top 6, Steve Boother. Mark Windley won his class in the championship, the B class.
3700ths between Bill Cowley and Peter Bove in the end. A chunk less than it was on the start of the lap. So Cowley, Bove, Glover, Pither, Windley, Boother. Raymond Barley was 7th, Richard Jenkins 8th, Simon Bolter 9th, and Jake Doherty 2nd in Class B, completing the top 10. And Alan Bunter goes across the line now. I think the last driver to do so, but also on the lead lap. So let's have a look at the results of the race now. Confirmation of the victory for Bill Cowley at the end of 15 laps of racing by 0.37 seconds over Peter Bove in 2nd place. Mark Glover, number 4, took 3rd position in the race kit's Falcon. 4th to number 17, Ed Pither. Class B winner, number 69, Mark Windley, was 5th, ahead of number 7, Steve Boother in the Derby. Raymond Barley, 11 in the race kit's Falcon. 9, Richard Jenkins in the Shepherd. 6, Simon Bolter in the Derby, and Jake Doherty in the SSF, rounding out the top 10 in car number 5, 2nd place in Class B, ahead of Chris Goff, Matthew Unwin, Mick Harris and Alan Bunter, who was the last of the drivers on the lead lap. So Race Part 750 Formula Championship, that will be back out again right at the end of the day for the 2nd race of the weekend, but let's now head down to Josh Barrett in pit lane.
So we're down here after that close battle between Bill Cowley and Peter Bove, and Bill's about to receive his winner's garland from James Winstanley. Let's have a word with Bill. Well done, Bill. A really close race, that one.
Yeah, it was really hard fought with Peter. I think I overcooked my tyres on the under the safety car because these Hancock tyres are a bit unknown. So I was trying to keep the temperature in him because I don't bring up temperature like they do with the Yokos, and I think I put too much in him, and towards the end there I was losing a bit of grip, so I saw Peter there and he was very strong on the brakes going up to Druid, so so I had to get him covered, didn't I?
It's the first time you've driven on these tyres, then, is it?
I was out at Silverstone the other month, but that was a disaster. Let's not talk about that.
I didn't see that one. But a good race and hopefully more of the same later.
Well, I'll be trying, you know that.
Well done, Bill. So let's have a word with You gave that a good go, didn't you?
I did, yeah. But when it comes to defensive driving, I think Bill makes Sergio Perez look like an amateur. So yeah, it was a good race. I think we were fairly evenly matched, but yeah, it was good.
Especially on the last lap going up towards paddock, you were pretty much side by side, I think.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether there were still yellows out at paddock, so I thought I could go for a demon move. It wouldn't have come off probably, and I might have got up in front of the stewards. So I thought discretion was a better part of valour.
You don't want that at this stage, do you? Well done,
No,
Peter.
thank you.
And then in third position was Mark Glover. A quick word, Mark. Good battle for third.
I'm fairly happy with thid.
Yeah.
I got caught out by the Oil Druids on the first lap and dropped it back a couple of places, but made them up and got napping on the restart, which didn't really help. So, but overall, good race.
Well done on third place. We're already heading towards our next race, which is for the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship. Thank you very much, Josh. Yes, the car's heading out onto the circuit. So let's give you the grid for the next race on the programme, the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship, race 18 of the weekend. Chris Deere, number 1, is on pole position. Besides him is number 87, Stuart Place. This grid set by the second fastest time from qualifying yesterday. Robert Campbell, 47, on the inside of row 2. Next to him is number 12, James Hazelhurst. Number 91, Finn Groom, is on the inside of row 3, with number 93, Ben Bateman, next to him in the Nova. Row 4, that's going to have Pete Morgan, number 2 in the Fiesta XR2, and Martin Kayser in the XR2i next to him. So 2 and 88 on the 4th row. The 5th row is 6 Andy Philpotts and 41 Jason Wood. The 6th row is 30 William Humphreys and 5 Terry Roughton. Row 7 is Pete Osgerby in 58 and Neil Dudman 48. Darren Bassingthwaite in number 18 on the inside of row 8 next to Rick Groom, number 92. And Alan Dooley and Terry Deere, 62 and 42, line up on the 9th row of the grid. And Paul Thorpe, the Formula representative for Classic Stock Hatch, is once again alongside me in the commentary box. Paul, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, and it was a fantastic bit of racing yesterday. The people to look out for here are young Finn Groom. Now, he's a very young lad, fairly new to the championship, but it's like second 2.5 seasons, I think, he's been racing. And he's really showing his form. He had an unfortunate little tap from Pete Morgan yesterday at Graham Bowen, which spun him out when he was in 5th place. He went down to 14th, but found his way back up to 7th. Now, that's a very good young man to watch. And right beside him is Ben Bateman. Now, that's another speedy young man. Had a little bit of an incident with Robert Campbell at Paddock Hill Bend. So it's going to be very busy on the top. I'm looking there, and I reckon in the first 5 grids, the top 10 places, any of them could end up on the podium.
Yeah, it's very evenly matched, isn't it? We saw Stuart Place, though, grab a 3rd win of the season yesterday. He leads the championship on 77 points, 67 for Chris Deere and 46 for Martin Kayser, who's 3rd in the championship. So how much ballast has Stuart Place got on board now?
Well, because he's had 3 wins out of 3, he's carrying 75 kilograms of ballast now.
Wow.
Now, the man is lined up pole, Chris Deere, he's only carrying 45. So yesterday we saw a good battle from them two. And there was very small amount of ballast between them. But it's quite big today. There's 30 kilograms difference. So Stuart's going to really struggle with his tyres towards the end of the race. So watch out for everyone behind him.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a delay because we're still recovering a 750 Formula car from Paddock Hill Bend. Now, you thought you'd got a full complement, didn't you, Paul? But I can see one missing, and I think Terry Roughton's not there by the...
Terry Roughton. Well, I didn't know of any problem there. He was very happy. It's great to see him. He's 70 years old, and he loves coming to have a little play. He's hoping to make the rest of the season. But I didn't see any issues with him yesterday. I don't know if it was a personal issue and he had to leave.
Yeah, it's the Citroen, isn't it?
The Citroen AX,
races, yeah, but that's a great shame. But we'll have 17 cars on the grid then for this Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch race. Hopefully for better fortunes for Ben Bateman and Robert Campbell after their contact yesterday. That brought out the red flags and we had a restart, didn't we, to yesterday's race.
Okay, something to talk about for a little while. We did a bit of filling, didn't we?
We did. And but James Hazelhurst, he's had a good start to the year. Had another podium yesterday, so he's had a 3rd and a 5th already this season. So
yes, he's well happy. He got 3rd place yesterday. Actually, I've just got a message from Joshua. Terry Roughton is stuck in assembly. It looks like his car might not be stuck. Oh, yes, I can just see it from where I'm standing. And yeah, he's just stuck in assembly at the moment. So it looks like, unfortunately, he's got a car issue and he may not be able to attend.
Well, that's a great shame. But if he can get out, I'm sure he will. There is this delay while the 750 Formula car is recovered.
Yeah, and yesterday we had Will Humphreys back there in the number 30 car. He bizarrely, we reckon there must have been some gravel on the circuit, and the first lap he lost one of his side windows. So it was a big panic looking for a side window for a Peugeot 205. But and there we are, we see Terry Roughton. Looks like he might have a dashboard electrical issue. Oh, that's such a shame. It's wonderful to see Terry out here. He's been racing for many years in many different championships. Do you know how many championships he's actually been racing in?
Well, he's been racing in. He obviously raced in stock hatch before. Possibly a fuel pump issue. We're hearing from Josh down in the assembly area.
Oh, that's such a shame because it's wonderful to see the Citroen AX. The unusual Citroen AX we see is the one of Andrew Thorpe. No relation to me, but he has a little nippy AX, and it's wonderful to see different cars out there. Looking further back, Terry Deere has got his Mini Metro. It's great to see these different variety other than the 205s, the Fords and the Vauxhalls. But we're just waiting for the track to be fully cleared and get the flags to go. But this will be a great race. Now it's going to be very tense. Now Stuart and Chris are both very good off the start line here. Now Chris is in an unfortunate position. He's in position 1. It's slightly uphill, so it does make it a bit trickier to get off the line from P1. And off they go. And Chris Deere has got an amazing start, but a terrible start by Robert Campbell. But Chris Deere has cut off the line to Stuart Place as they come into the corner for the first time. But James Hazelhurst has found his way back up to 3rd place, followed by Martin Kayser, Young Finn Groom and Ben Bateman.
So it's the yellow car of Chris Deere that's in the lead at the moment. Then Stuart Place is in 2nd position. James Hazelhurst there. Martin Kayser up to 4th in the XR2i. He's going to try and go around the outside of Hazelhurst. Finn Groom is 5th. Ben Bateman alongside him, though. So the two young drivers were side by side. I think actually Bateman's got his nose in front. Yes, he has.
Yes, he has.
Taken 5th place away in the Nova down at Graham Hill Bend. Then you've got Andy Philpotts there in 7th. Pete Morgan in 8th.
But I see Finn Groom is not making it easy for them. They're going side by side as they come into Surtees. Now, Ben Bateman's got the inside line for the left-hander, but if Finn can hang on, no, it's Ben Bateman's managed to secure the move up and towards Clearways.
And Pete Morgan also advancing up on the inside of Andy Philpotts there, up into 7th place. He's trying to go. That's the blue and yellow XR2, the carburetted car rather than the XR2i of Andy Philpotts. They're still wheel-to-wheel, those two, as the leaders are over the line again. We're watching on screen Martin Kayser in 4th, Ben Bateman 5th. And Finn Groom in 6th place. The top two, though, Paul, getting away a little bit.
They've got away. They must have about 10 car length lead. It just shows you these two, although they're carrying ballast, they certainly can get their cars off the line. But it's looking further back at the battles there. It looks like Pete Morgan has just got the better there and now has got Finn Groom in his sights.
And Jason Wood just behind Andy Philpotts as well. Here's Ben Bateman. He's up to 5th place. And he'll be keen to try and get 4th. But actually, Finn Groom gets the better run out of Graham Hill Bend and might try to challenge into Surtees. He pulls to the left-hand side of the circuit. Meanwhile, the two leaders heading through Surtees. Now there's Hazelhurst. He's got Kayser all over the back of him. So 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th right together. Stuart Place, the 3-time winner already this season, in 2nd place at the moment, but he's got a difficult job on with all of that ballast.
He has, yes. We're looking at the 3rd place man, James Hazelhurst, with Martin Kayser, Ben Bateman and Finn Groom. So you've got poor Martin Kayser, he's the all black, and Ben Bateman's going towards the outside of him. Can he outbrake him? He's going to try and go round the outside. That's so difficult. We enter there at 90 miles an hour. But no, he's still holding on, Martin Kayser. He's going to have the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend.
He is. He'll put up to Druids. In fact, they go. And
Finn's trying to capitalise on this by going up the inside, and he's made that stick as well. So Ben has been knocked down. Oh no, Ben's coming back at him. These two youngsters, they're barely out of teenage years, and look at them side by side. What a fantastic show. And Finn's got the better of Ben Bateman.
Both of them racing cars much older than they are as well, as they head through Surtees once again. So you've got the 93 car, which is Ben Bateman, the Nova, the black Nova, and Finn Groom in the 91 XR2, and it's Groom back ahead of Bateman. So Groom 5th, Bateman 6th, Pete Morgan chasing after them in 7th. Hazelhurst in 3rd place, just making a bit of a break from Martin Kayser now as well.
I think Martin's got his mirrors full of the young Finn Groom there as he tries to go for the outside line, try to outbrake him, but he's just showing his nose just to let Martin know he's there. But he's getting a slightly better run out up towards the hill, up towards Drury Hairpoint. He's going to get on the inside line. He's just hanging on, but Martin's just managed to hold him back. But that little tussle has brought Ben Bateman and Pete Morgan back into the shout.
59.20 seconds. The fastest lap of the race has gone to Chris Deere. the race leader. He's half a second ahead of Stuart Place as things stand. Continuing to watch this battle, Paul, involving Ben Bateman and Finn Groom along the back straight now, the Cooper Straight.
Oh, this is Martin Kayser comes through. Surtees, that's such a fast corner there. We are going flat out there, doing about 95 miles an hour. The G-force is amazing. There is Martin Kayser. Finn Groom's getting right on his bonnet, but Finn knows he's got the carb car and he won't have the power down the straight, so he's going to try and sit right in. There he is, right behind him, right in the slipstream to try and outbrake him. He's going to try and go on the outside line. I recommend trying the inside line, but he can stay on the outside. He's braking as late as he can. He's hanging on, but Martin brakes so late then. Is he going to be able to get round? Oh, can he get the cat back? No, Martin, he's such a wily character now. He's definitely managed to hold him off. That was good tense, but for young Finn Groom, he's using the disadvantages there of the carburettor car to follow very closely in Martin's slipstream, just waiting, trying to pressurise him into a mistake.
Chris Deere was caught by 0.05 of a second by Stuart Place on that last lap. Stuart Place doing the best lap of the race. There they are. Still about half a second between them. So the 3 205s, as they were yesterday, out in front. And a gap back to Kayser, who's still got his mirrors full of that grey and blue car of Finn Groom.
Oh, a great demonstration there on camera about how the XR2, the carburettor car, can brake so much later. He gets right behind Martin again. He's going to try again for that slipstream. He's going to try and get on the inside, but Martin knows that he can't outbrake an XR2 into the corner, so he's going to go for the inside line. And it's close and close and close. He's gone for the outside again, has Finn. He's going to try and do the cutback. No, Martin, oh, a little bit of lock up on the rear there. But is he going to be able to hold it in? Finn's going to try and do the cutback, but he just can't do it this time.
Yep, Ben Bateman still right behind them as well, ready to capitalise if anything goes wrong. And Pete Morgan in 7th place, the vastly experienced Pete Morgan there as well. But he's being shown a clean pair of heels by the 2 youngsters at the moment.
It definitely is, yeah. I mean, like you say, Pete Morgan's been racing that car for, well, over 20 years. And but he'll be sitting there just taking in the view and waiting for these 3 to make a mistake that he can capitalise on it, because if there's a gap there, he will take it.
Pete Morgan won 4 races last season and been being beaten to 2nd place in the championship, and he's trying to make a move on the inside of Ben Bateman through clearways now. He's got his bonnet ahead, but Bateman on the outside in the Nova is not giving way, is he? As they come back onto the Brabham Straight, Bateman's managed to hold off Pete Morgan, but in doing that, he's lost quite a few car lengths to Finn Groom.
To Finn Groom and Martin Kayser. A great demonstration again about how the injection... Oh, Finn Groom's made a little mistake, a little bit too late on the brakes, but it looks like he's just managed to stay on the track. But that means Ben Bateman is going to capitalise. He's up on the inside, and he ain't going to be able to have a break him without a little bit of a rub there. And look at Pete Morgan there. I told you, as soon as there's a space, Pete Morgan will take it.
Yeah, so that mistake from Finn Groom costing him quite dearly there. He's lost 2 positions, hasn't he, with that mistake at Paddock Kilbend. Only a slight error, but it's cost him 2 positions.
Well, I say that corner, that's very scary. You're doing nearly 110 miles an hour, and you're braking for a corner that you can't see. So it's just the experience there of the other guys. It's just Finn will get that experience. He's a wonderful bloke. Young man, and I'm sure he will do well. And this is superb experience, especially following Pete Morgan.
Yep, so he's going to try and get back up into the top 6 before the end of this race. Robert Campbell, by the way, 10th. He was on row 2 of the grid, but made that very bad start, didn't he?
He did. Unfortunately, yeah, just didn't quite get it right. Possibly a little bit too much wheel spin. And there we see Chris Deere just comfortable there. He knows that only carrying 45 kilograms compared to Stuart Place's 75, he knows his tyres are going to work out a bit better towards the end of the race, so he's just controlling the race there, and Stuart's going to do everything he can to get by him. He's had 3 out of 3 so far, and he will be more than happy to take it forth. And looking further back is James Hazel looks on his own there.
He is
in 3rd place, but he'll be well chuffed. This will be another 3rd place if he can pull it off for the rest of the race. We've got just over 7 minutes of the race left, and that's going to be a long 7 minutes.
It will be, yeah, and it seems like we've already had longer than that, doesn't it? Because we've packed quite a lot of action into the first 8 minutes of this race. So Deere and Place go across the line. They've been trading fastest laps, but neither of them improved their lap time that time through. Ben Bateman's about to attack Martin Kayser into Paddock Hill Bend.
It was almost a lunge there, but Martin shut him off, so Ben's going to have to do the long way round. Martin's going to take that wide line. Ben's going to try to get the cut back, but no. And there's Pete Morgan right behind him. Now, I'm looking back there at Finn. He's slowly inching his way, but Pete Morgan's trying to get up the inside of Ben Bateman as they go round the hairpin. Now, if Ben can hold it on the inside, he'll have the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. And is he going to take it? Yes. Peter's trying to get as close as he can to Martin, but Ben is... they're still side by side. Now, as they come up to Surtees, you're going to have... Ben's going to have the inside line for the first corner, but Pete Morgan's going to have the... And there, Finn has managed to get right behind him, this little tussle, and Finn is trying to go up the inside of Ben Bateman, it didn't quite pay off for him.
But Pete Morgan did get through ahead of Ben Bateman, didn't he? So he's gone up to 5th place now. Bateman trying to fight back through Clark Curve. His car is alongside.
Oh, there we go. There's the demonstration of the injection car. It's just pulling away clearly as anything from the carb car, but these two carb cars now are together, the two XR2s, and Finn's got past Pete Morgan.
Yeah, good move that on the start and finish straight up to 6th position there. So Finn Groom, a bit like yesterday, fires up after yesterday it was contact with Pete Morgan. This time it was a mistake on his own.
He's an incredible young man. He's got such a mature head on his shoulders.
And Martin Kayser now is having his hands full of Ben Bateman. This is the fight for 4th position down at Graham Hill Bend.
As they come round, yes, Ben's going to try and line up Martin, try and force Martin into a mistake as they come down the coupe straight there, and as they go round, Martin goes round. Say we're going flat out, and the G-force is just phenomenal. And these cars have gone into a 4-train again. It just shows you we've got the front lot, but we have little battles all over. Looking further back, I'm seeing a little battle there between some 205s and Jason Wood. There's little battles everywhere, and as Martin comes down, Ben's going to try and go on the outside line. It looks like Ben has got a little bit more power. He's pulling away. He's just got his nose in front. And yes, Ben Bateman has managed to secure it. And Finn was trying to follow him there for a moment. He just laid off for a bit.
So Bateman up to 4th place. Meanwhile, Chris Deere has just done the best lap of the race, a 58.70, which is faster than the time that we had in yesterday's race. And he is now 9/10 of a second clear of Stuart Place. So that's the biggest lead it's been all race, I think. Meanwhile, continuing with this battle for 4th position, which is what we've been focusing on, it is still Ben Bateman ahead of Martin Kayser, Finn Groom and Pete Morgan. You can see they've got quite a deficit now to James Hazelhurst, but they won't worry about that. They're having a great fight between themselves.
So this is the thing, we most of us just like a really good race, and they're certainly showing it for you. Ben Bateman and Finn was trying to think of going up the inside there of Martin. It can work out, but it's a very tricky move to take. And look at this, like 1, 2, 3, 4, all in a nice line. Ben trying to get a bit of a drag, but Martin's going to be behind it, and the two XR2s, they're going to get right in the slipstream. See Finn there getting back into the slipstream of the XR2, but just to keep with him, really, at this stage. He'll try and overtake possibly later in the race, I think.
So leaders are up at Druids already. The pack is coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, headed by Ben Bateman in the 93 car. His driver's mirror has been folded in a little bit after some earlier contact, hasn't it?
Well, we have a bit of close racing. We do like a bit of close racing there. And the two XR2s, and it's fantastic to see Finn. I mean, Pete Morgan, he certainly knows how to pedal an XR2, but Finn's definitely showing him what to do. Martin Kayser there desperately trying to get back on terms with Ben Bateman, but now that's stretching a little. That gap is stretching a little bit now. So Martin's just going to be worried about the two XR2s behind him.
He will indeed. So Bateman turning his way through in that Nova. Of course, Ben had a win in his first ever race meeting at Donington Park a couple of years ago.
Oh, he's trying to... I see Groom is trying to get the inside line. He's going inside. He's side by side as they come across the start finish straight. Now, this is exactly where the XR2 could pay off if you can go late on the brakes. As they brake together, side by side. And Finn Groom looks like he's got the move done. But, of course, the wider line, the XR2 and the power down the hill is trying to... And he's managed to do the countback. Martin's got the countback. He's now got the inside line for Druid's hairpin, side by side. But then Pete Morgan's going to slot behind.
And there's contact between Groom and Kayser there. And Groom has lost out there. He's back to where he started, back to 7th place, because Pete Morgan was able to drive through. It was the front right of Groom's car and the back left of Kayser's car. Only a light touch, but enough to unsettle Finn.
But incredibly close racing. This is a fantastic show on how we're throwing these 30-year-old cars around.
Great racing, isn't it? And now
Groom's trying to come back at him. Whoa, nearly paid off for Groom there.
What have we got? 2 minutes or so to go. Probably going to get 3 more laps out of this race because the leaders have already crossed the line. Chris Deere still ahead of Stuart Place, nearly a second between them now. fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. Sorry, fifth, sixth, and seventh is what we're watching because Bateman's now escaped from these three.
Yeah, looking across to the front lines now. The people at the front are now encountering some back markers, but the back markers are getting well out of the way. It's not going to really play too much on that. Looking further back, looks like Christian has got a little bit of a benefit over Stuart Place, but back with this battle that we've been watching almost race long. Pete Morgan's going to try to take the wider line, but it means Finn's going to get beside him as they come down the hill. But Morgan will have the inside line. And as they come round, yes, and now they're both going to be eyeing up Martin Kayser down this straight. As we're coming up to the far... Oh, it's Finn Groom. He's got an excellent exit there. Down the Cooper Straight. He may have the inside line. He has got the inside line. What a fantastic race we're seeing, Ian.
Meanwhile, back with the leader who's just about to start his... not penultimate lap of the race. Yes, penultimate lap for Chris Deere. Last lap board's not yet gone out. He's now 1.6 seconds clear of Stuart Place. So I think probably he's increasingly struggling with that ballast as the race goes on and realises that any chase is pretty much futile.
Oh, looks like someone's gone wide. That's Alan Dooley has gone really wide as he's going up the hill. He's got a bit of a tank slapper going up there. I can't quite see him.
No, I think
he's facing the wrong way.
Yeah, and I think he did collide with the barriers there as well, possibly on the way up to Druids. Yes, confirmation that he did. But he's managed to get it off the circuit and out of the way of this battle that continues for fifth.
Whoa, it's a very tense battle. These carburetted cars against this injection model. But yes, it's looking at Martin Kayser. It's managed to hold up Finn Groom. They've got about a car length between each back to Pete Morgan. It's going to get very tense. And Finn has got an excellent run as he enters Surtees as they go around. Here we go. It's coming up for... I'm just checking. Yes, this is now the last lap board. Last lap board is going out for the leader, Chris Deere and Stuart Place, and then James Hazelhurst in third place.
Yeah, and he's quite a long way back from the top two. In fact, he's being caught by Ben Bateman now. There was 4 seconds between those two cars, and that has come right down to 1.1. I wonder if Hazelhurst was a bit unsettled and distracted by the Alan Dooley incident ahead of him.
Oh, now Finn Groom's gone up the inside of Martin Kayser into in there, and he's managed to get in front of Martin again as they come down the hill. But he can just try. No, Martin's got the power of the injection. Up the hill again. He's got back onto the inside line. This time we're going 3 wide, almost 3 wide, as Pete Morgan tries to go around the outside of Finn Groom. Finn Groom's going to try and move out to try and make Pete work it, but no, he's decided to stay side by side with them, and Martin's got in front and Pete Morgan's following him, and now we've got Pete Morgan and Finn Groom going side by side as the leaders enter the straight for the last time. And here comes Chris Deere now to take his first win of the season. So a win for Chris Deere. Then second is Stuart Place, looking further back, but Ben Bateman is almost on the back of James Hazelhurst. James Hazelhurst, can he hold this off this fast Nova? I said he'd be a fast man, but no, James Hazelhurst has pipped him to the post. Now looking back at this battle, Martin Kayser's got Finn Groom all over his backside, but is he going to pull out? No, Martin Kayser managed to hold him off Finn Groom, Pete Morgan. Now that is a fantastic classic stock hatch race.
It certainly was. Chris Deere taking the win then in the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship by 1.17 seconds over Stuart Place. First win of the season, breaking Stuart Place's stranglehold on the wins so far this season. James Hazelhurst third in car number 12, then Bateman fourth. Martin Kayser fifth, Finn Groom sixth, Pete Morgan seventh, Phil Potts, Campbell and Wood completing the top 10, but quite a race. We spent a lot of it looking at that battle for fourth place. We'll just have a quick run through the results, Paul. The win then going the way of Chris Deere, 1.17 seconds the victory margin from Hazelhurst number 12 in third, so 1.87 and 12. Then Bud Bateman number 93 in fourth place. Fifth place to number 88 Martin Kayser, sixth to number 91 Finn Groom, seventh to number 2 Pete Morgan, eighth number 6 Andy Philpotts, ninth number 47 Robert Campbell, and rounding out the top 10 41 Jason Wood. Then it was William Humphries, Neil Dudman, Pete Oscarby and Darren Bassingthwaite. And further back, Rick Groom, Terry Deere, and obviously that accident towards the end for Alan Dooley. But an excellent classic stock hatch race, that, Paul.
I don't know about you, Ian, but I'm out of breath. But this is what classic stock hatch is like. We see all this wonderful... We had an unfortunate red flag incident yesterday, but generally that's all you'll see. You'll see great, close racing. We had a few mirrors folded in, but, good, clean, fun racing. And that's what we're about in classic stock hatch. You know, these cars are 30 years old, and it's fantastic to witness.
And when's the next round, Paul?
You asked me that because of what happened. Our next round is a few weeks' time at Croft. We're just on the Saturday, the swine. So we're just on the Saturday. It's a long journey, but I do love Croft. I've gone well there, and it's a great circuit. If you've never been there, I recommend going to Croft Circuit.
OK, so we'll look forward to the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship. Croft, thank you, Paul. Let's head down to the pit lane and Josh Barrett once again.
So we're down here after that classic stock catch race, and Chris Deere winning for the first time this season. Well done, Chris. You got the start that time.
Always come second.
And you managed to get gap, Stuart, and keep that gap pretty static.
Yeah, I think he's got the extra weight. We're on our second success balance, which the car's set up for. So yeah, I think it sort of balanced out a bit. The start was a bit crazy. It went 1 minute, green light, red lights. I was like, okay, we've got to go. So happy days, all a good, nice race.
And tyres, were they able to hold on all the way through?
We changed the pressure, so we were quick from the start. I thought we'd try and get a fastest lap, and then towards the end just bang on. So it was a bit struggling towards the end, but we're all on the same tyres. It is what it is. It's all good fun.
Well done on the victory. In second place was Stuart Place, and get a word with Stuart. Stuart, second place, success balance maximum, so second's not too bad, is it?
Yeah, ain't too bad, but start was a shambles. We should have had the 30 and 5 second board. We didn't. Jump start. So not very happy, but still happy to get second. But we'll leave it to the powers that be.
With the success balance, is that affecting the car much around here?
Very much, very much. I'm struggling more than I normally would in certain corners, but you know, considering, yeah, we'll take it.
Well done on second. Then in third position is James, and we quick word with you, James. Third place this time, not quite able to keep with these two.
No, just trying to sort of stay out of trouble really. Had a bit of a scare right at the end there.
Yeah, tell us about that.
I just saw him sort of going in, losing the back end, and then just sort of guessing which way he's going to go across the track. But I knew I had a bit of a gap behind me, so I just chilled out. I waited for it to stop and then just went round. So.
Although Ben actually did get quite close to you at the end.
Yeah, he was really worrying me. And obviously we were starting to lap a few people, so yeah, I was a bit worried about that, to be honest.
But a nice weekend here, 2 podiums.
Really, really good, yeah. I mean, I wasn't expecting this at all, so really happy.
Well done. So congratulations to our top 3 from the Classic Stock Catches. Up next, we have the second race of the day for the PD Extinguishers Toyota MR2 Championship.
So a bit of clearing up being done before we have the cars released onto the circuit for the second race of the day for the PD Extinguishers Toyota MR2 Championship. We've already had one race for these cars today. That was won by Sean Traynor. He's on pole position for this one by virtue of getting fastest lap in the early race. So number 27, Sean Traynor, on pole position. Besides him is number 99, Billy Boggis, in the Mark II. Second row on the inside will be number 69, Carl Johnston, and 71, Graham Mailings, is next to him. On the third row is number 11, Adam Lockwood, and number 84, Neil Stratton. On row 4 of the grid, we'll have number 21, Daniel Sylvester, and number 9, Timothy Heron. Row 5, number 4, Peter Higton, and number 78, Jim Mew. Veer Aldridge in 65 and Darren Aldworth, number 2, will line up on the 6th row of the grid. On to row 7 is 82, Andrew Ruthven, and 17, Maxine Nichols. Row 8 is 37, Christopher Allison, and number 30, Andy Williams. Andrew Strange in 51 and Patrick Stoner, number 20, line up on the 9th row of the grid. On row 10, Vladislav Sinani and Sergei Bailaev in number 88. Then the 11th row is 67, Simon Quinn, and 36, Nick Lear. And row 12 on his own, number 3, Martin Collins in the Mark 1, the only Mark 1 on the grid. Still waiting for the cars to be brought out onto the circuit because there is still some work being done after the classic stock hatch race. So a short hiatus before we get the cars out onto the circuit for this second race of the weekend for the MR2s. Earlier on today, it was a pretty clear-cut win for Sean Traynor. And just looking at that victory margin from the first race, yes, it was more than 6 seconds over the rest of the field. He did 15 laps in the race and was 6.1 seconds clear of Graham Mailings in second. Neil Stratton was very pleased to get a second successive podium. He had third place, and then Adam Lockwood was fourth in the early race. Billy Boggis, though, just snatched victory in Class B for the Mark II cars on the very last moments of the race, right at the finish line. Billy Boggis got ahead of Daniel Sylvester, who basically led almost throughout in Class B for the Mark IIs after Tim Heron went off at Druids on the opening lap. And Carl Johnston took 7th, which was a bit of a surprise that Carl was back in 7th place because he's the man that's leading the championship coming into this weekend, having won both of the races at Silverstone, the driver from Armagh, really hitting his straps very early on in his MR2 championship career. Caused a few surprises with some strong results at Donington in the opening meeting of the season, then followed that up with victories, very well-deserved victories they were too, at Silverstone on the national circuit last time out. Also in the top 10 for race 1 we had Jim Mew and Peter Higton and Andrew Ruthven as well. And they will all be back, hopefully, for the second race of the weekend coming up very shortly for this PD Extinguishers Toyota MR2 Championship, which has been established now for around about 15 years and has always run with the 750 Motor Club. Over the years, new classes introduced to allow for the 3 different marks of the MR2. The Roadsters, obviously from the 2000s, added most recently. And these days, numerically dominating the championship as well. We heard Sean Traynor earlier on today say that he reckons around here that theoretically a Mark II car might be a little bit quicker than a Mark III, but it just depends on how you've got the car set up and who's driving it as well, of course. And I think probably some of the more experienced drivers in the field are now with the Mark IIIs. So this grid is now starting to form up beneath us in the commentary box. Sean Traynor taking up his pole position, looking to reprise his earlier race victory, which is a very convincing one indeed. As I say, 6 seconds the victory margin, possibly hoping for a more entertaining race this time, because it was a little bit single file in the first race for the MR2s. See if they can give us some more entertainment this time around. Billy Boggis on the front row. Be interesting to see how he goes at the start, because he didn't get a very good start first time around. This time he's on the front row of the grid and in second position actually, which is usually the favoured grid position here. Be interesting to see what Carl Johnston can do in this race as well, because he did put his car on the second row with the lap time he set in the earlier race. So we'll see if Carl can take the fight to Sean Traynor this time. Sean has got the driver's door open, letting some fresh air into the cockpit while he can. So too is Graham Mailings in the number 71 car, trying to stay as fresh as possible for as long as possible before this race gets underway. Looks like everyone is in position now. I can see the 1 minute board is being shown, and that means that we're not too far away from the start. 30-second boards now shown. I'll wait for the lights to be shown any moment. Red lights will go on and then they will go out to get this MR2 Championship race underway. The lights are indeed on. They go out. The race gets underway. And again, it's a poor start from Billy Boggis, and he's swallowed up by the 2 drivers on the second row of the grid. It's a good start from Graham Mailings from the outside of row 2. He's got up into second place. Carl Johnston stays in third, Neil Stratton fourth, and Billy Boggis is about 8th or something. You've got the 3 Class B contenders, the Mark II contenders, almost side by side there. It's Tim Heron that's again got into the lead. This time he does get his way around Druid's corner without breaking himself into the gravel. So Tim Heron leading in a Class B at the moment from Dan Sylvester, but Sylvester's gone around the outside of him there at Graham Hill Bend to take the Class B lead away. So it is Sean Traynor leading, Graham Mailings in second place, and they have a bit of a gap now back to Carl Johnston in third place, Neil Stratton fourth, and it's 5 roadsters in the first 5 places by the looks of it as well, because Adam Lockwood is there in 5th position at the moment. So they're coming through towards the end of the first lap then. And it is number 27, Sean Traynor, in the lead by 62 hundredths of a second at the end of the first lap. About 7 tenths behind him, behind Graham Mailings, is Carl Johnston. Then another 3 tenths behind him is Neil Stratton in 4th place. They climb up the hill towards Druids, and Neil Stratton having a look up the inside of Carl Johnston there as they headed into the hairpin, but he couldn't find a way through. And so it is still Johnston, the Rogue Motorsport car, in 3rd place at the moment. So they now drop down through Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper Straight once more. There you can see Dan Sylvester and now Billy Boggis up into second place within Class B. He's got himself ahead of Tim Heron, who led very briefly in Class B at the start of the race. Trainer there on screen is our overall leader. And in the early stages of the first race, he didn't make a break. It took a little bit longer for him to pull out the advantage, but eventually he did it. Right, we're on board with Carl Johnston now in third place. So up the road ahead of us, you can see Graham Mailings and Sean Trainer. That's Johnston. He's got Stratton right behind him. There's more going on behind him than in front, I think. Behind Stratton, you've got Adam Lockwood. Behind Lockwood, you've got Dan Sylvester. Behind Sylvester, you've got Billy Boggis as the field navigates its way around the third lap of the race. And Johnston has now got Stratton overlapping him as they head down to Graham Hill Bend. They make their way along the Cooper Straight. Top two here getting away, Trainer and Mailings. And then it's Johnston, who possibly is delaying himself and Neil Stratton a little bit, battling as they are over third position with another three cars right behind them as well. Johnston quite wide there through Clearways and Clark Curve. I thought that might allow Stratton to pounce, but it didn't. If anything, he's pulled out another car length at the end of lap 3 of this race, which is still being led by Sean Trainer from Graham Mailings. 27 from 71 and 69. Carl Johnston is third, Marcus.
Yeah, it's kind of much as before up front, isn't it? But there's anyone could get third out of this. Anyone of about 6 people. It's running so close. The 2 Mark IIs there. Number 21, which is Dan Sylvester in the road car. Another road car at the front of this group, and that is the championship leader, Carl Johnston. But Lockwood goes through with Sylvester on his tail. Bill Boggis, the Suffolk Smoke, as it says on the back of the car, who managed to snatch victory in his class in the earlier race, isn't going to let go this time either.
There is Boggis, and he is locked in combat with Dan Sylvester, and it's Sylvester that we go on board with now. He's in 6th place. The car ahead of us, you can see, is Adam Lockwood as they go across the line and towards Paddock Hill Bend once more, turning their way, dropping precipitously down to the foot of Paddock Hill. Now up towards Druids they go. There's Sylvester. See a bit of evidence of rubbing in either earlier this race or the race that we had before the lunch break. Johnston there still in 3rd place, having a stronger race this time after that 7th place finish in the earlier race. Back on board with Sylvester again along the Cooper Straight.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Lovely to see the cars leaning into the apex of Surtees, then back across into the right-hander. So Clark Curve Clearways. Field pretty strung out behind the group watching before, but there is Johnston going through. Still with the novice cross on the back corner of the car, but Sean Trainer hasn't managed to shake Graham Mailings off up front, that's for sure.
Only about 3/4 of a second between the two leaders. Tim Heron is in battle with Jim Mew now. Jim Mew in the Roadster, Heron in the Mark II. On board again with Sylvester, a bit close to Lockwood this time. Heading along Cooper Straight. And of course Sylvester can't afford to make too many mistakes here, because he has got his class rival Boggis right behind him.
It's that dilemma, isn't it? Do you go after the 3 roasters ahead, or do you and potentially compromise your battle for the class points, or do you just get your head down and it's a race, you're going to enjoy it, whatever.
9 minutes left of it, and Sean Trainer still leading at the end of 6 laps.
In many ways, it's easier just to keep your head down and chase rather than worry too much, overthink what's happening behind you.
Yeah, I would think so. There's Stratton, number 84, in 4th place, looking to get another podium. Lockwood there, a bit wide, coming out of Druids that time. Down towards Graham Hill Bend they go.
I think that's in Boggis's favour with this. If Sylvester gets wrapped up with the 3 racers and something should happen, he's got that little bit extra time to read the situation and place his car somewhere advantageous.
Looking at the lap times, we got down to 57.01 in the first race. Best lap of the race so far is a 57.25 for Graham Mailings in second place. The top 10 all inside the 57s. Sean Trainor's just done a new PB, new fastest lap of the race, 57.19. In fact, the first 5 drivers all did personal best laps on that lap, of which Trainer was the quickest and pulled out another 400ths over the leader. But there's the Trainer under pressure from Mailings as they were going past Martin Collins in the Mark 1 there. Trainer just about managing to hold on. It was, and spinning goes the Martin Collins car in front of that pack. Now, has that changed the complexion of the Mark II battle? No, it has, in that Stratton has lost out. He's now behind Billy Boggis, but Sylvester and Boggis remain in the same order. It was Carl Johnston that was the one that was in real danger of being collected there as well by the spinning Martin Collins car, but he's still there as well, and if anything is now closer. In fact, he is right with the leaders, Marcus, as they come up the line to complete lap 8.
Yeah, so it's 3 for the lead then at this point. And there they go, but at white, red and black. The cars of Sean Trainer, 27, 71 Graham Mailings, the red one, and 69 Carl Johnston, the Northern Irishman, in the black road car in third place. Lockwood is fourth in 11, but there is Trainer withstanding. He's used to withstanding pressure. He's been in this game for many, many years. And here we go. We're riding with Carl Johnston again.
We are in third place, and he's lost a bit of ground again to the top 2, it seems to me.
Yeah.
But it's a different race, a different type of race this to the first one. Helped by the traffic that delayed Sean Trainer there, backed him up into Graham Mailings and allowed Johnson to catch a second as well.
Quite good on the transition between Surtees and Clearways. And here comes Boggis having a look up the inside of Sylvester. They're absolutely neck and neck. So, and Boggis has got a front splitter ahead of Sylvester. Sylvester brakes as late as he dares. There was so close to rubbing wheel arches there, but all the while with Neil Stratton sitting behind them.
Well, Stratton behind them, but Boggis now has got into the lead of Class B and 5th place overall as well. If he could get the car off the line, he would be dominating, I'm sure, the Mark II division, but in both races he's made a pretty horrible start. Here we can see his blue car just ahead of our onboard car, which is Daniel Sylvester, number 21, now down in 6th position. There's Tim Heron, 3rd in Class B. He's just ahead of Peter Higton. In 8th place Heron, 9th place Higton. Darren Aldworth is rounding out the top 10 at the moment in this PD Extinguishers MR2 Championship race, which still has 5 minutes to run.
Yeah, equidistant 1, 2 and 3 that time, at the end of 10 laps.
And they're just about to come up to lap Martin Collins in the Mark 1 again, at the same part of the circuit as they did previously. It's not proving that easy to get around him by the looks of it, as they make their way around Druids, but not causing quite the consternation, I don't think, as he did a lap ago. Meanwhile, Sylvester's back ahead now of Billy Boggis as they drop down to Graham Hill Bend. Boggis is going to try and come back at him on the inside line. Can't quite make that work, though. So Sylvester holds on to the Class B lead once again. Neil Stratton, of course, in the Roadster, involved in all of this as well. He's in 7th place, having lost out when there was that spinning car 2 or 3 laps ago.
That was a difficult place to spin, wasn't it, and be avoided?
Yeah, it was. So they're lapping Collins again now in the Mark 1.
Here comes Boggis up the outside towards Paddock. Surely he can't break any later than he's doing at the moment. Tucks it back in. There's a car ahead of them, which of course is the one they're battling. That's 11, which is Adam Lockwood. Hint of a lock up there from Dan Sylvester, front left wheel. But Boggis tucked into his wheel tracks.
Just looking over my shoulder at the leader, and it's still Sean Trainer, only 4/10 or so clear of Graham Mailings, who's giving him a hard time. We're on board with Sylvester there. He was looking at the back of Adam Lockwood's
That's
shoulder.
really close up front now.
Carl Johnston made a mistake there coming through Clearways, and he's lost a half dozen car lengths because of that. Thought he was going to exit stage left into the gravel trap, but he's still there. But yeah, much closer for the leaders. Well, 4/10 between them.
Yeah.
800ths gained by Mailings on that lap.
But he was closer at Clearways than he was over the timing line.
He was, yeah. Johnson's now 1.1 seconds behind Mailings. Here's the fight for Class B. And Stratton trying to find a way through on the inside as well. But just staying out of things for the moment. Here are the leaders, and they are, again, much closer at this part of the circuit on the Cooper Straight towards Surtees.
There's a sort of nibble out of the front of the trainer car, isn't there? Down by the radiator intake, and here comes the red car of Mailings, the G&T car. Turns in well. It's all about building momentum, ducking down into that little compression, and then tucking into the slipstream if you can find one. But a slightly better lap there towards the end of it by trainer, but the gap's still 0.39, exactly as it was, 57.38. Again, Mailings quicker at some parts of the circuit, but the overall effect negates any gain.
Boggis having a look at the inside of Sylvester into Druids once again. Not able to make anything of it though. So this you can see is the fight for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Lockwood back to Stratton. The two Mark IIs sandwiched between the Roadsters.
57.05 is that best lap of the race, going back a long way. 400 slower than the earlier race.
Yeah, that's with Sean Trainer. Stratton did a 57.07 as well. I notice. Through Clark curve onto the Brabham Straight once again. Lockwood's got a bit more of a gap between himself and Sylvester now. It's going to be 2 laps to go, including the one that they've just started, I think. Stratton up the inside, possibly of Boggis there.
Not enough, not close enough.
Just having a look at the leaders as well. Yeah, they're pretty much together as well at Druids, I can see. Stratton's just done the best lap of the race, 57.01, so that's matched the lap time from earlier on for Sean Trainer. And he's still there in 7th place, somehow, despite the pace that he's showing. Wide there was Dan Sylvester over the green stuff at the exit of Graham Hill Bend. That will be attracting the attention of the officials, I'm sure. Not seen any track limits warning flags, I don't think, during the course of this race. That might change, but we're going to get the last lap board this time for Sean Trainer. There's a track limits warning flag going out to somebody now, I can see. It's not being shown on the electronic display, but it's being shown from the finish line. So last lap then, 3400ths between Trainer and Mailings. It's pretty tight. Dropping down to the foot of Paddock Hill Bend. Up they go towards Druids once again. Is there any more traffic to deal with before the end? No, there's not.
Carl Johnston's had a pretty good view of all this, hasn't he, throughout?
Hasn't had a much stronger second race, helped by the better qualifying position, of course, than he managed for race 1. He sort of held station in 3rd.
You can see Trainer there looking in his mirrors, looking in to see where Mailings was. Here's we're riding with Carl Johnston, and the leaders go in for the last time into Clearways, and Sean Trainer, surely if he can bring the car across to the inside, he's going to have the momentum to get there again, but not by very much. And he crosses the line, and the gap is 0.27 of a second. Car 27, 0.27.
Very nice and symmetrical. So Sean Trainer takes the win then in the PD Extinguishers MR2 Championship from Graham Mailings, Carl Johnston, Adam Lockwood. Daniel Sylvester winning Class B, this time by the princely margin of 0.16 seconds over Billy Boggis. Neil Stratton was 7th, Tim Howen 8th and 3rd in Class B ahead of Peter Higton and Andrew Ruthven as the rest of the field make their way through towards the end of the race. A more entertaining race, that one, than the first, although there wasn't a huge amount of overtaking, but Sean Trainer really had to soak up a lot more pressure that time, Marcus.
Yes, he did, and he's a bit of an old master at this, isn't he? And that's another very good display of MR2 work. Down the order, I see that the two very difficult to pronounce, Sergei El Yaev and Vladislav Sinani were together most of the time until Andy Williams got between them on the last lap.
Absolutely right. So that was the MR2 Championship. It's back in action in 3 weeks' time at Mallory Park. So two short, sharp circuits, one after another. And that'll be for rounds 5 and 6. Daniel Sylvester has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So that's going to drop him back. Let's have a look at the results, though. This will be before the penalties apply. So Sean Traynor, number 27, takes the win. After 16, that's by 0.27 seconds from Graham Mailings in second. Carl Johnson, number 69, was third. Adam Lockwood, number 11, was fourth. Billy Boggis has also got a 5-second penalty. So that drop. No, they stay first and second within the class, don't they?
Yeah.
So they'll drop behind Neil Stratton. So number 84, Neil Stratton, will be fifth. Then sixth will be number 21, Daniel Sylvester. Seventh will be number 99, Billy Boggis, both with 5-second penalties for exceeding track limits. Then eighth, number 9, Tim Heron, who didn't get a penalty but wasn't within 5 seconds of them. 9th to number 4, Peter Higton. 10th, 82, Andrew Ruthven. Then Darren Aldworth, Fear Aldridge, Jim Mew and Maxine Nichols rounded out the top 14, ahead of Christopher Allison, Sergei Baileev, Andy Williams, Vladislav Sinani, Andrew Strange, Patrick Stoner and Nick Lear. And a lap down or more, Simon Quinn and Martin Collins. So that is the way of it for the MR2 Championship. Let's head down to the pit lane. Josh Barrett.
So we're down here after that MR2 Championship race, and Sean Traynor, the race winner. Sean, that was a little bit different to the earlier one.
It was, yeah. I double-filled the car, but I didn't realise Lee had put the fuel in as well. So, but that's, I mean, it's only probably about 8 or 10 kilos, but I don't know if it made a difference or not. Or the tyres were also, we sort of looked for a better set of tyres and we didn't have any, so it was managing it. But I think Graham was definitely travelling a bit quicker in that one, where he didn't have someone right on him. I knew that's what was keeping him busy last time, so I'm just glad that I managed to hold it. A few little mistakes and he came back, and the back markers didn't do us a lot of favours in a few places, but yeah, I'm happy. Finishing happy today. It sort of doesn't quite make up for Silverstone, but we're going back on the right track.
You prefer a race like that rather than the one from earlier?
Yeah, most of the time. It does make it more interesting. Sometimes when you're sort of trying to grab some points back, it's quite nice to be drive, but it's always good to have a battle.
Well done, Sean.
Right,
in second place was Graham, and that was a good shot at a win there, Graham, but couldn't quite get ahead of him.
Yeah, we was looking for that inevitable win. I did ask Sean to miss a gear, but he didn't do the decent thing. So yeah, really pleased. I managed to keep up with him. My tyres held together that race. I think I said in the last race, tyres just went. Just softened up a bit, and it seemed to make all the difference. So yeah, really pleased.
Yeah, 2 second places.
Yeah, over the moon. Really good.
Well done.
Good, thank you.
Let's have a word with Cole. Cole, third place there for you. Better than the first race.
Better than the first race, yeah. That wasn't really good. I just first time at Brands really, so I was just learning my way around really. I think the testing of it was in the qualifying. So I figured out the corners, and I was like, oh, this is going to be all right, you know, and then second race was good. But here, I might as well be doing the Drift Championship. Back tyres were just absolutely roasted. No sliding everywhere. I was watching the first and second place go away, and I was like, oh, bye, boys. I'll just keep on drifting here, you know.
Obviously, you had a great weekend at Silverstone. First time in the championship this year. What's your previous experience?
I've just did a bit of rallying really, and that's about it, you know, rallying and what have you, and that's, yeah, I think that's where the sliding comes from. But track racing, I said I'll give it a stab and see what it's like, and it's going well.
How would you find adjusting to actually racing against people rather than being out by yourself?
It's a bit weird when you're looking around and you're going, oh my god, this oh hi, how are we doing? All right, yeah, you don't see that very much in rallying, but yeah, it's very intense. Where in rallying you're in sort of your own mind space, but yeah, to be fair, it was a ball of fun, really.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, and good luck for the rest of the year.
And I'd like to wish my dad, Alan Johnson, happy birthday, 65.
Well done.
All right.
Congratulations then to our top 3. The next cars are coming out on the circuit for our endurance race, which is for the Gad Shocks 116 trophy.
Thank you very much indeed to Josh Barrett down there in the pit lane. We are going to turn our attention now to the 90-minute race for the Gaz Shocks 116 trophy, and you can see here the grid on screen. On pole position, it is the treble 5 car of Matthew Highcock. He's driving solo. Some of these teams have 2 or 3 drivers. Alongside him on the front of the grid is 173 Mac Priestwood. Second row on the inside is number 87 Louis Woodward. Third and next to him is going to be number 80. That's going to be started by Theo Millward, car shared with Chris Bayliss. Row 3 on the inside is 209. That's Will Abraham on his own. Peter Keane 151 next to him. On the fourth row of the grid, it's going to be 88. That's Ross Riley. And then next to him is Jack Godden in the number 71 car. Then on row 5, it's Toby Partridge in 57 and Anthony Seddon in 5. Row 6 has Daniel Perry starting the 707 car next to 111, which is Antonio Almeida Souza. On row 7 of the grid, number 89 is Freddie Tatham. 52 is going to be started by Martin Compton. On the 8th row, number 75 will be started by Tom Sibley. He'll hand over to Lewis Tyndall. And 83, Brad Smith, is next to him. On the 9th row, on the inside, and I'm going to check that, it is number 19, which is Sandro Ballesteros. And besides him is number 1, Richard Lakey. On the 10th row of the grid, we will see when it scrolls through the 44 car, which is going to be started by Richard Phillips. Lewis White and Turner starts in car number 10. Row 11 is 48. That's Daniel Scott. Doug Inglis starts in 24. Row 12 is number 40, Tom Day, starting that car, which is shared by 3 drivers. Pete Brand goes solo in 86. Row 13 of the grid is number 232. That is Charles Smith starting that one. Neil Fox starts in car 220. On the 14th row, it's number 320, Simon Hopcroft Lopez going solo. 25, Ethan Hall likewise next to him. On the 15th row, that's the 64 car of Paul Offord. And besides him is number 47, Connor Anderson, now driving alone. On the 16th row, treble 8. That's going to be started by David Hudson. He'll hand over to Nigel Greensall for the second part of the race. 102 is Sean Frey. But James Allen starting that car, I should say. Row 17 is 16, Omar Mahmood, and Ben Wilshire starting car 101. On the 18th row, number 28, Melissa Bexley, Sam Holman starting in number 31. The 19th row is 252, which is James Dunn, and 305 started by Richard Brown. Then it's Guy Povey starting in number 93 on the 20th row, next to number 29, Jordan Taylor. So 40 cars we have to start this 90 minutes Gaz Shocks 116 trophy race. 2 mandatory pit stops. They have to be 60 seconds in length and taken between 15 and 75 minutes. They can't be taken behind the safety car. There are also drivers with penalties for success in the opening round of the championship. So 30 seconds extra to be served by Matthew Highcock at the first pit stop, 20 seconds extra for Richard Lakey, and 10 seconds extra for Louis Woodward. So the pole position man in his self-built car has got it all to do. He needs to build up a big lead if he can in the first part of this Gaz Shocks 116 trophy race. The safety car has pulled in. The cars side by side ahead of this rolling start. So it's Matthew Highcock in the silver car. It's the white and black and yellow and pink car of Matt Priestwood. The lights go out. The race gets underway for 90 minutes around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. It is going to be an absolute hoot, this. I should think they are all trying to get all 40 of them through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, and it looks like they've made it, which is wonderful to see. Up to Druids. Matt Priestwood looked like he was trying to go around the outside there of Matthew Highcock, and he's overlapping him. He's going to be on the inside line for Graham Hill Bend as well, and it looks like we've got the change of lead. Yes, Mac Priestwood has gone through to take the lead away from Matthew Highcock there. Looks like the number 87 car of Louis Woodward is there in third position as they head up towards Surtees for the first time in this 90-minute race, Marcus.
It was staggering. There were 4 abreast at various places down the field going into paddock, but it is Mac Priestwood who leads the way, and he's got Highcock behind him. And Highcock's mirrors absolutely filled with the white car, which is Lou Woodward, who won 2 races yesterday in his 120. And behind them in 4th place at the moment is the car of William Abraham, the black car with the green flashes on it. That's the 209. It's Priestwood in 173 who leads the way.
That's the 80 car of Theo Millward trying to come up the inside of Will Abraham there for fifth.
Changed for second place there because Louis Woodward's found his way past Matthew Highcock in the 555.
so far from getting away and building a lead as he would have wanted to do with that 30-second penalty. He has to serve his drop back and off the circuit. That's the 52 car, is it not? Which is the car of Martin Compton in this first part of the race.
There was quite a lot of smoke at some point mid-grid down there.
That might explain it. That's the 19 car that has gone off, which is the Sandro Ballesteros started car. And that's heading for the pit lane now, I can see, I think. And there's another one in the pits as well at very early stage. Can't take a mandatory stop at this stage, not until 15 minutes have elapsed.
And of course, if you can fix the car, you can pull a wheel, pull an arch off a wheel, then you can get going again, as in all enduro races.
That's right, it doesn't mean that your race is necessarily over. It's a great pack of 40 cars, the maximum capacity grid here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit for an endurance race like this. Out in front, Matt Priestwood is getting away very nicely, isn't he? He was 1.6 seconds clear at the end of the first lap.
And that's possibly towards 2 now. It looked like he's doing a grand job. Fastest lap 1:00.75 to Mac Priestwood. Woodward is in second place. Highcock is in third. Abraham is in fourth. Then it's the Millward number 80. And then the Zaxpeed car of Godden, the black car with the yellow, red and orange stripes down the side of it. And behind them it's Richard Riley in 88, Peter Keane, Anthony Seddon, and the Brazilian Antonio Almeida Souza completes the top 10.
So Priestwood heading round, but there's the second place man on screen now, Louis Woodward, who actually did the best lap of the race on the previous lap, although it's only 3 laps down. He's got Matthew Highcock behind him. We saw Louis Woodward out yesterday as well in the 120 Coupe Cup race. He built a car for that as well. The company director from Gloucester, who is 36 years of age, and he started racing 3 years ago in the 116 Trophy and has had some success in that. Here he is with Matthew Highcock, the Silverstone race winner, behind him. And then behind him it looks like it's the 209 car of Will Abraham still. But Matt Priestwood, the powder coater from Halifax, getting away. Well, I say getting away, the gap's stayed pretty static actually, about 1.5 seconds for the last few laps. Highcock has now done the best lap of the race, the third place driver, 60.68. There's Abraham in fourth in the 209 car, another of the relatively young drivers in the field, 20 years of age from Hungerford.
That sounds very young.
It does, doesn't it? And he's in the CSC Racing prepared car, having done some Rotax MSA karting in the past, and just one season previously in the 116 Trophy, building up his experience, but clearly showing a good turn of speed.
We've got 60.68, 60.69, 60.71, 60.75 the top 4. Car in the pits. I'll pick up that number.
Yeah, it's a car with a rear bumper hanging off. Oh, and the 88 car, yes, that's the one with the rear bumper hanging off. Ross Riley turning its way through. That's the car he shares with Gary Taylor.
220 is the car in the pits, Ian.
Here's the car with the bumper
It's the
hanging
Fox
off.
one.
Oh, yes. That's the car in 7th or 8th position now.
That's pretty savaged down the side, 88.
Yeah, it's had some contact there, clearly, of a fairly robust nature. Not quite sure who with. Possibly not Anthony Seddon in the number 5 car. His car's still looking pretty pristine.
You'll see that that rear valance.
Yeah, he's getting the black and orange flag
And hear it.
as well, unsurprisingly. Ross Riley. It might work its way loose, but just because you lose the bodywork, as we've seen today, doesn't necessarily mean that the black and orange flag will go in. So Priestwood continues to lead. I mean, the gap is still roughly as it was. It's been 1.5, 1.4, 1.3. It's now 1.07 seconds. So it has come down by 0.3 that time through. So Priestwood able to make a good start and get away, but not able to build on that necessarily. There is Riley now in the pits, as you can see. They'll yank, they'll stamp that bumper off. And of course they have to go in at an angle and then be pushed back out into the pit lane. I think that's the scrutineer just wants a look at that. Yeah, gives them the sign that it's okay to get back out into the race. So there's Priestwood in the lead of the race. This gap coming down then to Louis Woodward and Matthew Highcock. And Will Abraham in 4th position.
Those two cars absolutely plain. No sign writing, no wraps. And probably find they're about half a kilo lighter.
Yeah, possibly so. All about saving the weight.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. So they're over the line again. 7 laps now completed. It will, if we don't get any safety cars, probably be something like an 88-lap race by the time you take into account the mandatory pit stops, 87 or 88 laps, sort of thing.
They've caught Priestwood now, so Woodward in 87, 555. Highcock have caught 173. Mac Priestwood.
Highcock in 3rd place there, the man from Stockport in Greater Manchester. Just in behind, but now it really is 3, almost 4 cars for the lead, with Will Abraham not too far behind. Priestwood, who was close to winning, and I think, was he 4th in the end in the opening race? 5th, in fact, in the opening race at Silverstone. But it's had a good pace there in both the sprint race and the endurance race.
And it is 4 for the lead because William Abraham has caught them in the 209. And a change of lead. Priestwood runs wide at paddock. He gets gobbled up by all 3 pursuers and didn't lose much momentum, but it was enough to cede those places. And he's got to start to rebuild his attack.
Yeah, he was only 9/10 behind, 9/10 clear of the 4th place car, we should say, Will Abraham, at the start of the lap. So it was inevitable that if he made a mistake, he was going to lose 3 places. In the next group, or next pairing, you can see Theo Millward, number 80, and Jack Godden, number 71. And they're not too far behind. They might well be catching the leading group, possibly aided by that error for Matt Priestwood half a lap ago. So up to complete another lap. It's a new leader then, Louis Woodward, number 87, had a win yesterday in the 120s. Now we've got to challenge for 2nd, I can see out of the window, and it is a change for 2nd because Will Abraham has gone ahead of Matthew Highcock. It looks like Matt Priestwood is going to follow him as well. Priestwood will certainly have the inside line for Druids, and he does go through. So Priestwood back to 3rd, Highcock down to 4th.
And they've been caught by the next pair, which is 80 Millward and 71, which is Godden.
That's right. So it's effectively 6 for the lead here, and you know, such is the similarity in the lap times. It's no surprise that they are circulating that closely. In qualifying, 1 second, 1.1 seconds, 0.1 seconds covered the top 18 in terms of best lap times. And so far, we've still got, I think, 38 cars on the leading lap. The 2 that we haven't are the ones that have been into the pits. And even Ross Riley managed to get out on the lead lap, having had his bumper ripped off, so that's a good effort. 10 minutes into this race now. 6 cars for the lead. Heading down through Paddock Hill Bend. Gap back then to 7th, that's number 5, Anthony Seddon. There's now Abraham essays a move for the lead. Might leave the door open for Matt Priestwood there on the inside line at Druids, but he can't find a way through. So yes, we're saying 7th is Anthony Seddon, 8th is 111, Antonio Almeida Souza, 9th is number 89, Freddie Tatham, and 10th is the 75 car, Lewis Tyndall and Tom Sibley. We're watching now Jack Godden. He looks to be trying to make a move on Theo Millward there in the number 80 car. They're bumper to bumper, aren't they, through Surtees and McLaren. Very attractive series this, not a championship, but a category of racing. Plentiful supply of these cars.
It also helps keep numbers up, not having it as a championship, because
Yes.
no one can fall out of the running, so to speak.
That's right, yeah. As we've got Abraham around the outside, Priestwood just about holding on to second place. He's now jinking to the left-hand side of the circuit at Druids. He's trying to go around the outside of Woodward again. He might leave the door open for Priestwood
And
there.
Highcock going there as well.
Yeah, he also went for the deeper line. They've all come out in the same order as they went in after all of that. Now, where's Godden gone? Because yeah, he's lost a few lengths all of a sudden to Millward. Yeah, he lost that before the end of the previous lap. A slower lap for Jack Godden that time for him, so possibly a small mistake. This made it just 5 cars for the lead at the moment. I'm sure Godden will close in again before too much longer. Peter Keane, who was pretty quick yesterday, he's only 11th at the moment. As we continue to watch the leading quintet. Dropping down through Paddock Hill Bend once again. Up to Druids, the hairpin they go. 209 is Abraham. 20-year-old from Hungerford, behind the 36-year-old from Gloucester, Louis Woodward, in the lead of the race. 1.6 litre BMW 1 Series, running with a control parts package effectively. Keeps everything very even, keeps the cost down. It's no wonder that we've got a maximum capacity grid, and Matt Priestwood now up on the inside of Will Abraham for second place at Clearways and Clark Curve. It looks like Priestwood's going to get this done. Is he going to carry the momentum all the way along the Brabham Straight and in towards Paddock Hill Bend?
Yeah, will Highcock go with him as well up the inside? He's trying to go into that gap, and he's made it through as well. Highcock's gone inside Abraham. So it is Woodward, Priestwood, Highcock, Abraham, and in the background Millwood, who has been caught again by Godden in 71.
Highcock coming back at Priestwood now, looking to get second place away. Abraham also trying to get a position back now from Highcock. He's going to have the inside line for Surtees. He's halfway alongside. Can he do anything with that? I think he can, you know. He has done. Will Abraham back up to third place. We are a minute and therefore about a lap away from the pit lane window opening. It'll be interesting to see if anyone opts to take an early pit stop here. Mandatory 60 seconds. Although not... Oh, there's some cars that have gone off into the gravel, but I think come out of it at Paddock Hill Bend by the looks of it. You can see the gravel clearing there, but the dust clearing. 151 has also been off the circuit. Peter Keane, and he's back on now. He was running in 11th place. He's heading into the pit lane, but too early for a mandatory stop.
An early stop within the window, what does that gain you beyond kind of breaking the routine and getting you a clear pit lane, which could be pretty busy later on, couldn't it?
It could. You've got to bear in mind as well, obviously, the drivers with 2 or 3 team members will be trying to possibly share the driving reasonably equitably, which is not something that the solo drivers have to worry about. So that gives them a strategic edge, if you like. They've got more freedom over the strategy. As it's Priestwood now back into the lead, is he?
What's the...
No, it's Woodward still there, sorry.
What's the range of these cars, fuel-wise?
Well, they will go the full distance.
There's
distance. No refuelling within the 116 trophy, so 90-minute race, I think, designed really to accommodate that. So the refuelling doesn't form a part of the strategy. The interesting thing has been the change. It was partway through the last season. We see side by side for second place, by the way. Highcock up on the inside.
He's made it.
Of Priestwood and back up to second place there. I was watching something going on in the pit lane, but Highcock's back through to second place now. Yes, the banning of pit stops behind the safety car, because that would always be something to look for. 64's been off the road and is back on again as well. So that's Paul Offord. No, he's now Paul Honoured because he's back on the circuit again.
Second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth all running together, but Woodward's made a little bit of a break, hasn't he?
He has.
He's coming in. It looks like there's 2 or 3 of them coming in now.
And this is where we need to try and keep track of the pit stops. Which
so
is
Woodward's in.
Easier said than done.
Highcock is in. Priestwood is in. Godden is in. And the next one through is Seddon, I think. Yes, the 5 car of Anthony Seddon has also come in.
So staying out, Will Abraham, Theo Millward and Antonio Almeida Souza. So most of the first 7 or 8 going into the pit stops as early as they possibly could. You can see a bit of a queue developing in the pit lane, and this is why the cars have to go into the pit lane nose in, and they have to be pushed back out before they rejoin. 2 teammate cars, the DTO cars there, battling away, 101 and 102. Ben Wilshire it is in the 101 car.
Well, Midas Wilshire's son, Ben Wilshire. I was watching the TV Karting Super Prix at Clay Pigeon with his father, and we saw the young Jensen Button competing and winning. And I said, that kid's going to be world champion one day. And the day after he was world champion, my first phone call was from Midas Wilshire saying, you were right, did you have money on it? And of course I didn't.
Oh, and that's a source of regret ever since.
Well.
89, Freddie Tatham. He's now 3rd, and he's doing battle. He's actually got 2nd away from Antonio Almeida Souza there. Of course, he hasn't made his stop yet. Will Abraham, it's Tatham hugely sideways. And that's going to allow Almeida Souza back through, I'd think. Is it? Maybe not. Into Surtees' corner. No, it's not. Now got a queue of cars coming out of the pit lane again. They've having made their mandatory 1-minute stops.
Yeah, it's 2:09 that leads, isn't it? And then it's Almeida Silva with Tatham fighting. That's the battle you see here.
Yeah, Abraham ahead at the moment. I feel a little bit sorry for the poor blue flag marshals because they're waving their flags pretty much constantly, I think, during this race now, especially with cars coming out of the pit lane as well. So there's Almeida Souza, and
they were each side of the bright green car there, which is pick up the number of it.
Yeah, that's the 75 car. That's Lewis Tyndall and Tom Sibley in the pits, and clearly something that's troubling the team. I wonder if there's I don't know, vibration or something that can't quite work out what's causing it. Something like that. 3 abreast down the Cooper Straight there, Marcus.
Yeah, 3 into 1 won't fit through stages. We've seen 2 abreast through there. Another bumper come off, or a side strake or something that's landed in the road. Middle of Surtees' corner.
31 was that green car that you saw. Sam Holman started it.
Bright green car.
Looking to see if Will Abraham, there he is again. Looking to see if Will Abraham's still out there. He's stayed out a few more laps than some of the others. But yeah, I think he's still there. 7 seconds clear of Freddie Tatham in 2nd. Toby Partridge now 3rd. Daniel Scott 4th. Richard Phillips in 5th, and Pete Brand in 6th place. But until we get into the final 15 minutes or so of this race, the order is not going to make a huge amount of sense.
Exactly. 93's Guy Povey starting, isn't it? And I remember Guy Povey racing in production saloons when I was a lad, first reporting on these things 40 odd years ago.
Yeah, and the Poveys, they've come through from the back of the grid, haven't they? They started, I think, on 19 or 20, something like that. Yeah, it was the very back row of the grid, actually. There's the race leader, 209, Will Abraham. So he is still out there. He's got 20 laps in the book now. So he's got a different way on strategy than all of those that were around him, really, in the first part of the race. Obviously, we'd got 2 of the first group had to serve extra penalties. So just having a look at where that's left them in the order. So 87, Louis Woodward is 22nd. Yeah, so he has lost a bit of time to Matt Priestwood, for example.
Was 30 seconds, wasn't he?
Yeah.
For winning at Silverstone.
Yeah, and he is at the Treble 5 car, but he's lost a lot more time than you might have expected.
Yeah.
He seems to have lost a couple of laps, actually, Matthew Highcock. So that's not explained by the 30 seconds extra he's had to stop.
A minute and 30 seconds plus the coming into the pits is, you know.
It's probably is 2 laps.
Yeah.
I reckon that the leader of those that have stopped is Theo Melward and Chris Bayliss now, the 80 car, because that's in 19th position. So they did come in, didn't they? Whether they changed driver or not at that point, I'm not quite sure. It's either Theo Melward or Chris Bayliss out there now, but they're ahead of Matt Priestwood in any case.
But not by much.
No. A couple of seconds. I think they've just gone over the line in actual fact.
Yep.
Yeah, there's about a second and a half, 2 seconds
kicked
between
up
them.
some dust at the paddock.
Not the first time, and it won't be the last, I'm sure, today. So 22 minutes gone, so pretty much a quarter of the way through this race now. 90 minutes gives a lot of track time for the drivers. Now that's a battle for position, I think. Yes, for 20th, Anthony Seddon and Louis Woodward, and what effectively is 3rd place, I reckon, overall, because once the sort of pit stops have unwound. Also getting involved there is the 320 car. That is Simon Hopcroft Lopez as well. I think he's probably a lap down in the 320 car. No, he's a lap ahead of them. I beg your pardon, but not as quick as them.
So we've got Millward in 80, Priestwood in 173, 57 and 87 Louis Woodward. They're the 4 leading stoppers, aren't they? The 17th, 18th, 19th and 20th at the moment.
Yeah, and still a bit puzzled because they've done 21 laps. Matthew Highcock's only done 19. So something has gone amiss there, I think, for Matthew Highcock somewhere en route. Certainly, there he is on screen now. We just saw him there, but seems to be out of contention, if our timing screen is to be believed. He's actually on track with that group, isn't he?
There's Seddon there. Where is Highcock?
There he is.
There.
Yeah. So he's right with the group, but I think he's 2 laps behind them.
It's a grassy move. The black car up the inside there. Got a couple of wheels on the grass.
It's the DTO team ready to push their car back into the pit lane after the 1 minute mandatory stop even. That's the car of James Allen, Sean Frey and Elliot Cole. Yeah, and there they go, back out into the race, whichever of the 3 drivers it is. It's not James Allen, because he did the first stint, and there's 3 of them, and this is now the second stint. Will Abraham's come in, because he's now dropped down the timing screens, well I assume he has. And in fact, yeah, I can see him just heading up the pit lane now, I think, so he's made his stop in 2:09. He's just about to go back into the race. So Will Abraham no longer leading. It's Freddie Tatham that takes over.
And the 44, I think that is Richard Phillips, I think, coming in.
Yep, that's right. Richard Phillips, who shared the car with Matt Neal at Silverstone for the opening round of the series. 6-race series for the 116 trophy this year. Also taking in rounds at Brands Hatch. We're here at Brands Hatch now, so we've been to Silverstone, Brands Hatch, Croft, Snetterton, Silverstone International and Alton Park to round out the season for the 116 trophy. So there is our de facto leader, number 80, Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss, from Matt Priestwood in second. They're actually 16th and 17th, but we think all of the cars ahead of them haven't stopped. But what we need to see is where Will Abraham's going to sort of come back into this. He's still showing us ahead of them on screen.
And they're catching the Povey car, aren't they? The silver with the multiple blue stripes.
Yeah, which is 4th. But where is Abraham in all of this? We'll soon figure that out, I'm sure. Well, yeah. I think Abraham's, yeah, he is out there and he is ahead of them. He's 4 seconds clear of Millward and Bayliss. If the lap chart and the timing screen is to be believed, I think Will Abraham has managed to hold on to a lead here.
Okay. Well, Priestwood just went down the inside of Was that Millwood he was dicing with? Wasn't it? Into paddock. So I think you'll find that 173 Priestwood is now second of the stoppers. Will Abraham 209. It does appear to be the leader on the first of the stoppers on 24 laps.
There he is on screen now. Someone's just diving into the pit lane ahead of him on circuit. So I'll look out of the window, which is usually the most reliable way to see what's going on. So Will Abraham crosses the line there. And then the next car across the line is, on the same lap is the 173 car of Matt Priestwood, as you said. So it's Abraham, Priestwood and Millwood and Bayliss there.
4.25 seconds.
Yeah, 13th, 14th, 15th on the timing screens, but the top 12 have yet to make their stops as far as we know. So Will Abraham did pretty well there to get out ahead. He must have built up a bit of an advantage in those laps he stayed out there. Peter Keane in the 151 car, he has retired from the race with ABS failure, and it was a steering rack failure for 19, Sandro Ballesteros. It's a great shame because they only managed to complete one lap in that car. Now we think the reason why Matthew Highcock might be further behind than we thought is we think he's actually served 2 stops. He's got a 5-second penalty now, as well I can see on the timing screen, but if Matthew Highcock has served his 2 stops back to back, which I think he did at Silverstone from memory as well, then that might explain the situation. But he's picked up a 5-second penalty. Connor Anderson, I can see on the screen, has got a 15-second penalty for exceeding track limits. And Daniel Scott likewise.
So you can't stop if there's a safety car.
No.
So if he's done 2 back to back, that could be quite clever.
Yes. Well, because there's always the possibility that if you leave your stop really late and then there's a safety car, you could get into a bit of trouble.
Window.
You've missed the window. So, and I think I've got a feeling that did happen to someone at Silverstone. I'm not quite sure what the outcome of all of that was. But anyway, various drivers with 5 and 15-second penalties. Daniel Scott 15, Connor Anderson 15, Matthew Highcock 5. But we think Matthew Highcock's actually served 2 stops. So nearly at the half-hour mark in this race, 1/3 race distance. Freddie Tatham leading on the screens on the road, but yet to make any stops. Toby Partridge 57 second, 93. Alex and Guy Povey, 3rd Guy Povey at the wheel at the moment.
Shouldn't we expect to see the 888 of newly elected British Racing Drivers Club member Nigel Greensall moving up the order? The car runs 6th at the moment.
That's right.
Hudson, Nigel Greensall.
Yeah, Hudson starting that car.
Car's going slowly on the inside up to Drew's blue and orange car.
Yeah, recovering from a spin, I think. That one. Not sure which one that was. There's the race leader, 89, Freddie Tatham, in the red and white sort of McLaren-esque livery, Marlborough livery. Toby Partridge 2nd, 15 seconds behind Tatham. The Povey's 3 seconds behind him. And you've got the 16 car, which is a 3-driver car, which was started by Omar Mahmood. Roger Taylor and Harry Portlock will take over in that car. That's 4th. Sam Hopcroft Lopez 5th. And for those that are, 3-driver entries and they're trying to split the driving evenly, now is about the time you'd make your pit stop. Because we've had half an hour or so of the race. I think it's still Will Abraham effectively the leader of those that have made one stop. 209 in 10th place on Matt Priestwood and Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss. And we think that Matthew Highcock is the leader of the 2 stoppers, Marcus.
Yeah, but Highcock's been given a 5-second penalty for something, and a 15-second penalty for 47, Connor Anderson. So 555 Highcock has a 5-second penalty. Conradson in 47, a 15-second. And Daniel Scott is a 15-second penalty in 48, currently running in 17th place.
So 38 cars we reckon are circulating at present, having lost Keane and Ballesteros. There's Will Abraham then in the 209 car. In the opening meeting at Silverstone, he certainly didn't feature among the top 10. Just trying to remember what happened to him there. It may have been retirement. Thinking about it. Matthew Highcock it was that won at Silverstone on the national circuit from Richard Lakey and Tim Harvey in second, and Louis Woodward and Andrew Haddon in third. Abraham turning his way through Druids. He's sort of maintained that gap, hasn't he, to Mac Priestwood. It's still around about 5 seconds. Not really changed too much since they've served the pit stops. There he is, and Abraham heading around Clark Curve to complete what will be for him the 31st lap. 32 laps now in the book for Freddie Tatham, though, who's yet to make his first stop.
Yeah, that's the 89 car then that leads the way on the lap charts anyway.
In 103, 102, one of the DTO cars there. Frey, Allen and Cole piloted lineup, trying to make a move on the Charles Smith, Jonathan Baker 232 car.
That's got a 15-second penalty as well. That's the car with all that gold wrapping on it.
Yeah, and disregarding the penalty, that's a battle for position in 25th place, and just heading into the pit stops now is the 232 car, which I think therefore is Charles Smith then handing over, or possibly handing over at this stage, to Jonathan Baker. Could be the second stop, I guess. Toby Partridge now showing as the leader, so I think Freddie Tatham must have come into the pit lane. Can't see him from here in the commentary box. But
232's just gone out again. I can see the rear wing of the Tatham car poking out of the garage, so it's dived in nose first to what looks to be front in the garage.
Richard Lakey's having a front right tyre change apparently. Hearing the news from Josh Barrett in the pits there. He's showing 34th at the moment, but obviously a puncture or some tyre damage there he's possibly picked up.
It's the Riley Taylor car. That's the 88's the car that had the rear bumper ripped off it early on, isn't it?
It is.
It's
yes.
now running third, 20 seconds away from the leader, I think.
Yeah, and yet to make its mandatory stop, I think.
Yes.
So Toby Partridge it is that leads in the 57 car. We can see him now in that plain white car, and he's just ahead on the road of Mac Priestwood, actually, isn't he? Who is net second place, we think. And actually, Priestwood going ahead of him now, so that's unlapping himself. So that suggests that Will Abraham and Mac Priestwood are now back onto the lead lap, I would think.
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
And it's only will be the lead lap once. Now, I think there's just 4 cars yet to make their first stop. Toby Partridge, who we've just seen, the Povies, Ross Ryan, Gary Taylor, and the 305 car, which is Richard Brown, Lloyd Fountain, and Thomas Sykes. So that will sort itself out. Toby Partridge actually leading by only by about 2 seconds at the moment. You can see the Povey car in the background there. Behind Partridge in the 57 machine. It's 36 3/4 minutes of this race have gone. 6 trophy, providing great entertainment for the drivers. These evenly matched cars.
And that's Partridge in the 57. So on 36 laps, Partridge comes in.
So that means that the Povies from the back of the grid are going to take over the lead of the race. And lapping in the 1 minute 2s latterly. Bearing in mind the best lap of the race is a low 60-second effort, isn't it? Not yet anyone have broken the minute barrier in the race so far.
Towards half the field is in the 60s, is in the 60-second bracket.
Yeah.
And it won't be till that fuel load comes down that they'll get. Oh, a slight reaction there to maybe a touch. That's the Povey car, 93.
With Matthew Highcock right behind it as well, the man that won at Silverstone. And just behind him is the I think that's the one car of Richard Lakey as well. Yeah, just ahead of them is the 44 car of Richard Phillips. That might have made 2 stops as well, looking at the timing screen. It's going to be passed by Povey into paddock. Looks like Highcock will try and follow it. And the treble 5.
Yeah, Highcock at the moment down in 35th place.
Yeah, out of 38 that we think are still circulating.
We've got the 2 RL Motors cars together. Phillips and the 44. And Lakey, look up the inside there for the plain white car at the back of your shot. That's the 87 of Louis Woodward running in 7th place.
I think the Fountain and Brown car 305 is probably just headed into the pits, looking at the time screen because it's tumbling down now, so that's just leaving 2 out there having yet to make a stop. I want to think about it. I meant to say this before the Clio race earlier on, but I forgot. But he's in the pit lane working hard now. So Trevor Gregory, who often works in race admin, but sometimes a hot hatch racer as well. Best wishes to him and his fiancée Joanne, who are getting married a week from now. So good luck and best wishes to Trevor from all of us. But I can see from the chat on the race meeting WhatsApp group that he's still working hard down there in the pit lane. So we've got 50 minutes of this race left to go. And very soon I think we'll have a timing screen that sort of resembles the actual order, at least until we get to the next round of pit stops. I mean, I'm pretty tempting fate, so I'll touch wood as I say this, but I'm a little surprised we've not had a safety car as yet in this race.
Start my stopwatch now.
Yeah, okay. Give it 30 seconds. But no, we've had 1 or 2 offs, but nothing that's required a recovery by a third party. So it's been all pretty clean so far. We did have, I think, might have been 4 safety car periods at Silverstone.
88's now on top. That's the Riley and Taylor car.
But just because it's a lightweight car, of course, it's got no rear bumper, so that's why that is. Ross Riley started that car, hand over to Gary Taylor, who's the director actually of the 750 Motor Club these days. 1 of 9. And offering his expertise to the club.
That's the Povey car I just saw coming out of the pits.
Yeah, there you could just see it flash through there as the new leader comes through. Ross Riley and Gary Taylor in number 88. Well, that's one of the many cars that have been lapping in the 60-second bracket, 60.61 the best, which is pretty smart.
Who's best of all? 60.37 there.
Yeah, I think it is Will Abraham, isn't it, that's got the best lap of the race.
Running in second place, 209, Will Abraham.
Went well yesterday in the sprint races as well. So proving himself a very good driver. Oh, that's a big moment.
57, that's done a lot of damage to the back, I think.
It has, and he's going to manage to drive away, but not only is the bumper dragging, he's also got the hatchback that's popped open as well. He's
Toby Partridge.
It was, who was leading at one point. That's an odd accident there. He's clonked the barriers on the inside at Graham Hill Bend somehow. But he's managed to drive off. And hopefully he'll just drive into the pit lane to get that attended to. Yeah, I can see it sort of indicating to head into the pit lane from our commentary box window. So, but thankfully he has driven off, which means that we shouldn't need any caution period.
It was 2 minutes, I think, and 13 seconds after you mentioned the prospect of a safety car for something happening. But
Toby Partridge
you got away with it.
Done me proud, and yeah, we've got away with it. So there's the 209 car, and he's just behind Antonio Almeida Souza in 111. So I think Almeida Souza must have made another stop. He's driven straight into the garage there, hasn't he?
Yes.
But the team are just frantically
ripping anything off it that'll come off.
Yeah, close the hatchback, and nobody's just saying, well, get back out into the race.
And they'll find it won't lock.
Yeah, that might be the issue if it's like clonk at the back.
As you say, it was an odd place to go off.
So we'll see if he gets back out into the race. Can't see him appearing yet down the pit lane.
That's Abraham, isn't it? Passing Almeida Souza.
That's right, yeah. Almeida Souza 27th on the timing screen. So I suspect he may have made an extra stop. Brian out. Pit lane's starting to get a bit busy again. I think Matt Priestwood's been in for another stop. So he's certainly made a second stop now.
As they pushed the 173 back, the bright green, metallic green car came in and swooped across into its garage for space.
Little tight. That's where Toby Partridge went off, where the advertising hoarding has been deranged. So Abraham turns his way through Clearways and Clark Curve once more at exactly 45 minutes into the race. Off the circuit goes number 16. And that's the car shared 3 ways. It was started by Omar Mahmood. Not sure who's on board now, Roger Taylor or Harry Portlock possibly. Off onto the grass on the exit of McLaren.
I think he's just looking for a clear space to rejoin.
Yeah. Before he comes back out into the race. There's the Toby Partridge car. 57 back out into the race.
It's made a fair mess of that boot lid, hasn't it?
It has. It's not the shape it originally was.
Amazing it hasn't popped the rear screen out.
So he's gone back out into the race. We'll see how it feels, I guess. And whether it's worth persisting to the end of the race. Obviously he's lost probably a lap or so because of that. It's shown now 36th on the timing screen. I guess that he'd made one stop, hadn't he? So that will have presumably served as his second mandatory stop as well. So that's fortuitous. In a situation like that, you can at least utilise the stop for some maintenance.
It may have taken no more time at all just to rip that stuff off and send him on his way again.
They've had to lash that together, I think, the hatchback, according to Josh Barrett.
'88, that's the Lakey Taylor car. It's missing headlights, sort of shedding its organs left, right, and centre.
It is, and it's heading into the pit lane. I'm not surprised. It's obviously going in for more surgery. Yet this bit's just falling off the car left, right, and centre.
Divesting itself of parts.
Yeah, by the time the driver gets into the pit lane, the whole car will have disintegrated around him, and he'll be sitting there in his seat clutching the steering wheel. But that's the car that has been leading, is the leader.
As you arrived, the front valance fell off. Dropped into the road.
Yeah, well, that's the front and the back.
That's sorted.
It weighs about 40 kilos less than it did at the start of the race now. Looks like Ross Riley's going to get out. Probably not surprised. And Gary Taylor will get in for the remainder of the race. So that car, scrutineers having a look at that, as you'd hope they would, really, in the circumstances. There's Matthew Hycock. Where is he now? He's 24th. So he's gradually climbing up the timing screen. Presumably his drivers are making their second stops, as well as because he's making up places on track, of course. So we'll see where he shakes out of this. But now Lewis Tyndall and Tom Sibley are appearing at the top of the timer screen, because I think some of the quick drivers like Will Abraham, because you can see from Will Abraham's long lap time, he's made another pit stop there. So just as he was getting towards the sharp end, he's made a second stop.
Yeah, it's have a decent bunch that have as well, because Seddon has, Ethan Hall has, Hudson Greensall car, that's been a stop as well. Offord, Priestwood. So around half distance, isn't it? The 45 laps ish is about half distance, isn't it?
That's right. One person that we've missed this weekend in 750 Motor Club race admin is Nicky Emerson, who's recovering from an operation at home. Missing a couple of meetings, which is most unusual, but best wishes to Nicky. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. And yeah, 40 minutes now left in this race. There's Abraham having made another stop. Shown 9th on the timing screen at the moment. I'm just seeing he is, I think ahead of everyone I'd expect him to be. He must have also made their stops. Priestwood, Woodward, Millward and Bayliss.
Seddon, of course, is the next one behind Abraham.
Yes,
in 5.
Missed of that. I think the Gordons have got another stop to make. They're actually ahead of Abraham at the moment. Getting confirmation Hycock has made 2 stops now, and he did serve his 30-second extra at the first stop.
I'm interested to see what the situation is with the Hudson Greensall 888, whether they've made 2 stops as well.
Yes, that's cars showing 12th.
Which is kind of, if they've stopped, could be the 3rd or 4th of the runners overall. There's the 888, and that's Silver Crash helmet at the moment, which must mean it's Hudson. So has that made its second stop? Greensall did the middle stint.
Well, but Greensall would have been in the car longer than that, you would think. So I think they've only made 1 stop.
Yeah.
It would be my.
Greensall chases towards the end normally, but then again, he does like to, if he's mentoring somebody, to give that the owner driver as much running as possible.
He's not been in yet. Josh Barrett confirms Nigel Greensall, so treble 8 car staying out there.
Look for the Hans Stuck replica crash helmet, or that's Hans Stuck wears Nigel Greensall replica crash helmet, which is possible. So It's a metallic blue with yellow stars on it. Tyndall and Sibley go back to the top.
Yep, and at the moment, second on the screens is the 24 car, Matty Taylor, Ben Gundry, and Doug Inglis, three drivers we often see out in other categories with us, notably the Armed Forces Race Challenge. There's the 75 car.
With a bonnet that's popping up and down.
Yeah, it is. That's the car that's leading, isn't it? Tyndall
Yep.
and Sibley. Another of the Anthony Seddon Racing prepared cars. Very colourful.
Yeah, the bonnet pins aren't done. It pops up, and when he braked the hairpin, the bonnet went down to where it should be.
Yeah, so that might be something that he's aware of. If not, then it might be something that the scrutineers would like to see
Rectified.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's now opening up active aero.
Yeah, and what you don't want is the too much air to get into it to slam into the windscreen.
Up and into the windscreen.
You do see that
yeah.
occasionally happen. So 50 laps in the books for Tyndall. There's the car that we think is still in with a good shout of the overall victory. The 209 car of Will Abraham, fifth at the moment. We think now having made both of its stops.
Recent lappery, Almeida Souza, a 61.02. Matt Priestwood 61.31. Lou Woodward 61.38. They're right on it.
Car going slowly there on screen is 83, Brad Smith.
Right.
Now that was the last car still running on the timing screens, but I wonder if that's going to be the case for much longer.
Taylor and Gundry and company 24, so 61.28 last time through, which is right on the money. And it is all about consistency, isn't it? Staying out of trouble, being consistent, and doing your stops efficiently.
Well, that's right. Yeah, it is a 60-second mandatory stop, so you want to get in and out as efficiently as you can, not waste any time there. But equally, you want to make sure that the stops are regulation compliant. You don't want to be a few moments short and have to serve a penalty to make up for that. 47 off. That's the common 27th position. Connor Anderson, 15-second penalty already has been accrued by the driver from Whitstable, so in his home county. But off onto the circuit at Graham Hill Bend, a long way off. I don't think it's going to cause a problem because, I don't know, 60 yards off the circuit at Graham Hill Bend there. Pretty much up against the barrier at the top of the runoff area. So I think that might well be the fourth retirement from this race. There's Lou Woodward, 87. Now he's showing 9th on the timing screen, but might well be about 4th net, I reckon. We'll know for certain in about 20 minutes when the pit lane window closes and everyone will have made their stops. Because then the timing screen should start to make a bit more sense. He's getting past Gary Taylor here on the inside line. Car that's held together by cable ties. Now the 88 car. And that was leading, is now 31st. Possibly they've made both of their stops in rapid succession. .173 Matt Priestwood then is in 8th place. Another of the drivers in contention for a podium finish here in this Gasshocks 116 trophy here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Just 18 years of old, Mac from Halifax. First season of car racing. And he's racing in the car that's won a number of races in the past. Not in that livery. It's not a familiar livery, but it's won races with Sam Carrington-Yates and Mark Sullivan in previous seasons.
Clodhopper Racing. It's a heavy shoe, a clodhopper, isn't it?
It is. It's not, suggesting to me great pace or nimbleness or verve. James Dunn in the 252 car, drive from Blackburn. Is the clodhopper. Now, Matthew Hycock has done a new fastest lap of the race there, a 60.35 in the treble 5 car. He now appears on the first page of the timing screen again. He's got that 15-second penalty, but he has just done the best lap of the race, 60.35. A couple of hundredths quicker than Will Abraham managed earlier on. Much earlier on in the race. There is Hycock now, having just done that fastest lap. He may well be now past the 52 car, I think he is, and catching Pete Brand in 80. Oh no, it's not, he's still behind the 52 car. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's off. I need to wait for the. It's the.
Is that Almeida Souza?
It is, the 111 car, yeah.
That's, the Brazilian challenge is over.
It is. Beached at the foot of Paddock Hill Bend, not that far off the edge of the circuit, just out of that camera shot actually, but nevertheless in an interesting position. Safety car boards are out, so it took a few minutes, Marcus, for my
58 minutes safety board, safety car.
Yeah, but that car in the gravel trap, safety car is required to get it out, so just short of the hour mark we have our first safety car period of the race. So no pit stops can be made if you're already in the pits. That's okay, you can complete your stop, as one of the cars is at the moment, a couple of cars actually. But safety car coming out of the gap at the exit of Graham Hill Bend.
Will this become a lottery, or will there be a strong effort be made to locate the race leader?
Well, I think they will try to get to the leader, which is the 24 car at the moment. Because you're going to go what's on the time screen, not the driver that we think is nominally in the lead, which is Will Abraham. So go by what's on the time screen, so it'll be Matty Taylor, Ben Gundry and Doug Inglis. Let's go down to the pit lane. Josh Barrett's down there, I think.
Yeah, we're down here with Nigel Greenswell. Nigel, yet to get into the car. I think your first outing in 116 Trophy. How do you think about this series?
Yeah, it looks absolutely fabulous. You know, the quality of the racing looks really good. Spirit in the paddock is good, and nice cars as well. And the most important thing is David Hudson, I'm coaching and I've brought into the sport. I've recommended the 116 as a starting point for him, and he's absolutely loving it. He really is. So that's the most important bit.
Tell us a bit about David's background.
He's just done a few trad days, and then his first race was at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. I was away in America racing, so I couldn't be with him on his first race, but we're here this weekend, and yeah, he's loving it, and his lap times are very good, so we're making progress, and yeah, really developing his racecraft and his race skills.
Tell us a bit about what the sort of things you do to coach him coming up to a race weekend.
So we have 2 seats in the car, so I'll spend a lot of time sitting with him, coaching him. We have an intercom, so I can chat to him, so I can observe his driving and feel what it's like, and then we swap seats, and then he sits and watches how I do it, and that's part of the skills. And then we've got video on board as well, so we use that to do the coaching.
Obviously, you've driven all sorts of cars over the years. The driving style of these cars, how do they sort of compare to anything else?
It's just another race car. Yeah. You know, I'm fortunate that I race all kinds of stuff. So this is my 27th race of this year, and in so many different cars. So it's yeah, it's just another race car to go racing.
Are you back here next week?
Yes, for the Masters Historics. I'm in 4 cars next weekend. So yeah, I'm just trying to remember now. I'm in a TVR, a Mustang, a McLaren old Can-Am car, and a Ford Capri.
How do you find remembering which car you're in at any time? You've done it for so many long, it doesn't really matter nowadays.
Well, I have to think about it, and then the only way I know whether it's left or right-hand drive is where I stand in the pit lane for the driver change.
I'll let you get ready and thank you for having a
Thank you.
word. So Nigel Greensill about to get into the 888 car that David Hudson has started.
Thanks, Josh. Good to hear from Nigel Greensill there. And yeah, he's yet to get into the car. And he's got to wait now for this safety car period to be over before he can get in. We're getting a bit close to that being the case, because the Snatch vehicle is moving back to its position, having dragged the 111 car of Antonio Almeida Souza further towards the barrier at Paddock Hill Bend. I think that was the only car that they were worried about for the purpose of this safety car period. And so we have, I think, 34, 35 cars circulating now behind the safety car. And who has it picked up? It has indeed picked up the car that is at the top of the timing screen, the 24 car Taylor Gundry Inglis. There it is. Safety car lights are out. So we're about to go racing once again. 27 3/4 minutes left to go. And as they head through clearways, safety car dives in. 24 car is going to head over the line to get the race back underway. The Army Motorsport car. And that has got 58 laps under its belt now. I think has another stop to make before the end. 10.26 seconds clear of Christopher and Jack Godden in second place. I think they must have another stop to make as well. Will Abraham, though, is third, 16 seconds now behind the leader, and I think he has made both of his stops. He's 5 seconds ahead of Anthony Seddon, who's 4 seconds clear of the Hudson and Greensill car, which has got to stop again. And the gap from Abraham to Matt Priestwood, who I think is probably the third of the cars that have stopped twice, is about 15 seconds. So, racing back underway. Hudson can now stop to let Greensill in the car if he so wishes. You can see a couple of cars in the pit lane that sort of dived immediately back into the pits as soon as the safety car was cleared. There's one of the cars in the pits, the Spy Motorsport car. That's a team that has run cars in Caterham racing as well. Peter Keane it is. It's that one. The Jack and Christopher Godden cars just come into the pits, I can see as well, from what was second place. So that will drop back down the order. There is, I think, Christopher getting out. And Jack getting in for the final stint of race. Yeah, that's Christopher out of the car now. Will help Jack to adjust the belts to get back in the race. There's the Treble 8 car, so Nigel Greensill about to get into that in the background as well. And we see Hudson vacating the car. And the team just helping Nigel to get in. So 25 minutes left here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit in this Gas Shocks 116 trophy race. And it is Will Abraham, I think, that therefore is the... Oh, there's a car that has just gone off onto the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. It's the Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss car. It's not that far away from where the other car ended up for Antonio Almeida Souza. But I suspect with the rear bodywork hanging off, we might be due another safety car again. So that was a car that was one of the quicker ones out there, the Millward and Bayliss car. Not sure which driver's aboard at the moment. Either way, the race over for car number 80, I would think. And yellow flags coming out. There goes Nigel Greensill back out into the race. Well, out into the race for the first time in his case, Treble 8. And the car will be, I think, probably outside the top 20 by the time the timer screen updates itself, but I'm sure Nigel will get it back in. 232 has been off. He's going to rejoin the race up there at McLaren. That's another of the cars that have got two drivers on board. Charles Smith started, Jonathan Baker possibly in the car at the moment. So 6 seconds now the gap, because Will Abraham has gone into the lead. I think the Taylor and Gundry and English car has pitted. So Abraham leading then by 6 seconds in car 209 from number 5 Anthony Seddon in second place. Number 173 Matt Priestwood is third, 9 seconds adrift. Number 4 is 87 Larry Woodward, but he has a 5-second penalty now for exceeding track limits. 17 seconds behind the leader, plus 5 makes 22. So, Abraham it is, on screen now, the Turn 9 car with the Union flag style livery on the roof. He's going to be tough to catch here, I think, given the pace that he's shown in the early stages of the race. We've got double waved yellows now, because we've got the snatch vehicle on course to haul the Bayliss and Millward car out of the way. There's another car off the circuit as well. That's the 305 car, which is the Sykes, Brown and Fountain vehicle. But it's local yellow flags covering the first corner, Paddock Hill Bend, while the snatch vehicle does its work. Abraham to Seddon, the gap went out by half a second that time. Huge queue of cars arriving into the safety car zone at Paddock Hill Bend.
Priestwood took a bunch of time out of Seddon last time, didn't he? 60.79. Took about 6/10 away.
This is hectic. Up towards Drizzt, it looks like the first lap of the race, doesn't it? 86 making some ground there, which is Pete Brand. And he's running in 6th place at the moment, is Pete, who is 36 years of age, engineer from Malden in Essex. His first season of racing, having done some bike racing in the past, in about 10 years or so ago. Getting some car racing experience, would like to progress to some faster cars in due course. It's a self-run car, Brand Brothers Racing. Built over the winter on a cold, wet driveway, he says.
It shows dedication, doesn't it?
It does. Now, there you can see Mac Priestwood, and he is close to Anthony Seddon again, I reckon. Well, actually, the gap's gone out a little bit that time, and it's only half a second now between them. They've got another car between them. There's Highcock, who's showing 8th on the screen.
Yeah, Seddon was very quick last time through, 61.36. So he's got a bit of a hurry on.
Yeah, but still 7 seconds behind Will Abraham there, who is just going through shot now. He's just behind Matthew Highcock, actually, so he's about to, I think, put a lap here on Matthew Highcock, the winner from Silverstone. Literally, they're bumper to bumper now. There, Highcock in the grey car, immediately behind him, the 209 car. Actually, he's just allowed the 52 car to get between them, the Compton and McKinley car. That's our race leader, Will Abraham, did a 60.95 that time through. Seddon did a 62.14, Priestwood a 62.05, so gap now 8 seconds from first to second. But he has got all of this traffic in front of him now, which might slow him up a bit. So he goes past 52. Highcock is the next car he will be trying to challenge.
There he goes, up alongside.
And he does get through there. Highcock will presumably know that he's a lap down. He's also got a 15-second penalty for exceeding track limits early on in the race as well. So Abraham now is going to try and pass the 25 car, I think that is.
Highcock sit right with him.
Yeah, as you'd expect, they're very similar in terms of their lap times. In fact, Highcock has gone slightly quicker during the course of the race, hasn't he? 60.35. So unusual that he's lapped. Now it's the 28 car that they are going past, which is Melissa Bexley. She's driving solo. Here's Melissa, 30-year-old mechanic from Sunderland, in the JC Racing prepared car. And she is in 28th position in car 28. Pit lane window is about to close in 3 minutes' time, so anyone that hasn't served both of their stops will need to do so pronto. .44 car there is Richard Phillips, who's in 32nd, having had some dramas during the course of the race.
Yeah, he came right up the outside there of the lead car. Abraham in 209 leads from Seddon in 5. Priestwood in 173, the white car with the Dayglow pink stripes up it. Woodward in 87 is 4th. Freddie Tatham in the white and red kind of quasi Marlborough car is in 5th, and Pete Brand is in car 86. He's 6th overall at the moment. Highcock is 7th in 555.
Now, we understand that Team 5, Car 5, Anthony Seddon, is going to be penalised post-race because one of his stops was short, and he's going to have time added on, which will certainly drop him behind Matt Priestwood and possibly even Louis Woodward.
Yes, there's nothing between them on track, so between Seddon and Priestwood, 0.3 of a second. Woodward is another 8 seconds behind, but he has that extra 5. There's Priestwood.
Yeah, it's just
173.
It's just gone ahead of Seddon actually
Yes.
on the road anyway, so it renders that a little academic. But I think it might be 16 seconds that will be added to Seddon's time. So obviously a bit of a mistake with the timing of that pit stop. I mean, they could have remediated that before the pit lane window opened by serving another 60-second pit stop, but obviously it makes more sense just to accept that you're going to get a penalty added to your time.
That's the Clodhopper car, isn't it? The outside, sort of the Golf livery, blue and orange. 252. James Dunn.
Jez Banks and Daniel Perry getting the black and white driving standards flag shown at them, presumably for exceeding track limits. There has been a few drivers that have seen the black and white flag during the course of the race, some with penalties as well.
Into the last 15 minutes, that's the Povey car sitting behind Seddon. The Clodhopper moving up.
It's a very busy track for 75 minutes into the race, isn't it? Even though we've not got the full 40 that we started with.
It's like M25 in Russia.
Don't, I've got to head that way later. Let's get out of the pit lane. Josh Barrett's there.
Yeah, I'm just catching up with Steve Soper, who's watching on. Steve, you got to drive a similar car to this at Silverstone. How did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was very good actually. I got talked into it. I wasn't planning on doing that, but I got talked in, so it was fun. It was good fun.
I think you're working with Toby. How's all that going?
Yeah, very well. I mean, he's his sort of second season, so he's been at it for about a year, but he's making great progress. So no, it's very, very good, and that's why I'm here, obviously, trying to support him and help him in any way. But I think we had a bit of an incident, so we were up to sort of a reasonable position, but now we're back to 20th, I think. So I don't know what happened, but he obviously hit the barrier, so which is a shame. So we lost a lot more time in the pit stop than we should have done.
The team did a good job though, because the car was quite badly damaged when it came in, but they quickly sorted it out.
Yeah, I think Toby thought it was over and was about to get out, and we told him to stay where he was, and they strapped it all back together, and it's fine. It's only superficial, so it seems to be going okay.
Do you still enjoy being involved in motorsport in these various different ways?
Sorry?
Do you still enjoy being involved in motor racing?
Yeah, I mean, it's better if I'm driving, but obviously he's an old friend of mine and an ex-business partner, so I sort of got rode in really, but and I don't mind, you know, I wasn't doing anything else. I'm here next week with the Masters, so I'm here sort of 2 weeks in a row, which is probably a bit too much, but there you go.
I'm here next week as well. Out in the Mustang, I presume, that weekend?
Yeah, I hope it's okay. I'll come and find me after qualifying and I'll tell you. So we're still trying to get that one performing like the old one. The old one was lovely, the old red and gold one, and I can't quite get this brand new one to go as quick, but hopefully we'll be there now.
Is it that sort of era of car you like to race nowadays?
I don't know, you know, I'm old, so I need to race old cars, don't I? So, but it's all fun. It's all, you know, better than sitting at home watching BTC on the TV.
Obviously, Brands Hatch are promoting this new Super Touring Car meeting for this year. Is that something you would be keen in if somebody offered you a drive?
Yeah, I was meant to be doing it, but now the car that I was going to drive is up for sale, so I don't think that's going to happen. But yeah, I mean, I like racing anything, but I don't want to race anything that's, you know, not competitive. As long as it's competitive, I don't mind.
Obviously, you had your big incident here at Brands Hatch, but before that, did you have some good memories of racing here at Brands?
Yeah, I've got great memories of this, especially the Grand Prix circuit. You know, it's a great circuit. I don't like the Indy at all, but the Grand Prix is fantastic. So, you know, a lot of driver, it brings out the best drivers on the Grand Prix circuit. It's demanding and everything, so it's good.
And it's a circuit that's not been changed too dramatically over the years?
No, it's pretty similar, isn't it? Yeah, there are a couple of little bits that have made it a bit quicker. I think Dingledell and the bottom bend's slightly different, but otherwise it's good.
Thanks for catching up with Steve, and good luck next week. So there's Steve Soper, who's working with Toby Partridge this weekend in the 116 Trophy. Thanks, Josh. And Toby Partridge is 18th at the moment, with 11 minutes of the race to go. There's our leader, Will Abraham. He now leads by 11 seconds. He's just improved his best lap of the race to a 60.31. That's a lap record, by the way, because Jack Godden held the lap record before this weekend with a 60.64. So Abraham leads by about 11 seconds now after 74 laps, from Matt Priestwood in second and Louis Woodward third.
An 888 Nigel Greensall did a 60.4 last time through. So that car, the 888's in 16th. David Hudson's car, Nigel Greensall at the wheel.
Yeah, I think that's just about the third fastest driver that we've seen out there, behind Abraham and Matthew Hycock, hasn't it?
That's right, and there's only 900 splitting the three of them.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Hycock, by the way, is in 5th position, car treble 5. He's a lap down on the leaders, and he's got 15 seconds to be added to his time. Freddie Tatham, who was late making his stop, he's there in 4th place, so his strategy worked out well. Well, that was all very tight, wasn't it? Matt Priestwood and the number 1 car of Richard Lakey.
Greensall, 60.39. He's improved by 100th of a second over his previous lap.
Well, there's about 10 laps to go, so if by the time he gets to the end, he might get the
have it.
lap. Yeah. Here's Priestwood cutting the grass there and trimming the fingernails of anyone on the pit wall, I think, as he got through ahead of number 1, Richard Lakey, who's a lap down, 1 different laps. 75 laps completed for Priestwood, 74 for Lakey. Don't need to be battling quite as close as they are, I don't think.
The 57 Toby Partridge with all the missing sort of back end on it. That's still running strongly.
Yeah, 17th now, so another place made up. Various drivers with penalties. I think, what can I say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams have picked up penalties, although 2 of those aren't running anymore. The Millward and Bayliss and the Conor Anderson cars both out of it. So their penalties for track limits infringements are somewhat academic. So 8.5 minutes left. Looks like Will Abraham is going to get the win here from Matt Priestwood and Louis Woodward. If you add Abraham and Priestwood's ages together, it just adds up to a little bit more than Louis Woodward. He's 36, I think Abraham 20 and Priestwood 18. Podium could change yet, though. I suspect it won't, because unless there's a problem for one of those 3 drivers, because the gap from Woodward to Tatham in 4th is quite big, and then everyone else is a lap down after the 70 or 82 minutes that we've now had in this race.
Yeah, Greensall's next target in the 888 is Anthony Seddon in 5.
Yep. Who... Yeah, do we know why he dropped down the order quite so much? Did he come in for another stop? Because he was obviously in 2nd or 3rd on the screen, wasn't he, at one point, Anthony Seddon?
That's right.
Either way.
In fact, I think Greensall is ahead of Seddon. Seddon's just out of our shot.
Just having a look. I think you might be right. Yeah, Treble 8 car comes through now just ahead on the road of Seddon. So he's up to 15th now. And could make up a few more places before the end here.
Yeah, he's got about 4 seconds, just under 4 seconds to make up to the next driver, and 6 to the Goddens in 71. Yeah, I think we could see a top 12-ish for that combo.
Yeah, it's possible. There's the Godden car. Now that will be tough to beat, because Jack, as we say, is quick. Does have, or did have before this, the lap record. Yellow flags waving because there's a car off at McLaren. And I can't see, I think it's one of the DTO cars. Yes, it is, the 101 car.
It's got going again.
That's the Ben Wilshire World Tyndall car, so not sure which of them it is at the wheel at the moment. But the DTO car is back out into the race in the yellow flags.
Lots of cars with novice crosses on the boot in this series, so it's really attracting a good cross-section of competitors from the Nigel Greensalls, who will do 50 or 60 races in the year, maybe even more than that.
Yes.
To novices.
No, and it is an excellent way to get novices involved, and indeed Greensall recommended it, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a lot of seat time, isn't it?
Yeah, lots of seat time. Evenly matched cars, not something that's got an excess of power or anything like that that might prove a...
And not huge running costs,
no.
And you can get the spares.
Yeah, there's a lot going for it, and that's why the grids are bursting at the seams. It's why, or one of the reasons why the 116 Sprint Series has been introduced as well, to offer an alternative, have more track time for the drivers. After this, the series goes to Croft on June 25th. No Sprint Series there, but there is at Snetterton in July, and it's Silverstone International in August and Alton Park in October to complete the season. There's the 87 car of Louis Woodward, who's 3rd. I think about 11 seconds behind Matt Priestwood now.
No suspension secrets about this car.
No, unlike the 120 Coupe that he ran to victory yesterday. So Woodward heading into McLaren with only one headlamp working. And they turn their way, or he turns his way onto the Brabham straight once again, start and finish straight, to put another lap in the book. In 3rd place he is, 28 seconds now behind the leader. Will Abraham, who's still putting competitive lap times in a 60.6 last time through. He's firing in good lap times.
More than 20 competitors in the 60-second bracket.
Yeah. Of those in the top 20, I think only one that we can see hasn't achieved that accomplishment. Simon Hopcroft Lopez in 12th place in the 320 car.
1400ths shy.
It's a car in the pit lane. And see if we can work out who that is. It is the 83 car. It is in for
Brad
an
Smith.
unscheduled shot. Brad Smith, the Fly Motorsport car. Yes, Fly Motorsport's Chris Slater. Having a look at what's going on. Seeing if a problem can be remedied to get Brad back out into the race. There's Abraham though. 3 minutes of the race left. 16 seconds clear now. He's looking very good for his win. Of course, it does mean he'll have an extra 30 seconds to serve in the pits at the next race at Croft. Oh, there we go. Hudson and Greensall. Well, Greensall has just done the best lap of the race. A 60.28. He's in 15th position. And we thought that might happen towards the end of the race. It has done. Let us find a little bit of clear air. And he's now within 2 seconds of the 14th place car. But only 2.5 minutes to go, so it's touch and go.
That's his
whether
problem. There's about 3 laps to go in this for him. There he is on screen, 888, Nigel Greensall.
Yep. Vastly experienced in all kinds of cars. 4 different cars he's racing here next week.
And he's running with the window half open. If the window closed, he'd find another few hundredths.
Exactly, he would.
At least if what Will Humphreys told me about his classic stock hatch yesterday was true.
Yeah, when they
lost the passenger window.
They did. And he was shocked how much slower it was in a straight line, which shouldn't have been a huge surprise. But yeah, the driver's window is partly open, isn't it? There we are, you can see that now on the treble 8 car. Perhaps Nigel thinking his comfort is priority over outright speed. So Abraham's gone across the line again to complete 83 laps, so if we get 2 more out of it, so it's going to be an 85 lap race, I think.
So given you had that safety car situation, your original prediction of 88 was bang on the on target.
Yeah, not too far off. He is 16 and a bit seconds clear of Matt Priestwood, who's 13 seconds clear of Louis Woodward. I think those are now the only 3 cars on the leading lap. There's Will Abraham then, so I think he's going to get the last lap board this time. Yep, we can see that being prepared. Up to the line he will come. And the last lap board goes out then for Will Abraham. He's still got Matthew Highcott right behind him.
I'm glad to see that with a little encouragement, Simon Hopcroft Lopez has broken the 61 seconds.
Excellent. He's just on a 60.91. So that's, I think, everyone in the top 20 that's done that now, as far as we can see. And he's still there in 13th place, so it's a good drive from him, actually, because he wasn't that far up in the sprint series races today.
Someone's just getting out of the way. It's the Fly Motorsport car, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one that was in the pits a moment ago. So Will Abraham halfway around his final lap then, turning into Surtees for the last time in this Gasshocks 116 trophy race. The 20-year-old from Hungerford is going to taste 116 trophy glory for the first time this season. He's out of the final corner, up to the line he goes, and he takes the checkered flag, and Will Abraham in car 209 wins the Gasshocks 116 trophy round here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit by a pretty comfortable margin in the end. CSC Racing prepared car has done him good service. Over the line to take second place, there goes number 173, Mac Priestwood. And then third will be Louis Woodward. He's just coming up to the line now with one headlamp on his car. And he takes the checkered flag. He is 30 seconds behind the race. He's got 5 seconds to be added to his time. There's no other finishers on the lead lap. So he will be third. And Matthew Hycock, well, he's going to be fourth on the road, but he, I think, is going to drop to about seventh by the time 15 seconds have been added to his time. So, actually, even the 30 seconds extra penalty had to serve for the victory at Silverstone hasn't made the difference in this race. He was a lap down anyway, and Will Abraham mark us a worthy winner.
Yeah, very much so, and good to see a couple of really promising young drivers come out on top of this quality field.
Yep, so let's have a look at the results now from that race. It'll take a while to go through all of them, but Will Abraham, 85 laps in the book, in car 209, winning from number 173, Mac Priestwood, in second place, and number 87, Louis Woodward, in third. And then we'll have Matthew Hycock relegated to I think about seventh in the end in the 555 car behind 89 Freddie Tatham, 86 Pete Brand, and 10 Paul Whiten and Lewis Whiten Turner. Jez Banks, number 707, will be 8th. Ahead of 52, the Compton McKinley car. 10th will be number 1, Richard Lakey. Then it's the Povies up from the back of the grid to 11th. Then the Goddens in 12th. Simon Hopcroft Lopez 13th, and the Taylor Gundry and Inglis car 14th. And then we'll let the rest of these scroll through. Greensaw, you can see, in the Treble 8 car, got his car shared with David Hudson up to 16th. He got the fastest lap as well in the end. Just had a Topi Partridge, who's been coached by Steve Soper this weekend. Despite the damage he had with that off into the barriers, he finished 17th. Keep scrolling through behind down past Melissa Bexley, who was 27th. The Tyndall and Wilshire car, despite that off towards the end, was 28th. Ross Riley and Gary Taylor led for a while, but were 4 laps down in the end in 29th place. And you can see there finally in 40th position, only 1 lap completed, sadly, for Sandro Ballesteros, and Matty Street didn't get a run. So let's head down to the pit lane now and hear from Josh Barrett.
So we're down here after that busy 116 trophy race. Will Abraham getting congratulated by all his family at the moment. And we'll let him take his helmet off, and then we'll be able to have a word with him. In second place, Mac Priestwood. In third, Louis Woodward. So all solo driven cars in this 90-minute race, making it onto the podium. Race winner then, Will Abraham, just taking his helmet and balaclava off. And he's just getting congratulated now by the other competitors on the podium. So James Stanley will give Will the winner's card. Well done, Will. A great drive, and looks like that meant a lot to you guys.
Yeah, it did. It was really, really hard work, but waiting a while. Yeah, just enjoying it.
Obviously, quite a long time to drive around here. Did you find you look pretty fine after that? So is that not too bad?
I mean, the car was doing all right. I was getting pretty hot in there. Yeah, but it was good. Loved it.
Apart from the safety car in the pit stop, there's not really any time to rest.
No, and the safety car's not even that long compared to the rest of the other races. So it wasn't to the marshals, I suppose, but yeah.
Obviously, lots of cars out there. Was that a problem at all?
It was coming back through. But it's bonus. I think I did a pretty good job of it.
You did, well done. Congratulations. So Will Abraham, our winner in second place was Mac Priestwood. Mac, congratulations, second place. That's a good result.
Yep, definitely. Shed truff, so.
Again, lots going on, I guess, throughout that race.
Yeah, definitely interesting race. At the beginning, got away, but then made a mistake, then lost a couple of places, gained them, then the pits came into consideration, and it was just getting your head down and hoping for the best. So.
And obviously, you're new to racing. What have you done in the past?
I've raced Polaris buggies, SSS Racing. Won the championship 3 times, so a bit different to dirt. No jumps, but I love it, honestly. It's really good.
You're only your second meeting, so you must be you're going well.
Yeah, definitely. Second meeting, so. Yeah.
You got plans for the future, or you're sticking with this at the moment?
Hopefully big plans for the future. Yeah. We don't know, but...
Well, good luck with all of that, and well done today. And then over here, Louis in third place, back on the podium.
Yeah,
Louis,
nice to see you again, another day.
That race a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Obviously, coming into it, we had a 10-second success penalty from Silverstone. So I tried to get out the front and get away, but these young lads, they're quick, so made hard work of it, and then obviously the safety car, not really sure whether it helped or hindered, but we're here. So.
Obviously, the strategy now with the new rules and it not pitted under safety car makes things quite difficult to work out.
No, I personally think it's a better thing. Yeah. You haven't got everyone diving in, and it's better for the team and everything. So
just working out what to do seems not easy to know what to do.
I don't think there's a single strategy that works, but yeah, we'll head to Croft and see how we get on.
Best of luck with that, and well done on third place.
Cheers.
So there's our top 3 from the 116 Trophy race. Up next, we go back to sprint racing with the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series.
Yep, and it's going to be a little while before we get the race underway because there's a few cars to be recovered after that last race, but we'll give you the grid nevertheless for this second race. It's the grid based on the second fastest times in qualifying this morning. So pole position goes the way of number 42, Tim Sage in the Mallock, the U2, and besides him is the race 1 winner, number 29, John Village in the eponymous Village V2. He's been campaigning for the past 2 or 3 years now. Second row on the inside is going to be number 12. That's Ben Mile once again. And he will have the first of the AS class cars next to him. That's number 18, Timothy Roebuck, the Norfolk-based driver. Row 3 on the inside is going to be 20. That's Ian Grant in the Race Kits Merlin, and Trevor Slatter, number 72, in the Centaur Mark 11. Simon Gallen, number 4, on the inside of the fourth row of the grid, 61, Simon Gallen in the Supercharged Austin, ahead of number 99, David Lewis in the Jeffrey Mark 1B. Row 5 on the inside is number 22, Charlie Plain-Jones, the first of the Class A cars. He just lost out to Mike Whitby in the race earlier on, and it's number 26, Mike Whitby, that's next to him on the grid. On the 6th row of the grid, it's number 6, Richard Verheyden, and 85, John Moss, both from Class A. The 7th row is 66, that's Nick Hayward Cook, and 30, Tim Mile, both Austin 7s again. Then row 8 on the inside is number 8, Peter Marsh, the Austin 7 Paxton Special, and 81, Luigi Bayliss, out in the Centaur Mark 14 for the second race. And then row 9 will be Paul Mason, who's had various problems with that car today. Number 67, who didn't get off the line in race 1. He stopped on the first lap in qualifying, but he'll have a third go possibly from row 9 of the grid. And next to him will be number 13, Ben Bolt, who in the Centaur Mark 14 had to start from the back of the grid in race 1 as well, having had his qualifying times disallowed after an infringement. There you can see the recovery work going on after the 116 trophy race, with the Antonio Almeida Souza car being hauled out of the gravel trap. The car that was off at Graham Hill Bend is also in the process of being recovered, so within the next few seconds I think those recovery trucks will drive off, and that will herald the historic 750 Formula cars to be released out onto the grid for their second race of the weekend. They also were out at Croft at the beginning of the season on in the middle of April. After this they go to Mallory Park. That is in just 3 weeks' time for the race where they are sort of the odd one out really, as part of a Japanese racing festival organised by the 750 Motor Club, along with the MX-5s and the Hot Hatches and the Mazda 7s and the MR2s and the Type R Trophy. After that they go to Cadwell in July, Snetterton in August, and then they'll complete their season at Donington Park in October. But the historic 750 Formula Series, I think we started the day with 18 cars. I think we were expecting 1 or 2 more than that, but perhaps a couple couldn't make it. More than we had certainly at Croft for the opening meeting, but hopefully we'll see 20 plus as the season goes on. Certainly we have had near capacity grids at places like Mallory Park in recent seasons, thanks to the sterling efforts of people like Lyndon Thruston and others behind the scenes to encourage more drivers to get cars out of garages and sheds and barns and get them back out into racing condition. And there's been a good demand for cars for the historic 750 Formula Series as well. Looks like the car from the Paddock Hill Bed and Gravel Trap has just about been recovered and will be brought back to the back entrance to the paddock, I would think. And once that is done, we'll have the cars released out onto the circuit. Among them, John Village, of course, with his Village V2, and from Dronfield, who, aside from motorsport, is into flying, farming, and making things. He's got 2 sons, Sam and Charlie, and 1 grandson, Raf, as well. And he started racing 50 years ago this year in the with 750 Formula car that he built, the Village V1. This is the V2, which is a copy of the original car. It has a Coventry Climax engine, and it was built by John a couple of years ago during lockdown. John with lots of success in racing, both his own driving and running teams as well in Formula Ford, Vauxhall, Renault, F3000 and A1 GP. Amongst the other drivers that we have out there today, Michael Whitby, who had that success in the first race in the Austin 7 class, car 26, he's retired. He is 76 years of age, from Raunds in Northamptonshire. Started racing in 2001, has done historic 750 Formula, Triple Challenge and VSCC as well. This is an Austin 7 Mason Special from 1960, and it was built by Nev Mason. It's had 3 previous owners, but Mike Whitby's had it since the year 2000. And the car's been competing in 750 Motor Club events since at least 1963. Competed in the 750 Trophy Series, Triple Challenge and historic 750 Formula as well. And cars now are being released onto the circuit, I'm pleased to see, for this race. And of course no green flag lap for the historic 750 Formula cars. So on pole position it is the number 42 Malik U2 of Tim Sage. Next to him is the number 29 Village V2 of John Village. Second row on the inside is the number 12 car, that's the Ben Margera Mark 1. And next to him is the 18 car, which is Timothy Roebuck's Austin 7 Special. Is there a gap on row 3 where we're missing Trevor Slatter? I think there may be. He was a non-starter for race 1 as well, unfortunately. So that's a little unfortunate. And we've had someone driving down the pit lane, but we've got the 1 minute board being shown as the cars are being brought up into position. So 1 or 2 missing, including Trevor Slatter. Looks like we've not got Ben Bolt either at the rear of the grid. He was actually disqualified from the first race as well for a yellow flag infringement. But we have got 30-second board being shown. About to go racing then for 15 minutes for the penultimate race of the day. The Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Out go the lights, away we go. Good start from John Village. He's got ahead of the U2 off the line. Tim Roebuck losing a little bit of ground at the start. He's lost the class lead as well to number 61, Simon Gallen, in that single-seater at Monoposto Austin 7.
Yeah, Gallen shot away on the outside, didn't he?
He did.
All manner of different lines. Of course, the cars aren't going really quickly enough to demand the line through there on the first lap.
Yep, there you've got a good start being made by number 20, which is Ian Grant as well.
Round.
But he spins it away on the exit of Druids. Does he keep it out of the barriers? Yes, he's a considerable distance away from the barriers, I'm pleased to say. And he will hopefully loop that car back round to rejoin. But it's John Village with a decent lead here at the beginning of the race.
He's charging away, isn't he? Because he doesn't want any real close attention this time round. Village, who won the first one by 3.39 seconds, had to work really hard for it either side of the safety car. But here they go. And some of the chargers in the middle what amazes me is the difference of cars within the class.
Yes.
You see Charlie Plain Jones in what's obviously a Austin 7 Special against somebody in a low-line race car. You know?
That's right, that's right. So we've got Village, Sage, Gallon and Mile. How many miles to the gallon do you get, I wonder, in a historic 750 Formula
Tim and
car?
Ben, probably. Or Alex or whatever.
Up towards the hairpin at Druids they go, and it's still number 61, Simon Gallen, that's holding on to third place from Ben Mile, who gets the better exit from the corner. But Supercharged Austin, who's mindful of Tim Roebuck closing in on him as well.
It's great, isn't it?
It is. It's a good little scrap, this, for third position overall. See if Roebuck can get the better of Gallen as well. Looks like Village has already checked out, really. 2 seconds to the good. It was quite close for much of the race. There was a brush between Village and Sage in the earlier race, but looks like this time around we're not going to see a repeat of that, so we'll focus on this nice little battle for third place going through Clark Curve. There they come then, up onto the Bradman Straight to complete lap number 2. Simon Gallen, Ben Mile and Tim Roebuck, the Class C car in between the two Class A S cars.
Again, that sight line is so different in an Austin 7 Special coming up to paddock. But he's hanging in there, isn't he? 18, Tim Roebuck.
He is, yep. And looking to try to relieve Ben Mile of 4th position and then get onto the back of Simon Gallen to see if he can get the class lead back. As far as Class A is concerned, Charlie Plain Jones is ahead of Mike Whitby at the moment.
2.5 seconds, 2 point something seconds.
There are the 3 cars disputing third place. Gallen, you can see, that's the great thing with these cars, you can see how hard he's working at the wheel as he goes through, trying to keep it on the straight and narrow on the Bradman Straight. He's got the Mile car behind him and then Roebuck.
Well, yeah, Roebuck and Gallen are the class protagonists, aren't they, with these supercharged cars.
That's right.
Supercharger is just a mechanically driven forced induction system as opposed to a turbocharger that's driven from an exhaust. You don't have turbochargers in these sort of cars, clearly.
That's Charlie Plain Jones, who's leading in Class
That's a great looking car, isn't it?
It is. Absolutely super. It really pushes it on as well.
And it rides really well. It's very, very square.
Yep. It looks like it's handling pretty well. I noticed that Mike Whitby, yes, he has been reclassified to Class C, which makes sense because he's out there in his Centaur.
Right.
Rather than Class A, which he was shown in
the first race.
In the first race, so that does make sense.
And answers my question why the cars look so different within that class.
It does. It does. So here we go. Here's Ben Mile. He's trying to get back ahead of Roebuck because Roebuck has got up into third place now. 4th place, I should say. Behind Simon Gallen. So the 2 Supercharged Austin 7s are together now, with Ben Mile giving chase. Heading down the Cooper Straight towards Surtees for the 5th time in this race. 5 minutes have gone by. John Village has just done a 62.01, best lap of the race. He was in the 60s in race 1, did a 60.74. Oh, he's done a 61.84 now. And Tim Sage did a 61.68 to claw a 10th or so back. Well, Ben Mile trying to go around the outside of Tim Roebuck at Clark Curve, but the Supercharged Austin 7 quicker in a straight line.
Yeah, you won't live with that little bit of extra top-end boost.
Roebuck taking a different line to Gallen, trying to get up on the inside on the way up to Druids. Look at the narrow wheels they have on these cars. He's did it, yeah. He's through.
Forged a space and he's taken Mile with him.
Looks like
but
it,
Gallen's coming back on the exit and that'll be down to acceleration.
Yeah, but Mile, I think, has
Yeah, he's done it.
squeezed through. So Gallen's lost a couple of positions. And Roebuck has taken the lead of Class AS, crucially there as well. No points, of course, in historic 750 Formula. It is just a series rather than a championship with points awarded.
1.34. Malik coming back. The U2 mark. It's quite a late model U2, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's sort of dressed as an earlier one. And look at that. Fantastic.
Drivers were looking over at one another there, weren't they? That's Roebuck back ahead of Mile, who was briefly in front. So we've now got Mile between himself and Gallen. Mile having a look over his shoulder to see if Gallen's close enough to challenge, which he wasn't. Down to Graham Hill Bend again. Very different cars, but so evenly matched. Roebuck's on a 64.13, Mile a 64.02.
Miles' car looks to have really chunky tyres on it, doesn't it?
It does. Well, compared to the Austin 7, certainly.
And they were side by side into paddock, and the Malik's ahead. Tim Sage has squeezed ahead.
Yes, a change of lead then. John Village there, we can see on screen now, has given away what was a 2-second lead over the line. He was 100th ahead. But Sage has found something there. It was a slower lap from Village, but Sage has done a personal best, 60.97. I think that's quicker than he went in the first race as well.
He did a 61.01.
Well, either way, Village is coming back at him now with the use of a little bit of curb on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. They're coming up to lap Mike Whitby.
Look at that for experience. Round the outside at Surtees.
Yep, so Village back through. Round past Whitby's Centaur they go. And it's the Village V2 from the Malik, which, as we've seen earlier on, is quicker in a straight line. Powers back through with the 1 litre Ford engine, but once you get to the twistier bits, then Village really knows what he's doing with that V2.
They've got the Cooper ahead of them, the Cooper Mark 10. Down in the programme is a Mark 2.
Yes, Mike Whitby's car, the Centaur that we can see, the yellow car with the red stripe, it's built by Richard Scott in 1977. Mike Whitby's owned it since 2020. It's had at least 3 previous owners, that car.
Yeah, Richard Scott designed the Centaurs.
Here we go, side by side again. This time it's Luigi Bayliss that they're coming up to lap.
And that's rather helped John Village, because he saw the gap. He was able to read that situation and repass.
Luigi Bayliss running in 8th position. Still showing on the time screen this is for the Sabio, but I believe it's Luigi for this race.
And this time it's much earlier, the advantage in a straight line for the U2.
Yeah, 5.5 minutes left, so they'll probably get 6 more laps out of it. Look how much speed Village carries through Paddock Hill Bend there, and he's going to try and carry it up the inside into Druids, but locks a wheel there. That's cost him a length or 2.
And Wilson in the 500's got ahead, the Cooper Norton's got ahead of Charlie Plain Jones in 22.
Much more successful race this for Wilson then. Here's Village again, getting alongside on the run to Surtees, coming up to lap the Ian Grant car that's in 7th place.
Village uses the back markers very well, doesn't he, the slower cars?
He does, and actually the...
look, and here's Sage still not passed.
No, he's not. He's lost a lot of time there to Tim Sage. The back marker's given, look to John Village, the back marker's given Tim Sage a real stuffing there. And he's lost 1.38 seconds. And 1 minute 3 that lap time for Tim Sage. John Village was actually a PB at 101.38 in spite of having to deal with the back marker, which shows how well he's doing that.
I think just kept his foot absolutely flat through Surtees, didn't he? And has he broken? Village just broke. Or maybe he had a quick spin. He's picked up again.
He has, and he's we've now got to lap for the second time in 2 laps the number 20 car of Grant, but now Tim Sage has been gifted a big lead there, so didn't exactly see what happened to John Village there, but it's certainly going to make the last 3 3/4 minutes a little bit more entertaining, I would suggest, than it might otherwise have been.
Question though, whether Sage in the Malloch can actually maintain the pace on his own. We need someone there as a sort of pacemaker, and he's got problems now.
Yeah,
he's slowed.
How bizarre. So now Tim Sage has slowed over the line, so John Village has gone back into the lead of the race. Now, is this like a permanent problem for Sage? I don't think it is. He looks to be back up to speed now as well. So it's all rather odd what's gone on in the last couple of minutes in this race. Tim Sage in the U2. Half a second or so.
Some questions to be posed by Josh Barrett at the end of this race, and the Malloch slowed again.
It has.
It's
this time possibly terminally.
Yes.
Yeah, it is terminally.
Pulled off.
So there won't be a question to be asked by Josh Barrett to Tim Sage. So that's going to promote Ben Mile, who's back up to second. Tim Roebuck is there in 3rd place, and Simon Gallen will be 4th. There's the gate opening for Tim Sage.
Which isn't going anywhere.
It's
The car's
not.
staying there. Dag nabbit, he says to himself.
So there's 18, which is Tim Roebuck. So he'll be now up to 3rd place, leading the Austin 7 class. He's about 4.5 seconds clear of Simon Gallen as things stand in his class. The Austin 7 class being led by Charlie Plain Jones from Richard Verheyden and John Moss. And there's Charlie Plain Jones. We just get a glimpse of him as the 18 car of Timothy Roebuck flashes past. Less than 2 minutes to go in the race. Probably 2 more laps to be run. And there is the 18 car of Roebuck, formerly owned by John Miles, that car. And he turns his way through Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper Straight once again. John Village has just gone back through to complete his 13th lap. So yes, he will have time for 2 more laps, in fact. Luigi Bayliss in 8th. On screen now in number 81, the driver from Rugby in the Centaur Mark 14. Novice Cross, you can see tucked away on the back of that car, indicating a new driver.
Richard Scott of Centaur fame also designed the one-off VZ Formula 3 car, which is also used in monoposte. Keith Messer races and has done for many, many years.
Absolutely.
Named after the Bishop VZ of Sutton Coldfield.
Indeed, my neck of the woods. So we've into the final knock-ins of this race now. There's the 81 car, Luigi Bayliss, heading through the left-hander at Surtees. And we're going to get, indeed we've had the last lap board out to the race leader John Village, who's just up at Druids now. He's turning his way down to Graham Hill Bend for the 15th and final time in this race, after a skirmish with Tim Sage for much of the race. He's now heading into Surtees for the final time. He's going to win this race by a quarter of a minute or so from Ben Mile in 2nd place. He's just making his way through Clearways, Clark Curve, and now onto the start and finish straight. There you can see him, number 29, John Village. In the end, it's going to look like a dominant victory, but that doesn't tell the full story of the race. He takes the checkered flag to win the race parts historic 750 Formula Series. 4 races down this season, 4 victories for John Village in the V2, and a convincing win it is as well. Over 2nd of 16 seconds clear in the end of Ben Mile, who takes second place. 17.91 seconds, in fact, the gap at the end. Third place, he's going to go the way of Timothy Roebuck. He's just coming up to the line now, who wins the supercharged Austin 7 class. And Simon Gallen will be fourth, just on the line, a little bit behind the car lap down of James Wilson, the Cooper, that won its class. It was the only car indeed in Class D. So last few cars coming through. There's Charlie Plain Jones across the line to win Class A in 9th place overall. And he is heading home with the Peter Marsh car that's actually a couple of laps down, but Richard Verheyden as well in 6th place, in 11th place, takes 2nd place within Class A. Let's take a look at the results then of that Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series race. John Village, the winner, 15 laps completed by him in the 15 minutes that were allowed. He was 17.91 seconds clear of number 12, Ben Miles, so 29 the winner from 12. 18, Tim Roebuck was third and winning his class, half a minute or so behind John Village. 61, Simon Gallen was in 4th position, and then everyone else was a lap down. So 5th, number 20, Ian Grant. 6th, number 99, David Lewis. 7th was 81, Samuel Bayliss. A class win for James Wilson, he got to the end this time in number 24, and indeed a class win for Charlie Plain Jones as well in number 22. In 9th position, and Mike Whitby completed the top 10 ahead of Richard Verheyden, John Moss, Tim Mile and Peter Marsh, with Tim Sage and Nick Haywood-Cook both retiring from that Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series race. And they are back in action, as I say, at Mallory Park in 3 weeks' time on the circuit that's very well suited to this type of car. So we've just got one more race to come here at Brands Hatch this evening. That's the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship race, which we'll see after we've heard from Josh Barrett.
So we're down here after another historic 750 Formula race, won by John Village, who's having his picture taken as a race winner. Well done, John. Again, a win, but it didn't quite go to plan.
No, it didn't. The gear lever broke.
And you had a good battle while all that happened.
Well, exactly. Tim got by me, and I don't know what happened to him. Where did he finish?
He pulled off after.
Oh, dear.
But do you enjoy battles like that? Though you had a bit more straight line speed, didn't you?
No, you've got to have a bit of crack. No good just going round.
And still enjoying it?
Oh yeah, 100%.
And doing the rest of the season as well?
Well, I can't do Cadwell. I'm at the Grand Prix, but yeah, the rest I'll do.
Let somebody else win that one then.
Yeah.
Well done, John.
Thank you.
The supercharged winner again was Tim Roebuck. Tim just a few seconds ahead of Simon again, so it's quite close between you two nowadays.
Yes, it is, and he flew past me at the start. He must have got an amazing start. And then Ben came past as well, so we had a good 3-way battle for a couple of laps. And eventually I managed to get past them both, but Ben got back past again. But yeah, it was good fun. It was hard work, actually, that race.
You've been driving this car for a few years now, but you sound like you're really enjoying it.
Yes, absolutely. No, it's a great car to drive and it handles really well. This is a perfect place for it because it's just all corners. Yeah.
Looking forward to the rest of the races now?
Yes, yeah.
Anywhere in particular that you're looking forward to?
Well, I'm going to miss Cadwell, unfortunately, but it'd be nice to go back to Donington.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
Both for you and John are missing Cadwell, so somebody else will win there. And then Charlie, again, top this time. It looks like you had a bit of a bigger gap at the end.
I did, yeah, a little bit more fresh air and, you know, yeah. But it was good to be back because the car lost all its oil on the first lap at Croft and so I had to sit out. So it's really good to see the car back to its old self, really. And, yeah, it's a good race, but, yeah, not quite as pressing as the previous one, really. But good time.
Is it nice to have the second one a bit more relaxed? And
well, you know, you still got to press on, and there's always someone in your rearview mirror, but yeah, a little bit more elbow room this time.
And you back for the rest of the races?
Oh yes, all being well. The cars now seems to be back to its root health. We were running in the first practice, but after that, no, it's been really good. Very pleasing.
Congratulations, well done. So one more race to go today. Within the historic 750 Formula cars, next it's the contemporary cars in the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship.
final race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch then, and it's the second of the races for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. The grid for this is determined by the second fastest times in qualifying. So on pole position, it's number 77, Bill Cowley, the winner of race 1, and besides him is the runner-up in race 1, number 1, Peter Bove. Second row on the inside is number 4, Mark Glover. Next to him is 17, Ed Pithett in the PRS. On the third row, it's 69, Mark Windley, and number 7, Steve Boother. Row 4, on the inside is 27, Mick Harris, and number 2, Chris Goff, a bit further up the order this time. Row 5 is number 5, Jake Doherty, and number 6, Simon Bolter. It's Raymond Barley, number 11, on the inside of row 6, next to number 39, Matthew Unwin. Ahead on row 7 of number 9, Richard Jenkins, and 82, Martin Kemp, who ended race 1 in the gravel. David Reed, number 31, on the inside of row 8, next to 28, Alan Bunter. And then it's Andrew Kemp in 42 and Ulrich Killiam in 30 that complete the field. We'll see if there's one or two gaps on the grid possibly as they come back to form up at the end of the green flag lap. But we saw a very entertaining dice, didn't we, Marcus, in race 1 between Cowley and Bove?
It was fantastic, a real cat and mouse job where the cars were quicker in different parts of the circuit, each car quicker, and I think Bill Cowley had to absolutely drive his heart out to get ahead and stay there.
Yeah, only about a third of a second between them at the end of the race, wasn't there? So not a lot to choose. Peter Bove, I noticed there, is fairly well forward in his grid slot, which is interesting to note.
He's serving his intentions, isn't it? Sort of,
yeah,
that's what I want to do.
So looking to steal a march on Bill Cowley at the start. First 6-7 rows are fully complete, but we're losing a couple from the back, so no David Reed, I think, and no Andrew Kemp for this one. So 16 cars we have then for the final race of the day, the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. We have a start delayed board, and that is because, yes, David Reed's car did make it out onto the green flag lap, but it is stationary at Graham Hill Bend. There we can see it, and it's needing a recovery truck, I should say, to haul it out of the way. Now, that may mean we get another green flag lap because these cars are on slick tyres, of course. Yokohama's. So it might be that we need another green flag lap to get the race underway. But that's a great shame for David Reed, who it was at that part of the circuit where he finished in race 1 as well.
Exactly, yeah. Back in his old wheel tracks, I think. The car just doesn't want to play.
No, a real shame. That's the car that's been driven successfully in recent seasons by Ollie Collett, of course, to a few race wins. Car sold, and it's been run these days by James Jeffrey, who was out in the car himself at Silverstone. Race kits Falcon with bespoke carbon bodywork. So we are back to the countdown procedure, and the green flag is being prepared for another green flag lap, which will be important for cars on these slick tyres, Marcus.
Yeah, and you've got cars with front engines, cars with rear engines, cars with mid engines, all kinds of configurations in this, which is fascinating. And it goes back to the sort of birth, really, of club racing here, isn't it? Because the 750 Formula first run at the start of the 1950s, when racing was sort of getting back on its feet, and it's been an absolute constant with different engines over the years, often 7 engines to start with, then the Reliant, then the larger Reliant, the 850 Reliant, and then the Fiat, the 1100 Fiat fire engines, as they're called.
Yeah, and those have been used for around about 20 years now, haven't they?
Yeah, I remember the first one being run experimentally in one of the Derbies, in John Harvey's car at Mallory Park on probably the coldest day I can ever recall at a race meeting. And yeah. But it has been a very good option.
Yeah, and although we've got, I think, 16 starts in the end for this one, we had at Silverstone, I think about 24, 25 cars, one of the best grids we've had for a long time.
Many a year.
Yeah, and that's good to see. And it's really important because it is a link to the early days of the 750 Motor Club, and it's developed massively over the decades. And now catering for more modern taste. Lots of single make.
A lot of ingenuity
tin-type cars,
being
but-
shown also in the way that these cars are bodied and modified. I mean, people buy a car which has been used maybe successfully and then think, you know, I could alter the aero of this, do it at home and have some fun over the winter.
That's right. Yes, very little stands still in 750 Formula. There's always a bit of development work to be done.
So that car that sits on pole was first seen in the Formula back into the 1960s, with Bill Cowley, Bill Cowley's grandfather, also Bill, driving it. Nigel Cowley drove it in the middle, Bill's dad.
5-second board is shown, red lights go on then, and out they go for 15 minutes of racing in the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. Good start there by Peter Bove. He's got ahead of Bill Cowley off the line. Mark Windley's got away quite nicely as well. He's got alongside the Pither Rothery special of Ed Pither, the PRS, but has to cede ground. Mick Harris has also made a decent start, and now Bill Cowley trying to go around the outside of Peter Bove at Druids, and I think he'll make this work. He's going to be on the inside line, Marcus, for Graham Hillbound.
Absolutely. Squeezed across, and Peter Bove knew he was coming, so that was fine. But, yeah, really, really good start from Peter Bove, but it's now it's the Cowley special of Cowley that leads the way. In third is Mark Glover. Fourth is Ed Pither in the PRS. And then we've got Mick Harris in 27, Mark Windley in that white kind of rather fetching kind of sports car bodied machine.
Over the line to complete the first lap then. And it's 0.4 of a second, the gap between 77 Bill Cowley and number 1 Peter Bove in second position. Mark Glover, number 4, is in third. Ed Pither, number 17, is in fourth. In fifth is Mick Harris, number 27, and Mark Windley is sixth. Some smoke from the back of Mark Glover's car there. That might have just been a lock-up, though, I think, in the Race Kits Falcon. But I think it's lost him a few lengths to Peter Bove and given encouragement to Ed Pither, who's behind him.
Yeah, in the first race, Mick Harris made really good progress, didn't he, in the early part of the race, the local man.
He did.
The winningest driver in the history of the Formula.
Yeah, he's a bit further back on the grid for this race, though. He started 7th, so has had to make up 1 or 2 places during the course of the race so far.
It looks like Bove can't stay with. There's a car off at, is that Boother? It is. Boother's car's
Yes.
off, pulled off at the Marshalls post at Paddock, and there's yellows covering that.
Yes, so you can just about see it at the top of your picture if you're watching on the live stream. So Boother out of the race, which is a shame. He was 6th in the first race. Sadly not to repeat that here in race 2. You're right, though. I don't think Bove can stay with Cowley, can he? And he's falling back towards Mark Glover.
He's
now,
having
it
to
seems.
work quite hard to repel Mark Glover, yeah.
That's right. Mark Glover, who was the champion in 2018 and 2019. Peter Bove has been the champion in the 3 years since then. Bill Cowley won it in the year before Mark Glover did in 2017 in the Cowley Mark IV. His only championship so far. But they've got 6 championships between 6 championships in the last 6 years between them, the first 3. Possibly no surprise that they're at the front of the field, therefore.
There's a lot of loyalty points there.
Yeah.
This championship. I guess another lock-up, and that was a real snatch job as he had to come out of the brakes, but did Mark Glover, otherwise he'd have gone straight onto the gravel.
That's right.
Good reactions.
Certainly was. So
took a lot of speed through the corner there, didn't he?
He did, a massive amount. Almost an excessive amount.
You almost wondered whether the throttle was... And there's someone off in the background.
Again, I think they've gotten all the way through the gravel trap by the
Yeah.
looks of it. Can't see anyone stranded there. Just the cloud of dust settling. Some of the gravel traps have been topped up in the past few days here at Brands Hatch as part of various development works that have been going on at the circuit, with more big events to come, including the Masters historic event next weekend. There's Mark Windley on screen now, number 69. He leads Class B in 6th place overall. And Jake Doherty, who had the 2 wins at Silverstone in Class B, he's 10th. And Alan Bunter is 3rd. There is Windley. Very distinctive car, unlike anything else on this particular grid.
It's got huge, great wheel spats on it, hasn't it, which link into that front spoiler.
Yeah. Looks really, really good. And lapping in 55-second kind of mark in this race. Did a 54.74 in race 1.
Cowley's just going away. It's 2.6 ahead. I mean, Bove chipped away 4 hundredths of a second last time through, but that's not significant. 2.91 seconds after 5 laps. Another 0.3 gained.
Yeah, so Bove to Glover that time went out by 17 hundredths. Although you wouldn't know it actually from looking at them on screen now.
Yeah. Jake Doherty coming back at Richard Jenkins. Jenkins 56.25 last time through. Doherty over the line was going really quickly, catching up again, but over the whole lap wasn't as quick.
No, there's Mick Harris in wife Sue's Derby. Mick with plans to get a new build transverse engined car out at some point, not quite sure when. There's the Shepherd of Richard Jenkins, former low-cost racer, and there is the Jake Doherty car.
Because the Shepherd brothers built a car each, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
One was the Shepherd and one was the... I'm not sure now.
No, one was. But Jenkins has taken that car on.
One was the MS 750, wasn't it?
So there's Doherty. He's got Ray Barley right behind him. So that's the fight for 10th and 11th place. Doherty, who's a greenkeeper at Thorney Park Golf Club. 22 years of age. And if he's under pressure here, isn't he, from Barley, who's up the inside of him and squeezes through in the Race Kits Falcon.
It wasn't a large gap there, but he got through very neatly.
There wasn't a large gap at all. So Doherty in the SSF will try to fight back. This car that was built back in 1991.
Bove under pressure now in second place. 5 seconds is the advantage of our leader, 77 Bill Cowley. But Peter Bove absolutely under pressure from Mark Glover, who's inched his way back into his slipstream.
Yeah, took 0.3 out of Peter Bove on the last lap, didn't he? To get the gap down to about 0.3 of a second. So Glover, 18 and 19 champion, chasing after his successor, who's won more than 50 races, won 7 titles.
Pither's not making any real progress. In fact, Harris is catching Pither quite consistently, but remains best part of 3 seconds down.
Over the line comes Bove again. This is to complete 9 laps, pretty much at the halfway mark.
Better
8
lap.
laps, I should say.
Better lap for Bove that time.
It was. And he pulled out a quarter of a second over Glover.
Glover makes a lot of ground up towards the hairpin, doesn't he?
That's right.
He seems to have good balance up into there when the brakes don't lock.
So the Derby ahead of the Race Kits Falcon here. Cars heading along the Cooper Straight towards Surtees for the 9th time. 8 laps completed.
Just seen Doherty have a real good go at unseating Ray Barley into a paddock, but thought better of it at the last minute.
Over the line goes Bove once again, and I think he's pulled out a bit more time again over Mark Glover on that lap. Yep, another 13 hundredths or so.
But it's here where the maybe it's the downforce that the second car's got, brings it back into play.
Possibly so.
A little belch of flame from the side pod there where the exhaust outlet is.
Yep.
On Glover's car.
Cowley 5 seconds up the road now. So looking to secure his second win of the day. It was just 0.3 or so that he won by in race 1, but here Bove more preoccupied with Glover, and there's a car in the pit lane there.
With a sagging under tray Venturi.
Matthew won win in the number 39 Race Kits Falcon, the drive from Kettering. So disappointment for him ahead of his trip back to Northamptonshire.
And Glover quicker through that time. Took 2/10 back.
He did. The car in the background there is the 82 car of Martin Kemp, which is a lap down.
Yeah, Martin Kemp of Race Kits fame.
So really close between these two for second. There you can see Ed Pither in the 17 car trying to get past the Race Kits. So, but Pither and Harris relatively lonely in this race. Mark Windley's now got Simon Bolter for company though. For 6th and 7th. Simon Bolter in another of the Darvies, the sister car to that of Steve Boother, which was an early retirement. Windley from Lincolnshire, returning to racing this season after 12 years out. Heads over the line once again. And still there in 6th position and leading Class B, which is for drivers who've not had success of any great note in the championship
Ran
before.
really wide, Windley, and that's let his rival sneak up the inside.
Yeah, Bolter alongside him now on the run down to Graham Hill Bend, but on the outside line. And Windy just does everything he can to keep Bolter behind. Bolter has won some historic 750 Formula races in the past, a few seasons ago. But been racing in 750 Formula for a couple of seasons now.
Lap 12, a much slower lap for Cowley, a 54.7. And that's allowed his pursuers to get within 3.42 seconds. I wonder if just he lapped somebody somewhere, or he's just backed off because he's confident he can sustain it now. May well be the latter.
3.5 minutes left to go. Let's keep an eye on that gap. It was 3.4 seconds, as you say. See if it's come down. Meanwhile, Bove is now getting away a bit again from Glover. It was nearly a second at the start, so it still is.
Ulrich Hilliam to overtake now in the ADR.
So over the line goes Cowley once again. Here's Peter Bove in second. What's the gap? Was 3.42, now 2.92. So another half second taken out. And Mark Glover's done the best lap of the race, 53.08 as well. So he's got close to the back of Bove. He did a 53.73 in the first race, so he's found quite a bit of time as Mark Glover since race 1. And has a chance here of getting second place away from Bove. But again, he looked to have lost time again for this part of the circuit. So they're up at Clearways on lap 14. They'll probably have 3 laps to go to make it a 17-lap race in this race part 750 Formula Championship. 2.92 seconds it was first to second. It's now 2.37. Bove's just done the best lap of the race, a 52.72, so he's got the bit between his teeth. He can sense that he could catch Cowley here. He's got 3 laps to do it, Marcus.
Yeah, the record is 52.26, isn't it? So he's half a second away from that record, but you're right, he does sense he can do something about it, and there's not much in the way of refuge for Bill Cowley among other competitors further up the road. Here's a good little tussle coming out here. We've got Barley and Doherty and Jenkins, and Barley and Doherty have got past Jenkins this lap.
And Doherty's got past Barley as well as they went into Paddock Hill Bend that time, so that's 9th place now.
Yeah.
You can see him on screen. Jake Doherty's got through ahead of Raymond Barley, and Jenkins has gone back down to 11th place. So this primary coloured battle, blue, red and yellow.
2.03 the gap.
Yeah, that's between Cowley and Bove, so it's come down again by another 6
Cowley's
tenths.
best lap that was a 52.95.
Yes.
Lap of the race, so he's clearly not in desperate trouble. He's going quicker, but he's just backed it off a little bit.
Yeah, Bove also did his best lap, 52.61. He went another 10th faster. And Mark Glover also did a personal best as well.
Yeah, and Glover's come back a little bit at at Bove.
Meanwhile, on the screen, Barley's got back ahead of Doherty again and up into 9th place. A really good scrap between those two. Here's Cowley, though. He's heading through Clark Curve.
One more lap,
Yeah, there is, because there's only 40 seconds to go. Last lap board is being prepared. And it's shown now to Bill Cowley. And the gap is, this time, 2.72, so it's gone out. A slower lap from Peter Bove that time, so perhaps a little mistake from him, but certainly a competitive lap for Bill Cowley.
Yeah, and Glover pulled back a chunk on that lap.
Did 6/10s he made up on Bove. So it looks like Bill Cowley's going to wrap this up and make it 2 wins in the day. Silverstone was a meeting he'd rather forget, with 2 DNFs there, but he's bounced back here with a couple of victories, or is about to. 2 victories at Silverstone, went to Ed Pither. He's had a couple of 4th places here. So all good championship points.
This has been a great battle. Doherty, Barley and Jenkins.
Yeah, and that's just gone through again, and Doherty back up into 9th place. But Bill Cowley comes up to the line now and takes the checkered flag and wins round 4 of the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. 2.60 seconds, the eventual margin of victory. Less than half a second between Bove and Glover, and Ed Pither crosses the line in 4th position, and Mick Harris is about to take the checkered flag in 5th place. Just looking at that battle, just going on over my left shoulder out of the commentary box window. It is still Jake Doherty that's ahead, but Raymond Barley's going to try and get alongside him, but he's on the grass as they go through McLaren. That's probably an end to his hopes, and also those of Richard Jenkins, who's had to back off.
Yeah, there was a belch of flame from the exhaust of Barley, but it is going to be Doherty who wins this this little personal battle in the number 5 car. He finishes 9th, Jake Doherty. Good run in the Simpson Special. 11 was behind him, Ray Barley, and then 9, Richard Jenkins. But that was an adventure over the grass and the curb for Ray Barley. 2 round the outside there. Wasn't going to work.
Let's have a quick look at the results then, before we hear from Josh Barrett with our winner. So Bill Cowley, number 77, the winner. From number 1, Peter Bove, who was 2.6 seconds behind. 3rd, number 4, Mark Glover. 4th was 17, Ed Pither. 5th was 27, Mick Harris. 6th was number 6, Simon Bolter. 7th was 69, Mark Windley. 8th, number 2, Chris Goff. Jake Doherty, in the end, did get 9th place. 2nd place within Class B behind Mark Windley as well. In number 5, and Raymond Barley rounded out the top 10. Jenkins, Bunter, Kemp, Hilliam finished back down to 14th, and Matthew Woodman and Steve Boother were non-finishers. So, Marcus, some reflections from you on a good weekend's racing.
We have had a great weekend's racing. I think there's all sorts of highlights for me. I think that Formula V race we had earlier on today was back to its classic best, which is good. We've had some very, very fine F1000 racing, of course. We've seen the quickest lap of on the circuit this year on the Indy circuit here at Brands. Some great classic stock hatch showed its value again, and all down this whole kind of spectrum of classes that the 750 Motor Club puts on. Its portfolio really is broad-reaching. It caters for every taste, and it caters for every pocket as well, which is very important, particularly these days.
Thank you very much, Marcus. We'll see you again a little bit later on in the season. From me, a quick thanks to all of the marshals who've done such sterling work this weekend, and all of the other volunteers and officials of the 750 Motor Club who helped make this race meeting possible. From Marcus and myself, Ian Soman, it's a very good night, and we'll leave you with Josh Barrett for the final time today.
So down here for one last time with another victory for Bill Cowley. So let's go and grab a word with Bill. Well done, Bill. Their first few laps looked really good, making that gap.
Yes. Well, to be fair, we made a slight modification over the race, just made the front a bit wider. Yeah. Seemed to work really good. But also I think because the temperature's cooled down, I managed to get my tyres in that spot, in that range, and managed to just go from the off. Wasn't that simple though, because my throttle was sticking open. It was making some funny noises as well, so I backed right off, and I seen Peter closing in, so I thought I'd just speed it up a little bit, but not too much. But yeah, and so it wasn't as exciting as first race.
You talk about the modifications there, obviously that's what this championship's really all about, isn't it? Being able to change things, and how easy is that to do between races?
Well, it was a lot more work than it should have been, because the old centres in the wheel spaces were, let's just say, too small, and we didn't have a vice or a driller out at the time, so it was a bit of a butcher's job, but they're on and they work. So,
are you here for the full season this year?
Yeah, this year we aim to do the full season, so every point matters, and try and get there.
Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the year. Peter there in second place. I think you get the fastest lap in the end, Peter. But
did I?
But Bill got that gap at the beginning.
Too late, sadly. Yeah, Bill got a great start. Went round the outside of me at Druids. It's a brave move. And then just pulled away. So, and I didn't have the grip that he had at that stage. I was hoping in the first race, I felt as the race wore on, he slowed a bit, and that was starting to happen again. But I now realise it's because he was taking his foot off the throttle. Although not that helped, because his throttle was sticking, so yeah, it doesn't really count. But no, I was hoping for a close one like the first one, but it wasn't. And in fact, you know, Mark was filling my mirrors, so I kind of had to focus on that as well. Yeah. So, but good race. We got to the end, so that was the important thing.
And still enjoying 750 Formula racing as much as ever?
Mostly, yes. Yeah, obviously.
Except for when he's beating you.
Yeah. No, we've had some good races over the years, and this is another one.
Well done, Peter. Mark there in third, but much closer this time.
It was, yes. It was a far better race this time around, so I really enjoyed that.
And quicker lap times as well. So you're still getting quicker in the modifications you made into this car now?
Yeah, well, it's the first time we've used the new tyres this race meeting, so I've been learning how to pressures and cambers and things, so hopefully get better as I go forward.
Is it quite different to before?
It feels different driving it, yes. Yeah. But hopefully they're fairly consistent with the Yokohamas as well, so people can continue to use those.
And the lap times at the end between the three of you are really close, so hopefully that bodes well for some close racing this year.
Fingers crossed, yes.
Well done, Mark, and good luck for the rest of the year.
Cheers.
So there's our final top three of the weekend. Our next 750 Motor Club meeting, I think Ian mentioned, is on the 3rd of June at Oulton Park. And if you keep an eye on the 750 Motor Club Facebook and social media, you'll find out when the next live streamed event is with Alpha Live.